everybody from this moment on to recognize me as the scholar of boxing.
See, their morals, their code. It's a bad joke. It's dropped at the first sign of trouble. They're only as good as the world allows them to be. I'll show you. When the chips are down, these civilized people, they'll eat each other.
49 hours declaring a riot.
Cruiser 5 to 50 feet advised, County Police 1 advised they're trying to breach and get to the Capitol.
Publicists, when you talk to your publicists, you know the first thing they tell you? What? Stay away from religion, stay away from politics. Okay. You know why? Why? No matter what the you say, somebody passionately disagrees with you.
Absolutely.
No matter what religion, you believe in Allah, then you're saying that's not the right way. You believe in every Christianity, that's not it, because they're choosing something different. Your political party, you Democrat, Republican, the disagreement completely. Yep. So I stay away from it. When I get pulled into politics, I go, and I have nothing to say. I'm just
the same way we are. We don't no politics, none of this.
I'll with that. I don't stay there because I'm still entertainment. If it's not music, then it's film and television, but it's still entertainment. So why would you turn someone off by saying that?
Right.
I want everybody to enjoy what I'm doing.
Right.
Not just a selective few amount of people. I focus on diversity because it's needed.
Right.
The boxing scholar is a lover, not a fighter, but he's also a fighter, so don't get any ideas. If he pats you on the back, you'll put it in your resume. His enemy. Have him listed as an emergency contact. The scholar has an inside joke with complete strangers. If he punched you in the face, you'd have to fight the urge not to thank him. Sharks have a week dedicated to him. He's the only man alive to is parallel park. A train is count to infinity twice. In Genesis, when God said, "Let there be light," the scholars said, "Say pretty please." He is the genius of all genius and master of all masters.
And that's the trick to life. You have to be wise enough to know when you were living in your dream. And you have to be humble enough to accept when you're in someone else's.
Yo, the Boxing Scholar's on. Can y'all hear me? Hold on, let me see. What's good, everybody? Okay, yeah. See my voice moving. What's good, everybody, man? We got another good one. So, like, shame on you, Scholar. Shame on you. You know, you got to start shouting your members out. When you get to this level, I was just playing. But yeah, same on you, Scholar. You gotta start shouting your members out. You know what I mean? Because you got your regular YouTube fam, which is your day ones, and you got people growing into the family. You know what I mean? You gotta give praise with praise. This is not a great economy, so I'm gonna start and end the show, with member shout out. So here we go. Let's go. I'm that one that rap. Look up to when they won't know how to do it. You can be in the middle of the motherfucking you can live off child tune. I done pay my dues, but they'll play the blues. Yo, we used to get crunk as hell whenever that part came on. I couldn't tell you one word he said until he slowed it down and said, "We can't stop. You can't stop. don't drop. Like that's the only part I know. All that like, I don't know what Mystical said, but he said it in such a way that was so great that got everybody during that time crunk. You know, but I just had to interrupt it to say that. So, but yeah, I'm starting off every show showing y'all a bunch of love because particularly inside of that the members only, there's one member particularly who definitely sparked, you know what I mean, sparked it and gave me drive. I already had drive. I was just going through the motions. You know what I mean? You know how they say it's hard to go out and do running when you're sleeping on silk sheets type stuff. I was just going through the motion, making boxing videos or whatever. But he came on the non-boxing tip. It was a non-boxing episode, which is why I will never stop doing non-boxing. The most 70 to 80% of my support come from non-boxing people. 70 to 80%. I'm talking about members only. I'm talking about all that stuff. It comes from non-boxing people. So outside of my core, you know, the Amir, Rob G's, and all those people like that. Outside of those, I don't get a ton of support. Actually, I get a lot of hate. They report live streams, hate on me, and do all this other weird stuff behind the scenes. So I'm never gonna stop doing non-boxing lives. Is the point that I was making. So shout out to the non-boxing members that come over here because I know boxing y'all don't know a lot about, but y'all you know y'all give me responsibility to teach y'all the sport of boxing, and y'all look at me in that light to where y'all trust my opinion. Because one thing the boxing community will never do is give me my fair credit for knowing more about boxing than them, because they feel like it's an insult. Their manhood won't allow them to do that. They've been watching boxing way before I was even thought of. And not only have I lapped them a whole bunch of times, but the gap is so far that I couldn't even break it down to them. I have to dumb down what I'm saying just for them to understand. That's how that they out of their league. They know they rookies in comparison to me. So that's why I get a ton of hate. You know what I mean? Even listen, they even leave their digital footprint, right? So like the boxing videos that I post, they'll go and dislike those videos, but watch it from beginning to end because they know that I have the knowledge that they desire to need. They know this. They know. They'll never admit it out loud, but they know this. They rookies compared to me. But long story. No, let me get on my rant. Long story short, let me give these members a shout out. Here we go. Most hated, Angie, all y'all. Say, shout out to y'all, man. So yeah, today's boxing news. So what we're gonna cover today is everything that's been going on. What's good, Mr. Mulatto in the building? What's good, brother? He another one. I done met through the non-boxing episode. I tell you, man, I get more support and more exposure from the non-boxing lives. And like I said, not something exciting gonna happen every day in boxing. You know what I mean? So a lot of times, you know, like I said, I don't even, sometimes I ain't gonna lie, I don't even feel like doing boxing live. I'm just keeping it real. What do your folks say? I'm keeping it real. 6'7". I'm keeping it real, man. Sometimes I don't feel like doing that because I got more wrinkles to my game than just boxing. And it'd be important current events I'd be wanting to talk about. So he another one, man, that's cool as hell. You know what I mean? Shout out to Mr. Mulatto. And then the homie most hated. He come in with the jokes, man. Like I said, man, listen, man. Sometimes I come in here, you know what I mean, and my energy will be kind of low because, like I say, like going through the motions. Certain people in the chat, it's just like when you walk into a classroom and your homie in there, like, you know, your class clown, and y'all both class clowns, y'all look at each other, y'all, you know what I mean? It's kind of like that. So shout out to everybody, man. But on to this stuff right here. So I want to, y'all already know I keep it real. Golden Boy approved me for press credentials, but that ain't got nothing to do with me telling the truth. So a lot of people seen the face off between Boots and Ortiz. That's what we starting with. Boots and Ortiz. So I want to let y'all know right now y'all being played. I want to let y'all know that. So hold on, let me look at that real quick. I want to let y'all know y'all being played, right? And let me tell you why. So Jerron Boots Ennis was offered this fight a long time ago. Jerron Boots Ennis, the same frustration that I have with him, everybody in boxing has the same frustration, right? Everybody in boxing has the same frustration, is where we can see the skill level. We can see the stuff that's eye test, you know, the switching, the clean, effective punching, all the scoring criteria he possesses, and we can see it. But he does not want to challenge himself, and there's no way around that. Even when he was called in the ring to face off with Virgil Ortiz, he was stuttering. He was unsure of himself. He's exactly who I thought he was. I'm not wrong about this stuff. Look, and it is how people do. They do the Dumb and Dumber statistics, right? So because I was wrong about the Buzz stuff, they be like, "Oh, well, if you're wrong about that, he could be wrong about anything," and that's true. But I'm gonna be right a hell of a lot more than I'm wrong, and that's just the reality of the situation. Because a lot of stuff that I be right about, y'all don't show back up and tell me, "Hey, man, you was right about that," like Trump or any of that stuff, politics, boxing, whatever the case may be. Y'all never show up. I only show up whenever I'm on wrong day. But Boots doesn't fight anybody, and this is what I mean by y'all being tricked, right? So Boots, the level of competition is low. He goes and manipulates and plays all type of games like Lennox Lewis did at heavyweight to get the belts without fighting tough competition. And what he do? Y'all peak game, right? So he gets the belts, fight for the Ring Magazine belt, say he outgrew the division, go and ask Turkey for a tune-up. Turkey like, what you need a tune-up for, right? And then he's offered to fight with Ortiz. He turns it down, and then now he wants to fight Ortiz. And this is why I say y'all being bamboozled and hoodwinked, right? Y'all are clamoring for a fight that is from two guys that, I mean, from a guy that's never been a champion, Ortiz. Ortiz has never held a belt. But the bar for Boots is so low, and the competition that he's facing is so low that y'all are just thirsting for anybody to bring out the best in Boots. And that's the game that Eddie Hearns and them are playing. That's the trickery that they're using. That's the witchcraft that they're using. They're using all of this stuff, fighting low-level opposition. So the moment that you see a fighter like an Ortiz who's just good, not great, never been champion, you'll be like, you're clamoring for that fight. Because now that's the only fight that everybody's talking about. Ortiz Boots. Who's ducking who? Ortiz Boots. Who's ducking who? That's my whole timeline. He said, no, Shakuria. That's hilarious. My whole timeline is flooded with Ortiz and Boots and who's ducking who. Eddie Hearns just did his job as a promoter. Eddie Hearns, like I said, was offered this fight. Eddie Hearns at every opportunity he gets, he goes out there and tells everybody that Boots is gonna fight the best, and they're interested in the Terrence Bud Crawford fight. Y'all remember that? We're interested in the Terrence Bud Crawford. No, y'all weren't. Y'all was never interested in no Terrence Bud Crawford fight. But that's the lie that he tells everybody so that he could get away with fighting nobody, and then keep the competition so low, make the fans clamor for Boots to be tested, that the one time he rubs up against somebody who's decent, good, or has good power, you'll give him a ton of credit if he ever beats that guy. That's the game, man. That's the game, man. Y'all gotta be hip to this. Y'all gotta be true to this, not new to this. So this is the face-off that they have at the fight. And it's so funny, like I said, that Jerron Boots ended just fought a nobody. You know what I mean? And got a ton of credit for knocking nobody out. Dude ain't even a household in his own household name in his own household. And Boots got a ton of credit. And now he circles back to the fight that nobody was really even calling for, right? Because Ortiz ain't no champion. We want to see. And then it's so crazy. 154 is stacked. It's stacked. It's a bunch of top competition there for him to fight. And he's giving you the bare minimum so that you can be okay with it. Meanwhile, the Bakaram's being shelved, blackballed. They're going to wait till he's slipping and got a bunch of ring rust, and then they're going to be hollering his name. That division is stacked. And what they're going to do is sit around, you know what I mean, play political games, fight nobody, and tell everybody nobody wants to fight them and they're the best, and price themselves out. Like I said, nobody's calling for this Ortiz fight. Nobody. And in my personal opinion, Boots would, and y'all know I don't even like Boots. So if I'm saying this, it got to be some legitimacy to it, right? Boots would beat Ortiz very easy. Very easy. Stylistically, Ortiz is tailor-made for Boots. Ortiz does not work well with southpaws. Outside of power, Ortiz don't have a lot of what for you say, straight up and down, no special effects. Outside of power, Ortiz, he don't bring a lot to the table to beat Boots. Like, as a matter of fact, this is how you know that Ortiz can beat Boots. Just picture yourself on Team Ortiz, right? Or in Ortiz camp. What game plan would you give for Ortiz to beat Boots? It would be hard to muster up a game plan, right? Based on his skill set. Now, reverse that. If you were in Boots camp, you can several different ways to beat Ortiz from Boots, who's a switch hitter. Listen, man, I'm trying to tell you, I'm gonna do a breakdown on that fight, but and drop it members only. But that dude is tailor made. When I say tailor made, he might be more tailor made than Stanionis. And I'm just being honest with you. You know, it is what it is. Lou, what's good, brother Lou? Hold on. Wait a minute. What the hell? Okay, tripping. Oh, snap. What's good, bro? I didn't even know you. Bro, I was looking. Bro, I was looking. I thought you was a YouTube video, bro.
Oh,
I'm
man.
like,
What's going on, man? Hey, can
what's
you hear
good,
me?
bro?
You got it.
So, man, would you want to cook on anything I've been talking about?
Yeah, I just came in on the tail end of that Boots and Ortiz, and actually, I got a little small tidbit to add to that. If I'm training Ortiz, okay, I'm going to make that fight rough and dirty. I'm not going to let Boots breathe. I'm not going to let Boots set himself. I'm not going to let Boots get comfortable into his rhythm, picking shots. I'm going to pressure him. I'm going to take some hits, but I'm going to come in and I'm going to pressure him. I'm going to make the fight ugly, dirty, and rough. I'm going to frustrate Boots. And the reason why I say that is because you look at, even though Boots is a little different than Floyd, okay? You look at the fights that Floyd had that were different. They all had that style. Madonna had that style. You know what I'm saying? Castillo had that style. But the things that they didn't have that Ortiz has is the heavy hands, and punching speed, punching power. The question is, can Ortiz take Boots' power? Boots can pop. He can pop. When he wants to sit down on his punches and land, he can pop. When he also gets hit, you can catch him. If you can catch him, get those knees turned into noodles, that's it. And, that's my take. But Boots come in there, control the pace, control the distance, pick his shots, learn Ortiz, anticipate, his offense, pick apart his defense, stay on the outside, use his feet. It can be a real easy fight for him. So it all comes down to preparation. And that's one of the things that made Floyd well. Preparation. That's one of the things that made Crawford well. Studying the opponent, preparation. So it all comes down to the camp's preparation. They both are pretty good fighters, but who's going to come with the right game plan? That's going to be the question. So that's my take on it.
That was a good breakdown. But this is the only thing I would give you a pushback. This T, right?
It's T, yeah.
Okay, I was making sure, man. I know I wasn't tripping. What's good, man? I ain't heard from you in a while. You good, brother?
Man, we good, man. I'm at the shop right now. We making it happen, man. We busy. I don't know what he's always.
All right, hey, get your money, black man. Get your money.
Most definitely.
But I was gonna say this, bro. This is what let me know. I always favor Boots against them, but
Right.
I went to Ortiz versus Lubin, right? And Lubin, I don't want to say he threw the fight, but he was there to collect a check.
Yeah, he check, man.
Yeah, he didn't even throw. I've never seen Lubin in a fight where he didn't throw at least give it all he had, even if he gets stretched or not.
Mm-hmm.
He was just walking into punches, just laying on the road. I don't know. He didn't give a good account of himself.
But we don't know what his preparation was. We don't know the backstage. We don't know. We don't know if did he have an injury? We don't know. All of these things, play a factor in fight night. You know what I'm saying? Did he have a bubble guts? We don't know.
But you know what? You know what, T? You right about that. But I look at it like this. I criticize Ryan for this. You don't go into a fight with an injury. Like Ryan went into the fight with a body puncher with a rib. Yep. Come on, bro. He gonna hit you in the ribs.
Hell, Spence went into the fight not 100% with an injury.
And you know what? It's funny you said that because Spence tweeted one time, "I come back when I'm ready," and I think the Fandora fight, I think he got injured in camp.
Yup.
That's why he pulled out of the fight. He didn't want to go in less than 100% because the fans are not fair when you
Right.
lose a fight. That's what I personally think.
He learned his lesson with Crawford, and think about it. He was going to go in the fight with a detached retina against Pacquiao. The doctors made him, pull out of that fight. So
Yeah, they saved a lot too. Because
Yeah.
what's that dude, Layman Brewster? Oh my God, his eyes like black.
Yep.
So yeah, they saved him a lot of. But this is what I was gonna say. So after the fight, when Ortiz was doing his press conference,
Mhm.
Ortiz's face was all marked up from the jab, and I'm like, Lubin don't even snap his jab; he pushes it.
Yeah.
Boots is gonna be in a southpaw position. That jab is gonna be pumping.
It's going to be
I
pumping.
said, oh, he can't beat him. He can't beat him.
Right
when I looked at him, I said, he can't beat him.
He got to keep his distance. If he get crowded and get thrown off rhythm, it's going to be hard to put that jab out there with something harder coming back. That's what I'm saying. If Boots can create the distance, see, like I said, with Crawford, he got the long ass arm, so it's easy for him to do that. Boots, if he can keep that space and that distance and pump that jab, and make Ortiz gunshot, it's gonna be an easy night. But if he can't, gonna get caught with something. Anybody can get hurt. Anybody can get hurt. You hit him the right way at the right time, anybody can get hurt. But like I said, Boots in that fight, he's going to have to stick to the game plan. Can't get reckless, can't make mistakes. Because one punch, he get wobbled, Ortiz is gonna come for the kill. And them shots coming hard and fast. So
listen, I agree with you, man. But what he served me in the Lubin fight, I just don't see it. Like, I don't know. Like, I ain't gonna say like if I do percentage wise, I give Ortiz like a 30% chance of beating.
30, man.
30, man.
That
Lubin fight. Another thing he did in the Lubin fight, bro. And I was just like face pumping, like, what the? He don't fight in rhythm, and he try to force the fight. Like his head he start leaning in the punch. I'm like, bro, Boots is gonna have a field day with that.
Right. Like I said, if he can, I just look at the Madonna fight. You know what I'm saying? But even when he fought Broner, he mauled the guy, and it throws that rhythm off. You've been in that ring, and somebody's all on you. It's the same thing that happened with that. I forget the guy who handed Roy his first knockout. He crowded Roy. He just came in there, head down, swinging, throwing punches. He caught Roy eventually. He wore him down from that pressure, and he caught him. Roy was a rhythm fighter. You know what I'm saying? When you start smothering him, throwing punches like that, you can throw a rhythm fighter off if they don't know how to deal with it. Like I said, I'm giving the fight to Boots, but that will be my game plan because he ain't gonna go in there outbox him. He ain't gonna do it. You know what I'm saying? So the only chance he has is to make the fight a dirty fight, a rough fight, rough him up. What he's lacking in speed, talent, and skill, he can make up with determination. You know what I'm saying? And just with energy. If he keeps on hitting, Boots will get tired. If you don't get him out of there early, Boots will get tired. And if you keep on hitting, Benavidez is like that too. That guy keeps coming. And eventually, that power and the speed gonna wear you down if you don't know how to deal with it. Because he gonna hit you. So I wouldn't give it 30. You like 30, man. I'll give him 40, 42% chance. That's what I give him. And
That's not bad. That's fair.
Because I give Boots the edge because of his pedigree, his father being a trainer. They gonna see it. They're gonna prepare for different things. They're gonna prepare if Ortiz tries to box him. They're gonna prepare if Ortiz tries to maul him. They're gonna prepare, and his dad's gonna It's going to be his eyes out there. He's going to see everything and make adjustments. So that's why I give another reason why I give Boots, you know, the advantage. But Ortiz, he would win that fight. It could be an upset. He ain't gonna be no Stanionis. I never tell you that. That guy is small.
How you feel about Joseph Parker PED test?
Man,
excuse me, failed test. It was cocaine.
Cocaine. Well, you know what? Here's my thing. He failed it for cocaine. He popped for cocaine. Okay. A lot of these guys, see, the fans don't know, you know, the backstories. All they know is what's put out there in the media. They don't know the backstories. The backstories is these guys are getting hit in the head. Okay. They blunt force trauma to the head. That causes all kinds of psychological issues, depression. It can cause, you know, fits of rage. So a lot of these guys, they look for ways of hope. I mean, just think about even with entertainers. Look what happened to Prince and Michael Jackson. So they got hooked on stuff. They ain't killers and shit, you know? So we don't know. We don't know what this guy was going through. Everybody think everybody's supposed to be perfect if you're an athlete. No, these people are human. You know, they're gonna have issues. You know, they're gonna be dealing with, you know, maybe he's dealing with something financial. You know, maybe he's depressed. Maybe, you know, family issues that causes you to start using that, you know, cocaine, drugs, or whatever. So we don't know. I can't sit there and condemn the guy because I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Most people, they're condemn. You know, they'll say, hey, you know, he's a drug addict. We don't know. You know, you can't throw stones, you know, if your house made glass. So, I mean, me personally, if it was some stuff, steroids or something like that, that's a different story. But cocaine, I would say he needs help. First, he needs to, you know, admit he has a problem. If it's a problem, you know, he could have, I don't know, he could have been partying, you know, hit some lines and, I gotta, not supposed to do it, of course, but you know how people are. People want to, you know, they want their booger sugar, you know what I'm saying? So that's my take on that. I can't condemn the guy. But also Sugar Ray, back in the day, he was, you know, was on that could be used as a performance enhancer too. You know, somebody on coke. You know, they be coked up like Tony Montana, man, right?
It's funny you said that. See, because CT, you got a good heart.
Yeah,
I'm a little bit more judgmental than you because I look at it like this. I look at it in the mind of a cheater, right? Yeah. And sometimes you got to put on their shoes. You know what I mean? Ain't that what they said about Victor Conte before he passed away? Yep. I look at it like this. If I'm a fighter that's using PEDs and I know that cocaine is a stimulant, I could always say, well, you know, I was having a good time. You know, I was depressed with my life or whatever the case may be, because it's like when thumbless gloves wasn't against the rules, that the people that got the benefit of the thumbless gloves broke the rules, but it wasn't against the rules then. Right. So you know what I mean? So it's the same thing with cocaine. Sugar Ray and them was doing cocaine, whether they wanted it to be a PED or not. Right. It was a performance enhancing drug. It was a stimulant.
Exactly.
So the fighters today, I feel like if they got drug abuse or whatever the case may be, we're gonna always see this song and dance of, well, I was just having a good time. Like, maybe you're just cheating. Because I remember, listen, this is what I do remember. This is what I do remember, T. Mm-hmm. He fought Joe Joyce, and he was way overweight in that fight. Muscles didn't have no tone or anything, and he was knocked out. When I tell you that dude went to the fountain of youth, got abs and everything at the age of 33, 34, then came back and was knocking stuff out. When he knocked Broccoli out, I was shocked. I was like, oh my God.
Yeah.
Broccoli?
Yeah.
He treated him like a child. So I was like, man, he might be on something. I suspected he was on something then. Mm-hmm. So I think Joseph Parker probably do got a problem, but I think so close, having the test so close to the fight, I think he might have been using it as a performance enhancing tool.
Yeah, probably missed his cycle. Probably,
Yes,
get
yes,
off on it.
that's my belief. Yes,
Just like Ryan did. Ryan, didn't get off. Just think about this. Think about if Ryan got off a week earlier. That whole thing would have been totally different. You see what I'm saying? So it makes you wonder when you see fighters excel, uncharacteristic excel, and they have ups and downs in their career. One fight, they just destroy. The next fight, they barely win. It makes you think like,
facts.
you know what I'm saying? Was he on something then and got away with it? And then, the drug testing was a little bit more stricter. In this fight, he couldn't use as much. You know what I'm saying? It's like it's like when you look at athletes over the decades, the records are not being smashed. They're being broken, but they're close. Look at the 100-meter dash. Those records are, tenths of a second. The human body is not advancing leaps and bounds like that unless you got some help.
Talk about it.
LeBron, that dude is on something. I'm telling you, that dude is on something. Jordan was a physical phenom, but Jordan's body succumbed to natural, degradation. Bron, yeah, you can say in the beginning he was a phenom, but at this age, he's going still. No. That's called he's a billionaire, and he can use stuff that they can't detect yet. That's what that's called. That's what that's called. I said that about Pacquiao too. Sorry, I'm gonna get a lot of backlash for that, but to me, how do you go knocking out guys that naturally weigh 40 pounds more than you, then struggling with Jeff Horn?
Hey, you know what's funny about that? I can remember being young, and Maurice Green was really, really fast.
Yeah.
I remember Maurice Green was a beast.
Yeah.
They all running his record.
Yep.
That's the minimum. You can't even get in running with Maurice Green.
Right. He's slow now. He considered slow. Right.
You just like, so the guy just after 2005 say, you know what, I'm gonna make some superhumans. Or they just getting better medication and they know how to get around. You are 100% right. Ryan Garcia is another one. I can't remember. I think he fought Duarte. Ryan Garcia hit Duarte with a left hook I didn't even see.
Right.
I had to watch it on the replay.
It was so fast they had to slow it down because he was coming in. It was a counter, and I'm like, I thought Duarte tripped or something. I'm like, wait a minute, what?
Facts. I'm like, man, this man trying to throw the fight.
Right. You know what I'm saying? Did you see that fight, Mike? You see that fight? You should pull it up. He was coming back, and it was like, bam, and it was so fast. You had to wait a minute. What happened to old boy? He slowed it down. He caught him with a nice check hook coming in, and it was with power. Usually, a punch like that, you sacrifice, speed to land the punch versus sitting on it for power. He was able to do both. He was able to do both, and he was doing the same thing when he fought Haney. He was hitting Haney. He sacrificed getting hit with that jab, and to land that hook. He said, "Okay, I'm gonna eat your jab, but you're gonna eat my hook. So which one's gonna hurt the most?" So you had Haney doing the same.
You know what's funny about you saying that?
What's that?
That's how you know Ryan Garcia was on PEDs. Because
yeah.
I watched the pre-fight. The man said he drunk every single day.
Yep.
Every single day.
Yep.
And he still had the balls to stand there and trade punches with a guy who we know is in good shape. Devin Haney don't have a reputation for showing up out of shape. And matter of fact, it's the opposite. They call him a weight bully because he's able to pull down all that weight. And he said, you know what? I'm gonna stand there and let you trade punches with you. You just like, man, that man on PED.
The
But I
punch
mean,
resistance was crazy. It was
crazy. Yes,
Let's
yes,
check
yes.
this out. The same 1-2 combination. It was a left followed by a straight right. Put Regis Prograde down. He hit Ryan with the same punch. Ryan went to Roy Rage. It was like, come on, I want some more.
Yeah, start hitting
That's
his gloves
how you
together.
know,
Bro,
right?
like, yeah, man.
Yep.
Yeah, come on, Bane. He Bane from Batman now. Come on, Bane.
Exactly. That's how
Yeah,
you
that
know.
man was definitely on something. You are 100% right. And you know what? They need to start making it to where like do like a 3-strike rule like for the Hall of Fame. Like I feel like the Hall of Fame is like the most honorable thing you can get post career. Start disqualifying them like the baseball did Pete Rose. Like, come on, man. We not hitting balls. They punching people in the head. And Devin Haney's the only case where I've seen where the guy got cheated in a fight and became public enemy number one amongst the public.
It's a culture. It's the culture. The culture is with social media. What it did. It allowed it allowed non-true boxing fans to be spectators. So now everything is about image and ego. It's not about actually what's fair, the rule, what's right. It's about image. Oh, you can't be no punk. Oh, you trying to sue him? Oh, that's weak. The man cheated. That was clear when he fought Roe. He was totally different. Couldn't do anything with Roe. The man cheated. And think about it. You know, who said? I forget the guy's name. He fought Spence, but he has a degree in, I think, sports nutrition. He was doing an interview. He said that actually there were several trace substances in Ryan's system. You know, the one that popped for that was over the permissible limit. And when they tested them the day before and then the day of. And the levels was dropping down. You know, if anybody is familiar with PED doping, just like in bodybuilding, you cycle and you give your body a chance to rid the substance out of your system so you can't be detected when they test. So Ryan was on several things. It's just he got popped for one, that the traces were still high. The other ones, it was in the system, but the traces was low. It was permissible. Okay. So I forget the guy's name. He said that things that he got popped for was some serious stuff. You know, and then you gotta understand this. Whenever you have big money involved and people making money off of the event, you're gonna have a lot of corruption. It's gonna be a lot of corruption. You know, you have millions and millions of dollars. You have the boxing event televised. You know, you have the promoters. You have all these people involved making money off of this. So yeah, they're gonna say they don't care. It's about the money for them. You know, they're gonna say, you know what? Yeah, he did a little something. You don't care. Let it slide. Show must go on. Let's all get paid. So I can understand a lot of people knowing about, you know, in the industry, knowing what's going on, but they don't want to say anything because it's too much money involved. You know, it's too much money involved. It's going to be very hard to keep boxing clean with all that money. And the fans don't care. The fans want to see Rock'em Sock'em Robot. They want to see these guys beat their brain. They don't care about these guys' health. You know, I mean, think about it. Like you said, Devin got trashed, you know, and he wasn't the guy that cheated. Go figure. You know, go figure.
And it's the coldest part about that, what you just said. They asked Turkey Al-Rashid whenever he was on not Dante Boxing Nation, the Boxing Voice. They said, you remember my friend, they want to tell you something. They asked him about testing. Because I said this like a couple days before. Turkey talking about charity, paydays, 2 Ferraris, everything but cleaning up the sport as far as PEDs.
Right.
And he could do it. He got so much power in the game. The man trolled everybody with a shrinking ring, and we believed it because he got enough money to do it. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
So if he wanted clean sport, he could make it happen overnight, especially with all the fights that he's making happen. So he said, well, we all use Invada, and Invada is considered like the gold standard because they test. Right. Yeah, they testing how frequent they test you. You can't have so many missed tests. But if you look at the situation that happened with Joe Parker, even Vada, cocaine.
Yep.
There are people on probation who can't even get past cocaine. Right. And y'all supposed to be the best of the best testers. How did y'all find that before the fight? How does it conveniently come out after the fight that the man was on cocaine?
They want that money. They wanted to go. They wanted to go. Say, hey, you popped, but we got all this stuff vested. I'm not about to lose any money. So you guys gonna be quiet. Let these guys go ahead, go through, and then we'll get them on the back end. That's what happened. I mean, like I said, when it comes down to it and money's involved, Turkey, he wants to see the brutality. He wants to see the brutality in war and bloody battles. I used to be like that back in the day when Tyson used to fight. But then, when I saw what happened to Gerald McClellan, and I saw how the boxing industry just turned their backs on him, and how this man, suffered all this brain damage, and he needs 24/7 care. And I started saying to myself, you know what? I commend fighters who fight defensively. Hit and not get hit. And you hear these, the old time fighters like James Tony, can barely talk. And you say to yourself, at what point do you sacrifice your health? When you don't have to. You can fight a different way. You don't have to go toe to toe, beat your brains. That's what Turkey wants. That's why he made that ring small, with the Crawford Canelo fight. He wanted to see Canelo and Crawford beat each other's brains out because that's going to bring excitement. Excitement brings money. That's what that is. And for me, I don't want to see that because these are human beings. Okay, these guys got wives, kids, they have relatives. And when their career is over, they're going to have to live. And you don't want them punch drunk. They can barely remember their name. I saw an interview with Floyd was talking about how, his Uncle Roger was going fits of rage because he didn't remember who Floyd was. He thought that his handlers was robbing, because of all the brain trauma. And in that interview, Floyd started crying. And you realize these people are human beings. So these are the things that I think about now. That's why, like fighters like Devin Haney. If you can win without getting beat up, Shakur Stevenson. If you can win without getting your brains beat in, I mean, think about it. The last fight Shakur had, he called himself, I'm going to sit there and I'm going to fight these guys fight the way they want me to fight. And he got wobbled several times. Unnecessary. Trying to be the tough man, your career is not going to be long taking that kind of abuse. You don't have to. Use your skill. Use your gifts and talents. You have speed. Stick and move. Hit and not get hit. Forget what the fans say. Because they're not going to be there, if you get an aneurysm or brain trauma or severely injured. They're not going to sit there and give you some money and help you out with your medical bills. They're not going to do that. They're going to cash you away and go to the next guy. So, yeah, I mean, Turkey, he wants blood, and he wants the barbaric type of fight. The slugfest. That's what he wants, you know. And I don't think the fighters, smart fighters, are going to fall in. But the guy, like you said, the guy got power, man. He's, you know, so it's like this dude, he's put the fights together, you know, and fighters are gonna end up leaving their promoters if they can't get the fights they want. They're gonna join with this guy. So,
Hey, you cooking on you know one thing you said I wanted to piggyback on?
what's that?
When you talked about nobody gonna give them nothing at the end of their career. You are 100% absolutely right. Wilfred Benitez just died, youngest champion has ever been in the history of the sport. Not a lot of people even reported on Wilfred Benitez dying. So it's like, what did he count for? He gave the game blood, sweat, and tears, and all it takes is one punch. One punch is all it takes. You can have the durability to take 1,000 punches. That one punch, it might send you to where you never come back, and then you pooping on yourself. It just, I know exactly what you're talking. When I watch Gerald McCullough, I'm like, damn, I cannot, especially when you've seen them in their highest form of superiority.
The G-Man in 95, 94, 90. I remember the G-Man when he took out the Hawk twice. I was like, man, he took out the Hawk, you know? That's when he was the man. Look at him now. Blind, deaf, you know?
Yep.
I mean, it's sad, you know? But the average fan, they don't know that. That's why when, you know, I'm on YouTube and I, you know, comment on videos, I go back and I copy the link, you know, of the documentary of that, and I share it with people. I let them know this is the risk these guys take. And now you got a history where these fighters see this damage and they're choosing to use their skills. To me, there ain't nothing wrong with the way Chris Stevenson fights. If you can't beat him, if you can't beat his style, that's on you. That's on you. You know, if he's hitting you more than you can hit him, and he's not taking the damage, and he's winning the fight and getting paid, that's the way it is. To me, that's like Floyd basically gave you the blueprint. You know, the man is almost 50. He's living his life. Got the money, you know, have all his faculties, got his grandkid, you know, got his family, you know. He's living a life. He didn't take that much damage. But you look at somebody like Shane Mosley, he can barely talk. Shane Mosley can barely talk. All of those wars, taking all that punishment. But he didn't have to, because he wanted to be a tough man. Man, you got to be a smart man in this sport. Guys are hitting too hard. Guys are faster. You know, stakes are higher. So you just got to use your brain. And Turkey is cool because he's putting the fights together. But I didn't like that small ring. And he said, I'm going to give a bonus for a knockout. You want these guys to beat their brains in, man. Come on.
He got that from Dana.
Yeah.
We already know how Dana treat fighters, but he got that from Dana.
Exactly.
And it's like you said, it's like Turkey claimed that he is a youth fan of the sport, and I believe him on that because he talked about Larry Holmes. It's so crazy how you have a no running rule, but Larry Holmes is your favorite fighter.
Right, right.
He didn't say Mike Tyson, and it's another thing you said that's important. When Customato got Mike Tyson, he said, "Oh my God, I got one of the dudes who could potentially be one of the hardest punchers of all time." He didn't teach Mike to just stand in the pocket and just trade blows. He taught him a style that was efficient for him to make a person miss and make them pay. He was a counter puncher that could knock you out.
Yep.
Essentially. And that's what the sweet science is. Hit and not get hit. And that is very important that you brought that up because, like, we getting away from that. Like, people online don't realize these fighters are human beings. You don't have to watch them if you don't want to. If you're not a fan of a particular style, you are not forced to support them. You don't have to. But there's somebody out there for like that likes that style or that's inspired by it. Everybody talks stuff about Floyd, but every fighter now that consider themselves slick emulate him.
Exactly. I mean, he's the blueprint. The guy made the most money, you know, broke records, set trends. I mean, I had the privilege to go to several of his fights. Floyd fights in Vegas wasn't just fight night. It was Floyd fight weekend. Everybody who was anybody was there for the whole weekend. The before the fight parties, the after fight parties, airlines, they would jack the daggone prices up because of the fight. You know, hotels would jack the prices up. The limos jack the prices up because of his fights. So, and then now, you know, afterwards, he could do all the business transactions, you know, have business partners all around the world. You know, he set the blueprint. And I don't care who you are in the fight, you can't tell me that if you had a choice for your career, you wouldn't want to go undefeated, fighting the most world champions consecutively and beating them, making the most money, taking the least amount of damage. Come on, man. I mean, how can you go wrong with that career? So yeah, they're trying to do it, but unfortunately, what's really messing it up is you have way too many promoters in the sport who they're scared to let their fighters fight somebody who's a real threat. Because, you know, when you start losing, that's going to affect your marketability, which affects your money. So having that, you know, one loss or undefeated. Remember Lubin, before he lost. Lubin he's the next thing coming up. You know, it was all over him. He's a young guy, and then he got knocked out. And then next thing you know, his name, you know, fizzled out. So, I mean, I get the game. It's more of a business now instead of a real sport. You know, it's more of a protect your interest. You're gonna fight this guy because we think, you know, the matchmakers, we think, you know, you can beat him. That's what Top Rank does. You know, Turkey, he wants everybody to fight everybody. And I like that aspect. But the Rock'em Sock'em Robot, I don't like that aspect.
You know, it's funny that you said that, right? Brandon Rios, never forget. Brandon Rios got, I think, 2 fights with Mike Alvarado, and those are exciting fights. And they're literally Rock'em Sock'em. They stand right in the center of the ring and were beating the hell out of each other. Mm-hmm. Nobody cares about that fight. They don't make that fight of the century. Mm-hmm. Nobody even wonders or cares what Brandon Rios is doing now. Mm-hmm. And it's like the one thing the fans say they want, they really don't want that. What they really want is they fighter to win. That's at the heart of it. Right. They want their fighter to win. If they fighter can't win, they're gonna make excuses to why. Oh, well, all he did was ran. Well, what was your person doing to stop that?
Exactly. They did that.
So he popped in the film, seen he got a dude that's a mover, and then came and expected him to fight different on that night. What kind of
right? Like, duh.
you know that would be like post fight if Marcos Maidana said, "Look, I would have won the fight, but Floyd just kept moving around. I didn't know he was a mover." What? So you didn't watch film?
Right, exactly. You know, sort of like how Canelo's fans turned on him. They turned on him. You know, before the fight, Canelo go dog walk Crawford. You know, he's too big. You know, he's the power. When Crawford feel the power, I kept telling everybody, I said, listen, for years, Crawford has been draining himself. Crawford is bigger than what you think. Crawford lifted those weights. Crawford can wrestle. Crawford has great balance. Crawford, once he, you know, gets that weight on him, punch resistance is going to be a lot higher. Because think about it, the brain is made up mostly of water. So if you dehydrate it, that's going to severely affect your cognitive ability, because your brain is also dehydrated. He wasn't depleted. He was strong. And Canelo felt it. Canelo said, damn, I thought I was going to have all these advantages, but Crawford is dead on strong state. And that's why, you know, it wasn't that Canelo, yeah, he was older, had a lot of miles on him, but he still couldn't punch. He still was Canelo. He still was able to take fighters deep into the fight and then, hurt them or get them out or get them in trouble. He couldn't do that with Crawford. He couldn't do that with Crawford. Crawford had pretty good defense, even though he got hit quite a bit. His punch resistance was much higher. Think about it. Gamboa wobbled Crawford. But Canelo hit Crawford flush several times. And Crawford laughed it off. So what was the difference? When he fought Gamboa, he was a 135, right? He was bleeding. His punch resistance.
There's an old Top Rank clip. I can't remember what fight it was. I seen it a long time ago. But Bud had to do a lot of stuff just to make weight.
Yeah, in the back.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I
looked
really,
like
the
a
back.
skeleton.
Yep.
I remember that,
Yep.
and it makes sense what you said. Yeah, he that just show how special Crawford is. The fact that he wasn't even at 100% at them weights and still was able to go in there, outskill him, think for 12 rounds. That's hard. Like you said, the brain is the first thing to lose while the last thing to hydrate. To maintain mental stamina for 12 rounds, you are one of a human being. That is some crazy next level body right there. Like that is crazy. That is crazy. Canelo, man, look, I might be I might be one of the people that's being hard on Canelo just because I felt like Canelo had everything. He went to Turkey, said, I'll fight Bud, but I gotta fight in Vegas. We know why he wanted to fight in Vegas. We know about the judging in Vegas. And the judges that judged his fight judged his last 3 fights.
Right.
So I'm like, okay, I know why you want to do a Bivol situation where it's only all Canelo had to do was move his arms in 1 round, and that would have been a draw.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm like, okay, you setting the stage. That man went in there and touched gloves at the end of the round.
Mm-hmm.
In the last round, didn't fight at all. He showed no urgency. And then after the fight, he started talking about a hypothetical match between Bud and Floyd. I'm like, damn, how hard did you hit him, Bud? Mm-hmm. This man is talking about a hypothetical match between the guy who just beat him and the guy who was retired that beat him.
I'm gonna tell you why.
That man too hard.
I'm gonna tell you why. Several things happened with Canelo. Okay, first and foremost, the first thing, Canelo did not train as hard as he should have for that fight. The reason why is because he was so confident. It gets to a point where you hear everybody talk about your power, and you the man. You haven't been beat at 168, and you got the power. You start to stop doing the things that got you there. You start doing the Mike Tyson situation, relying on that one punch power. I'm not gonna train a defense of stamina. So all I need to do is touch you one time, and that's it. Deontay Wilder. I'm not gonna get better with my skill set. So all I need to do is touch you going to be. That. What if you don't touch them? What if they can take the punch? Then what? What you got next? And that's what happened. Canelo did not train the way he should train. If somebody put a gun to Canelo, one of Canelo family members, and say you're gonna win this fight or else, Canelo would have trained his ass off. He would have came in there with a sense of urgency. He would have took it more seriously. Guy thought Crawford was Charlo. That's what he thought. He thought Crawford was Charlo. And he went in there and took him like Canelo knows that he didn't give it his all. Not because he didn't try, because he didn't prepare for what Crawford was bringing before the fight during the camp. I saw it. He took him to it was all nice and respectful, and he didn't go in there with a sense of urgency. He didn't go in there like he went in there with Billy Joe Saunders or Plant. He wanted to hurt them guys. He was throwing hell at those guys. He didn't go in there with Crawford because he thought Crawford was Charlo. He even said it in all the lead up to the fight interviews. You're no different. You're not. I'm going to show you it's different. You're nothing special. You know, he just underestimated Crawford. And he went into that fight, and that's one of the reasons when Crawford was hitting him, he was shocked. He was like, damn, he knew I messed up. I messed up. I took this guy lightly. This guy came in there seriously, you know, and I can't do nothing with it now. You can't go back while you're fighting and perform a training camp.
Yep, that's the wrong place to find out you in the ring.
Exactly.
Where's the finale?
Right. And he knew it. He's a veteran, 60-something fights. He knew it. He knew he took this guy like, and there was nothing he could do. So, but to give credit, and he's still pissed off with Floyd. So he's going to take every opportunity to try to say, Crawford is way better than Floyd, to take the heat off of him and to throw shade at Floyd. That's what he's going to do. You know, I mean, and I get it. It's a tactic. Deflect. You know, you got to say Crawford is the best guy you faced when the dude literally just embarrassed you. When you was talking all that crap, just like Spence. Spence went in there and I ain't gonna take no tune-ups and this and that. And that. Yeah, you got your ass beat. You got mollywopped. So he had to give Crawford, you know, his flowers. Because he knew he went in there, you know, I'm gonna steamroll this guy. And you got steamrolled. So, you know, it gets to the point where these guys are humble. They're humble. And you know, as a professional, they gotta sit back and they gotta eat that crow. And that's what Canelo did, that's what Spence did. They had to eat that crow. That's what Benavidez did when he fought Crawford. You know, after the fight, he was like, man, this dude hit hard. Right, you gotta give him his flowers. He just beat your ass. What you gonna say? He cheated. No? He beat your ass. That's what happened. So, but I don't like the fact that, because I was at the fight, the Canelo Crawford fight. I was at that fight.
Okay, better man than me. I got 1,000 excuses. I'd have been like, yo, I ate a Jolly Rancher when I was 5, and the doctor said it wouldn't properly digest, you know. But I ain't make, you know what they say they finna make an excuse when they say I ain't making no excuses, but
right.
That excuse for the tough. I remember Nonito Donaire got beat by what's that dude name? Rigondeaux. And I remember thinking, I thought Nonito Donaire was gonna walk through him like, because he had like 14 fights, 15 fights. Nonito was coming out of a knockout of the year, everything. He took Nonito to school, like he schooled him. He bad. And after the fight, Nonito said, I ain't gonna make no excuses, but you know, my eye got jammed in there, and I was seeing double in part of the fight. When I tell you that crowd lost it booing Nonito, they lost it booing Nonito.
Yeah, they was literally crying. It was the 9th round, and you know we cheering. Everybody's, you know, it was quiet. It was kind of quiet, whatever. And I'm sitting there, I'm tipsy with them. I'm like, you know, it was grown men was crying. They was, what's wrong? Their girlfriends, their wives was literally crying. After the fight was over, it was people getting into so many fights because, you know, the pro Crawford guys, they was rubbing it in. They was rubbing it in. You know, the Canelo fans, they weren't trying to hit. It was hilarious. You know, I got a lot of videos of that, but I wasn't shocked at all. You know, I wasn't shocked because I had experienced that space. You know, I mean, it wasn't, to me, Canelo probably won 2 rounds. And that was, in my opinion, because Crawford gave him those rounds. You know, Crawford.
I was extremely shocked, though. I was extremely shocked because we in a sport where we done seen a dude eyeball hanging out the socket.
Yeah.
And the referee says, and the new. We're like, wait a minute, hold up, what?
Right.
And this is Canelo in Vegas. Because I even told somebody, I said, bro, okay, let's go through that. I said, how does Terrence Bud Crawford beat Canelo? They say he got to outbox him. I said, that's true. Do you think that the judges will get it right? And he started thinking about it. I'm like, we in Vegas. That's why I was shocked. I wasn't so much shocked at the performance of Bud because I knew Bud had it in him.
Mhm.
But I was more shocked that the judges got it right. Like they shocked me, if anything.
But I think they had no other choice because, I think they had no other choice because Crawford was letting you know he was in full control of the fight during the fight. He was smiling and standing there. He was walking towards Canelo. He was standing in the pocket. He was showing people like, hey, I'm going to be the guy that's going to initiate. I'm going to be the guy that's going to come out on top after each exchange. He went back smiling at him and then when Canelo touched his gloves, that was admission right there. That was admission like, okay, man, I underestimated. Everybody saw it. Everybody, when he wanted to reach.
Oh yeah, I know it was over then. I knew he would not be there for the late rounds. That little concession, I said it's over.
Yep.
Bud is a fighter that get better down the stretch.
Yep.
And Canelo's a fighter that fade down the stretch.
Yep.
If you show that little mental concession, I'm like, oh yeah, it's over.
And
this is the crazy part about it.
What's that?
All Canelo had to do, and I told somebody this. I said, bro, if I had any connection to Canelo in this corner, I would have told Canelo to thumb that cut or headbutt that cut to slow Bud's momentum down. Get the referee to break up the action. Do something to where you break, because Bud is a rhythm fighter. If you can break Bud's rhythm, clinch him and tie him and hold him, you can win these last couple rounds because it'll be hard to score. You know what I mean? With the judges and your Canelo. A tie gonna go to you. Tie goes to the favorite.
Right.
So all you got to do is slow down the momentum. Eddie Reynoso didn't give him no instructions, no adjustments. No, Eddie Reynoso is trash as a trainer.
Because they were supposed to steamroll Crawford. He was too small. He couldn't take the punch. He's not going to be able to do anything but get on his bicep. That was the whole thing, whole MO. And when that didn't happen, they did not train for plan B and plan C. That's what I was saying about the preparation. They said, all right, he's Charlo. He's Charlo. All you got to do is go in there. He's going to have energy in the beginning of the fight, but eventually you're going to catch him and you're going to hurt. That's what they trained for. They didn't train for what actually showed up. It could have been a much more competitive fight had they trained for it. And I keep telling everybody, there's no need for a rematch because in the 12th round, Bud decided, I want to really hit this dude. He hit Canelo. People that, slowed it down. They blew it up. There was no tripping over no foot. Canelo legs buckled. At the end of 12, he hit Canelo in exchange. He hit Canelo flush. And you can see it. Canelo is one of those guys, he got a great chin, so you're not going to knock him out cold. You're going to wobble him first, and you're going to have to keep punching him in order for him to fall. He was wobbled. So a rematch, Crawford is going to pick up from round 12, first fight. He's going to know now, I can hurt this guy and knock him out. So I'm going to go in there, and I'm going to really hit him. So Canelo needs to avoid Crawford. He's not. Spence needs to avoid Crawford. They're not beating Crawford.
When I tell you the disappointment in Canelo, not only did Canelo go in there, that was David and Goliath for modern day. He beat the man into an arm sling. The man had to go get surgery after the fight.
Yeah.
When that happened, I was like, oh my God, like this is just so crazy.
Yep.
Listen, and that just showed to me that Eddie Reynoso is really a rookie when it comes to this. Because back in the day, when a fighter was jumping up, whether it was Ezra Charles jumping up to fight a big man, they knew that a fighter that can fight. Right. And you gotta, they not just gonna roll over because you the bigger guy. You gotta actually go in there and earn it. And the fact that they thought this was gonna be some light stuff, some light sparring, like the Charlo stuff, he's gonna take a knee. It just shows that the inexperience of them. Bud hasn't showed anything close to that his entire career. No matter how big or little the fight is, he get knocked down, he got back up. Like he ain't showed no quitting him. So to expect the fight to be like a Charlo fight is absolutely inexperienced.
Think about it from their perspective. Before Charlo fought Canelo, he didn't show that either. He didn't show that either. He showed heart. The way he was getting hit by Brian, he showed heart. He didn't show any signs that he was going to lay down before the Canelo fight. So you can't really say, because in hindsight, yeah, you see the outcome of Charlo Canelo. You see Charlo didn't give it 50%, you know, but you didn't know that going into the fight. The same way you didn't know that Crawford was going to fight the way he fought going into the fight. People are going off of your last performance and your history in order to have some kind of prediction to the future. So I said this before. I said Crawford is smart. Crawford really smart. His camp, Womack and his turn, those guys are smart. Those guys are street smart also, because they played everybody. He purposely, before the Spence fight, you know, when he fought that David Avenesian, he purposely didn't look good. That way, it gave, you know, Spence even more confidence. Again, before the Canelo fight, you know, when he fought the guy before Canelo, he purposely didn't look good. And what that did, that made Canelo, his trainers, even more confident when they look back. Oh, you struggled at 154. You barely won that fight. You this and that, this, that. He's sitting there like, yeah, y'all keep thinking that. Keep thinking that. Have easy training camp. You keep thinking that. You keep thinking, you know, this guy was on my level. You keep thinking that. That way, when you fight me, you're going to say, oh, walk this guy down. Or, you know, steamroll this guy. Then when they show you something else, you're not prepared. We used to do that street racing back in the 90s. You know, we lose against people in our camp. Slower cars. And then when the other guys came, they, hey, we got 500 on this, 500 on that, 1,000 on that. Cool. Give us a couple of cars. All right, we'll spot you out 2 cars. And we would dog walk and take their money. And they didn't know what happened. So, yeah.
Yeah. Hey, it's got being in America is a hustle. In
That's
general,
right.
you gotta watch out for stuff like that. Hey, me and my brother used to always have a saying from the first prison. You remember when he got hustled at the pool hall? All you got to do is put the balls in the hole, Uncle Phil. But I wanted to get your opinion on this. Before we get into that, we gonna get into the meat and potatoes of why we all came. So let me show this video and then we'll get into it.
All right.
You down? You can't. I can't. Boy, you ain't got nothing in them gloves.
Remember this day.
I'm gonna remember every last piece of every day.
After the fight,
Debo Haney finna get hit with a brick.
I'm gonna be like,
you know what's in these gloves,
I
Sean.
told you.
You know what's in these gloves.
You violate, I'm gonna demonstrate.
Well, stop trying to left little, but you trying to steal quotes and stuff.
You violate, I'm gonna
steal quotes, brother.
You violate, I'm gonna demonstrate.
I want y'all to play them tapes back with Floyd saying everything this man saying.
You violate, and we demonstrate.
Everything you see on the outside, you're like, damn, I could do this. Well, he can land this shot. If you make any mistakes, you have to pay. You make any mistakes, you have to pay.
Devin Haney after the 20.
He was supposed to do that. He was supposed to do that.
Get his ass knocked out.
We didn't know Brian Norman. He was supposed to do that. We knew he was gonna do this.
I'm in a no-win situation, no matter what happens. If I beat Manny Pacquiao, you know what they're gonna say? You supposed to beat him. You Floyd Mayweather. You the bigger man. And then if I outbox him, they're gonna say it was a boring fight. But then if I knock him out, they're gonna say, well, you supposed to knock him out. He been knocked out before. This is like I said before. I'm in a no-win situation, no matter what happens.
Stop telling me like I ain't teach Drake everything he knows.
Hold on, you taught Drake everything he knows.
Y'all ain't hear Drake on his first song? Tell me what's really going on. Drizzy Drake back in this thing already. That's Soldier. That's my bar. He copied my whole fucking flow.
That's Kiss Me Through the Phone.
He copied my whole fucking flow. Word for word, bar for bar.
Oh.
Don't act like I didn't.
After the fight, play this clip. Look, he
My whole thing up here to change how y'all over here playing. You feel me? So Floyd, he did his thing. I salute to him. He actually one of my favorite fighters. That was his game plan. That was his blueprint. You can't sit here and try to take everything that man did and just run it. That worked for him. Run your own play, brother. You know what I'm saying? So I'm finna sit here and do my thing.
Get off my dick.
Sit here
Get
and
off
not
my. You on my so
you
hard.
Floyd,
You really offend. You really offend. I'm not on no nigga.
Get your own stuff, man. Get your own style. Get your own look. You know what I'm saying? You even got your own swag going on, brother.
And I'm gonna show you.
So,
I'm gonna show you.
Welcome to
Y'all remember this day.
Welcome to the new boxing era. Your boy Brian Norman Jr. finna show you how to do this thing. We sit here to be real professional in the ring and outside the ring. We finna respect each and every last opponent. We just sit here work on.
Devin Haney lost the fight, man. He lost the fight just right there alone. He lost the fight. He lost the fight, man. The fact that B Norman is in his head that much that, you know, he just owning the like, and I ain't never seen this out of Devin Haney. Devin Haney normally can go back and forth and talk with the best of them. The fact that Devin Haney is out there, I don't know. I just stylistically, the Ryan Garcia law, it's just a bunch of stuff Devin Haney battling. I don't see him beating Brian Norman Jr.
I mean, the only way, this is what I see. Yes, Devin Haney, you gotta understand that beating from Ryan Garcia, it was more than what we saw. Okay, Ryan really hurt Devin, and the reason why I say that is because Devin got knocked out and kept getting back up, but look at Devin's face and his head. In order to lump somebody's face up like that with a boxing glove, you have to be hitting hard. Okay? You think about the recent fights where, you know, the person who lost ended up looking at his face. Crawford ain't never lumped somebody's head up like that the way he did Spence. Brian Garcia ain't never lumped somebody up like that the way he did that. That was a lot of damage. I do think that did some damage to Devin. Because like you said, he's not sounding like himself. He's not acting like himself. You know, all of the off-fight antics, getting into it with, you know, fans, things like that. You know, where is all this stuff coming from? You know, the whole wanting to be bad boy. What they call him? Debo Devin.
That's the corniest nickname out of it.
Exactly. You know, where is all this nonsense coming from? It's like the personality has changed. You know, is it the money? Is it the publicity? Is he going through some things psychologically? You know, is it a defense mechanism because he's getting trolled so bad on social media? I don't know, but this is not sounding like that. So, but I do think they're going to be smart. Devin is not going to trade with that guy. Devin is going to use his legs and that jab. In the fight, you know, to most boxing fans, in my opinion, it's going to be a boring fight because Devin is going to stick and move. That's what he's going to do. He's going to go on that bicycle, and he's just going to get the dub. He's not going to go in there and try to do, you know, a Shakur and prove something and get hurt. He ain't going to risk it. He's not going to risk it. He done felt that already. Trying to go up against Ryan and got hurt. So now he's like, nah, I'm going to be smart. I'm going to be smart. I'm going to get the dub. You know, the fans can boo me or whatever. As long as I'm getting paid, as long as I'm getting the W, I can't please everybody. That's what I think Devin is going to do. You know, Brian is going to try. He's going to try. But as far as his ability to cut the ring off, you know, as far as the skill set, if Devin wants to box and not get hit, I don't see Brian being able to cut the ring off.
Oh, it's funny you said Debo Devin. I ain't gonna lie, I cringe whenever I hear that. Because it don't even fit Devin Haney. Like he actually feather fisted. Like, why would you give him the name Debo? I get like and then I feel like Devin Haney be running with the joke. I would be mad as hell they called me Debo Dev. And you know what I mean? I'm feather fisted. You know, like man, don't joke about what I do now. It's the professional. I'll be a little offended, but it's funny you said something about his character and him not behaving like he normally do. Because this clip right here.
How y'all get the opportunity at the belt, but once again, we so blessed to fight him. We're giving you an opportunity. He got the belt. He got the belt. He came to y'all. He got the belt. He did not come to us. That's what you say. He did not come to us. You don't want to do that. Hey. I'm not doing that. You know I'm
Now that was uncharacteristic of Dev.
Exactly.
And you know the last time I seen Devin Haney behave like this when he was about to fight Lomachenko. And I remember he pushed he almost broke Loma's neck just by pushing him in the weigh-in.
Right.
And in that fight, Bill Haney had to give Devin Haney a motivational speech in the championship round because he was fading. And I'm like, he knew that was going to be a tough fight. That's why he was trying to intimidate him. And he's trying to do the same thing with B. Norman Jr. It just ain't working. He too calm, collective. He too cool for school. Like him, even after that, he kept his composure. When dude grabbed him by the shirt, pulled his shirt over, he still was calm. He wasn't panicking and swiping and swinging and windmilling. He just was like, okay, it is what it is. I'm gonna take it out on Devin Haney. You better hope it was worth it.
Right. We gonna see. It's gonna be very, very interesting. Very interesting.
And you know what the coldest part about all of this is? Devin Haney got called out for talking like Floyd Mayweather, which he is.
Right.
B. Norman Jr. talked like T.I.
Yeah.
He got, that's what when he was talking. I heard that taking I'm gonna put three holes in your head like a bowling ball player. That's what I heard. That's what I heard. And it's funny. Look, everything come full circle. I can't help but to draw these computers. Maybe it's my conspiracy brain. Remember T.I. and Floyd had beef too as well.
Yeah.
They ended up getting into a fight. Yeah. I was like, damn, life happened in cycles.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Hey, and I'm not gonna lie to you. There's a saying in boxing that when you become a champion, you become 30% better because of the mental side. You get the belt. The way Brian Norman talking, man, I would be extremely shocked if Devin Haney not just survived a fight, but like won a decision. Like, even if it's close. If it's like the Loma fight, if Devin Haney pull it off, man, he gonna get a ton of credit for me. He gotta instantly be pound for pound, all that good stuff, because I don't see Devin Haney beating Brian Norman Jr. I just can't see it.
You know, I feel you on that, and part of me is saying if everything was fair and realistic, see, but now I understand boxing. I understand who they want to push, who is going to potentially make the most money and draw the most, the most fans. Is it going to be Brian Norman or is it going to be Devin? Who would you want to see fight somebody like Devin? Somebody like somebody like that. Would you want to see Brian or would you want to see Devin? Teofimo Lopez. You know what I'm saying? Who would you want to see? Devin fight Barrios. Brian Norman fight Barrios. So, I see the machine behind Devin. Because even though Ryan cheated, they took that loss off of his record real fast. They took that off real fast, man. They was like, you're undefeated. You know what I'm saying? Erase all the tapes. You didn't lose that fight. You're undefeated. So if it gets to the point where it's a close fight, it's going to happen. It's like Lomachenko. They wanted Devin to win that fight. They saw he was the younger guy, and they're looking, 2, 3, 4 fights ahead. And Devin, him and his dad, they're posting all these things saying this is our hit list. And there's a lot of good names on that hit list. And Devin is fighting people. He's fighting. You can't say he's looking at anybody. He's fighting. He fought Ryan. People say, well, Devin, he doesn't have a chin. Ryan did knock him out.
That's true.
He kept getting up.
That's true. I don't know where that come from. The Devin Haney can't take a punch and he chinny.
Because he got wobbled. That's all.
Yeah, but I mean, it's boxing. Like, that's crazy. It happens.
I know it. But those, fair weather fans, those casual fans, they don't understand that. People who ain't never been in the ring, they don't understand that. I've been in the ring. You're going to get wobbled. You can get wobbled by a jab. It doesn't mean that you're going to get dropped. And like I said, Devin, look at it. Ryan was known for that left hook, right? He hit him with the left hook. Ryan was on PDs. Devin ate that hook, got dropped, he got back up. Even when he knew, I'm not going to be able to win this fight. I'm not going to beat this guy. He didn't quit. If Ryan didn't let up, Devin, he would have had to kill Devin. So, regardless of killer fist, regardless of the bicycle, one thing I can say so far, Devin is not going to quit. You're going to have to throw the towel in for him. He ain't going to stop. He could have easily did what Ryan did against Tank. Got counted out. With his face all busted up, head all knotted up, he kept getting back up. So, to me, he ain't chin. He ain't chin. Now.
Yeah, when I hear them say that, I just cringe. I'm like, Chinny? Like, do y'all know what Chinny is? Amir Khan is Chinny.
Amir Khan's chinny, right.
Devin Haney's not Chinny. He be getting hit with flush shots. Flush shots is going to wobble you. It should. If a person got half decent, now if it's Paulie Malignaggi, maybe
That's
not.
A different story, man.
But a decent puncher is supposed to wobble you if they catch you clean. That's why they set up combinations to catch you with a clean punch.
Right.
I don't know where that comes from, that Devin Haney is chinny. But as far as, him beating Norman Jr., listen, I gotta look at it. I gotta say this, Bill Haney is probably the best mouthpiece as far as that go. Probably might be ever.
Right.
Maybe ever. Because Kenny Porter was good at putting Sean Porter in position, but as far as the mouthpiece, Kenny Porter used to kind of behave like the fighter. Dev's dad be saying all kind of fly stuff. Matter of fact, since we talked about Floyd Other,
You need some help the other motherfucking night. You need some help the other motherfucking night. You need some help with your son.
You remember that back and forth with him and Floyd? Bill, I'm an undefeated fighter under the lights. I ain't gonna lie, that was entertaining. Yeah. But Bill Haney, he don't take stuff serious. He know he a character, so he knows how to use that.
Like Don King.
Yes, absolutely. And I got to keep it real. If it wasn't for the dads and the sons in this fight, this card would be trash. Nobody talk about Benavidez versus Yard. Yard is from the UK. Mm-hmm. There's a fight coming up this weekend, and most of us ain't even talk about it because I got to be honest, we got American bias. Yep. It just is what it is. UK fighters, they be good, but we just got American bias. I got to be honest about what I do. And it's just American bias. I'm going to watch it. I'm going to commentate it. But am I excited about it? Nah, it ain't. It don't get me up. It don't wake me up in the morning. Like, oh, I got to go see this kind of big. And it was a good fight. I got to keep it real. The first fight was a good fight. It's just my American bias shine through. But as far as this card, Benavidez should give some of his purse to them too. Because they've been selling the hell out of this fight. People forget they're not even the main attraction. They're not even the headliner for this card.
Mm-hmm.
And they carrying the hell out of it.
Yeah, that's true.
So I gotta get him a ton of credit, but then I gotta be realistic in this aspect too. Bill Haney capping, man. Bill Haney didn't want this fight with Brian Norman Jr. Turkey Al-Rashid wanted this fight. And if it was up to Bill Haney and Devin Haney, they wouldn't have went this way. It didn't make any sense. Why would you go up to 47 to arguably fight the best guy at 47? And you never fought there. And then you have a reputation for being pillow-fisted. It just don't make any sense. Money made it make sense. And this is why I gotta give Bill criticism. Bill see the money and run to it. Like when Ryan Garcia missed weight by 3 pounds, he took the money.
Yeah.
He should have just said, nah, what the hell? Make the weight that you agreed to make.
Yeah, but they didn't think Ryan was going to be on PEDs, though. That's the thing about it. They didn't think that.
Agreed. But I mean,
if the Ryan,
he was confident as hell. He was drinking at the weigh-ins. He was doing all this stuff. I mean, I would have had a little skepticism. Like, why this dude so confident? He know
that was all an act. He knew what he was doing already. He was on the PEDs.
Oh yeah, he was. He definitely was.
So he knew. He knew. He was like, I'm gonna get these guys comfortable and confident. They're gonna think I'm having mental issues. But all in all, they don't know that I'm strong. The dude, Ryan looked like he was, 147 cut. When I saw his back, I'm like, come on, man. Come on, dude. Ryan don't look like Ryan. And then the next fight, he fought Rope. He looked totally different. If that Ryan came to fight Devin, yeah, Ryan would have lost against Devin. But if the Ryan that fought Devin came to fight Rolly, he would have knocked Rolly out. Okay?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. And listen, it was a dude arguing with me about PEDs and if they help you or not. And I get it. I get what he's saying. It's like Customato used to be against headgear. And he said headgear gave you like a false sense of confidence. And then you start staying there thinking you could block the punches and take the punches, and you develop bad habits. Right. And it's kind of like mind over matter type thing. Some people, they got an injury, a headbutt or something, it'll protect their eye from getting cut so they can go into the fight. So, I mean, I guess it's situational. The steroid stuff, it definitely helped you. Like, it's in the title, performance, enhancement, drugs. It's going to enhance your performance. And in a game that's split second timing and, God got stamina like 1 inch higher than yours, he better. He gonna beat you he might even stop you in the later rounds. So in a sport that's split second time and all that stuff, it definitely makes a difference. And it showed. If I was in court and I was defending the against PED use, I would use Ryan Garcia in the Devin Haney fight where he admitted he was drinking every day during the camp. He was on Twitter all the time. It was one time they even crashed his Twitter and said, Ryan, let's go train. He said, nah, man, I promised these people I was going to be here till 7:30 and I ain't leaving. I'm like, bro, you're neglecting your training to talk to people on Twitter about Bohemian Grove? I was like, oh, yeah, he cooked. He should have been cooked. If it wasn't for the PEDs, Devin would have probably stopped Ryan Garcia.
Yeah, I agree. Because I saw his first fight at 140 when he fought Regis, okay? And he was hurting Regis without really trying. So I'm saying to myself, Devin has been weight draining himself for a long time. Like I said, that affects your punch resistance. It also affects your stamina and power. Let's think about it. As you're fighting, what's coming out of you? Water. If you're already depleted, you ain't got that much water in you. You're gonna cramp up. Everything is gonna be slow. Your reflex is gonna be slow. People who don't understand the power of PEDs are people who never use it. For instance, back in the day, when Excedrin first came out, that's over the counter, okay? Excedrin first came out. I've always lift weights, always been athletic. Excedrin was the hottest thing because it was the first supplement that had Excedrin. Okay? And I'm going to tell you, I was on Excedrin using that for a long time. working out, playing ball, being able to put up, 65, 70 hours a week at the job, still having anything to do 50 million other things. That stuff you took, and I never took the recommended doses. I always took that. That stuff, when I tell you, if you ever saw the movie Sugar Hill when the father picked that damn what was cocaine or opium, whatever, he was woo. That's the way the Fedra will have you feel.
Oh, I know exactly what you're talking about. What's his name?
The dad.
This
I forget the guy's name.
No Funeral Home. I know you're talking about.
Him with the hair. He woo. That Fedra would have you feeling like you can literally run through a brick wall. And that's just the Fedra. That was, and then they, after athletes and college students that would take that, I think it was some guys in Florida State, and they would fall out because you will keep going. But your body, it would mask your body's really breaking down. You would have unbelievable energy to where you can stay up 24 hours a day, and they banned it. Okay? When you have stuff on the market that is 10 times more potent than that basically you can eat whatever you want and your body's going to convert it to muscle and reflexes, and you already an elite athlete. It's like Ben Johnson. Ben Johnson blew everybody away. You know what I'm saying? Blew everybody away, and then he got caught, and then came back off of his suspension, and he was clean. Couldn't even make down trials because of that much of the effect that PEDs have on an already elite athlete. So guys that are arguing with that, I tell them, just go drink a Monster energy drink. Drink a Monster energy drink, and watch what's going to happen. You're going to have unbelievable energy all day. And then when you crash, you're going to go back to your normal self. And you're going to see the difference night and day. You're going to be stronger, more alert, faster. The reflexes are going to be heightened. Everything is going to be turned up 10. So these guys is arguing with you. They don't know. They just argue to be arguing. But they really don't know. When you start, flooding them with facts and data, that's when they get quiet. They disappear. They want to argue.
It don't make any sense. It's like when a drug has been labeled as a drug, they test it. They do trial runs and stuff like that. That's like somebody saying Viagra don't work. Well, then why is the people taking Viagra then?
Right.
You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Like, it absolutely works. So yeah, I agree with you. Ben Johnson, oh my God, that dude blew everybody out so bad that they were able to crop this guy in second place and make it seem as if he got first place. Exactly. And then Ben Johnson, this is what I do not like about Ben Johnson. And I will respect athletes if they did this. If they said, look, man, I cheated. I had a lot riding on it. An Olympic athlete did this one time. I think it was Gatlin. Justin Gatlin said it. But fighters don't do it. They always, I took a gas station pill. That's always their favorite one.
Right.
I took a gas station pill. Instead of just saying, look, man, it was a lot of pressure on me. People understand pressure. There's a lot of pressure on me. My family was depending on me. I believe my opponent might have possibly been on something, you know what I mean? And I use drugs because, you know what I mean? I want to be on the even plane. I would respect somebody that said that. It's always, well, I didn't know what I was taking. Scooter gave it to me. Ryan Garcia had 8 different excuses instead of just saying, look, I cheated. It's obvious I cheated. I had stamina in the late rounds, and I drunk all camp. I drunk alcohol.
Right.
That ain't what fighters are supposed to do, but he didn't do it. I would respect athletes if they just said, look, man, there's a lot of pressure, And I know you know why they don't admit to it, because they know that it's wrong to try to take something and hit somebody upside the head.
Exactly.
They know that. So they'll rest on, well, you know, I really didn't mean to do it. I accidentally consumed it.
Sympathy. They want the sympathy, the benefit of the doubt. Well, maybe he did. Maybe it was an accident. These guys know exactly what they're doing. They are getting paid millions and millions of dollars, and there's no room for error. They know what they are consuming and putting in their body, and they know what these things do. You know, one of the your situation was Ryan. Mine was Holyfield. Back in the day, when Holyfield was coming up, was that cruise. He started training with 8-time Mr. Olympic, Lee Haney. Okay, Holyfield put on, it was 35 pounds of muscle in one summer. Matter of fact, it wasn't even one summer. It was in between training camps. He put on 35 pounds of muscle training with Lee Haney. And if you know who Lee Haney is, you know, want to stimulate, not annihilate. You know, that guy, people talk about Arnold, people talk about Ronnie Coleman, but Lee Haney was symmetry. He was phenomenal. 8 times. You know, nobody really beat him. He retired to get tired of winning. But Holyfield trained with him. But you mean to tell me, in a sport that's known for steroid use and PED use, take another athlete that's trying to gain weight, trying to gain an advantage, and you train him with, at the time, the best bodybuilder in the industry, who has all the sponsors, all the support, and knows all the secrets. You don't think he would use it? Yeah, he would use it. James Toney said. James Toney said, yeah, he was using Holyfield, you know, and never really proven, but come on. And anybody knows that the human body can only do certain things, you know, and putting on that kind of lean muscle, Holyfield looked like a bodybuilder. Like he can go up there and compete for the Mr. Universe, you know? So that's my smoking gun, was when Holyfield was training with Lee Haney. You know, Ryan, I can say Ryan as well because of his performance, you know, against Brooklyn. It was night and day. That was like a different person. It wasn't the same person that fought Haney. So that was like, yeah, you can see the effects of the use those two fights. But yeah, I mean, to me, the penalty should be strict. I know why it's not, because money involved, but it should be strict, a lot more strict than what it is, because PEDs, these athletes, especially athletes that already has knockout kills them. These guys are jacked up, and they super strong, super alert, and hit guys like you can kill somebody. To me, that's like, if I'm fighting somebody and he purposely comes into the fight with an advantage of using PEDs, okay, and he seriously hurts me in the ring. I'm from Chicago. You know how Chicago is. That's not a sport anymore. You seriously hurt me by cheating. You purposely cheated to win. I'm going to take that personally. So I understand how, you know, Devin and his father was upset when they found out. Because not only did you lose the fight, you kind of got embarrassed. So
And you know what? That's another reason why I kind of cringed at Bill Haney, because at first Bill Haney, you know, Bill Haney was doing the Bill Haney stuff, you know. But then he went and he was calling Ryan on the live stream and asked him who gave him the stuff. Then Devin doing face off with him. It's like, bro, what? This guy cheated you.
Mm-hmm.
He cheated you, and like you said, embarrassed you on the public stage, and everybody got mad at you for him taking steroids.
Yep.
And y'all still buddy with. I don't get it. It don't make no sense to me.
I couldn't do that, because I'm looking at it as you enhanced. You could have hurt me. You could have killed me. That's not sportsmanship right there. You cheated. That's like when Margarito was using the plaster and he busted Cotto all up. He could have seriously injured Cotto by cheating. So no, I'm not your friend anymore. I'm not your friend. And the reason why Ryan cheated, because he knew he couldn't beat him. You're not gonna go in there cheating and trying to get advantage if you are confident in your skills and your talent against your opponent. That's the lack of confidence. I need a little extra, because I don't know, but that's looking a little different now. His skill set is higher than mine. I need an advantage. I need that extra edge. That's what cheaters do. They don't have confidence in their skills and their ability to prevail. So they have to cheat. Which is another reason why I really lost a lot of respect for Ryan. Because of that. It's like you can't come back. And I was so happy when Rolly beat him. I was so happy. I was like, that's what you get. That's what you get.
Same.
Yep.
And Rolly was a huge underdog.
Yep.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. I was relieved too. I was like, thank God. Yeah. Thank God. I was so tired of talking about Ryan. I was surprised, and I was so surprised at the boxing world, because the boxing world kept saying stuff like, well, he still couldn't get out of the way of a left hook that is attached to a man that's taking performance enhancing drugs.
Yep.
That's the difference. When Linares hit him, he was able to take that punch. Yep. Every time that they show the clips of him getting rocked, he's able to take the punch. But now we got a guy who, like I said, we had to slow the footage down to see him throw that left hook because it was so fast. We got that guy on PEDs punching on him, and you get mad at Devin Haney? Like what? Even, and everybody's Monday morning quarterback. Everybody say, oh, this was the wrong game plan that Bill put in to go stop him. I'm gonna be 100% real and honest in this situation. That wasn't a bad game plan. It was only bad because of how it turned out. If Ryan Garcia minus the PEDs, Devin Haney goes in there and stops Ryan Garcia.
Well, being trained by Derek knew he came in with a good game plan. Besides the PEDs, he came in there with a good game plan with Ryan, and you saw it the first round. And what he told Ryan is like, Devin is going to lead with the jab. That jab is going to come. He's not going to throw a straight right or a lead right. He's going to lead with the jab. Okay? Everybody kept saying, Devin doesn't have the punch arm. So he told him, and you saw this the first round. You go back and watch that fight, the first round. He told Ryan, as soon as Devin moves, throw the hook. Throw the hook. Trade jab for your hook. I saw it the first round when he did. As soon as Devin threw that jab, Ryan at the same time threw the hook. And I said, you know what? He's gonna catch that. And he kept doing it. He started catching. I was like, that's a good game plan. Ryan wasn't doing that in previous fights. So I knew that came from Derek. He was like, you know what? Devin is going to be fast. Devin got a good jab that can come in different ways. He can roll, he can pop you, stick to the body, he can create distance, he can control the fight with the jab alone. You saw that when he hypnosis. He can control the fight with jab alone. Derek knew that. But in order to throw the jab, you got to expose yourself. And what is Ryan's greatest weapon? That hook. Go back and watch that fight. Soon as Devin popped that jab, that left hook came. And I said, that is a great game. So, Ryan not on PEDs. Game plan still is coming, but the power with that left hook ain't as potent. It ain't as potent. Speed of that left hook ain't as potent. So now, that left hook, does it connect? Does it hurt Devin? Without the PEDs, it may not. And then it goes back to what you said. You know, if that left hook isn't effective without the PEDs like it was with, different fight. Different fight.
100% agree. This is how you know. If we was in court right now, this is what I would do. I pop in the tape of Rolly Romero.
Yeah.
And I would show Rolly Romero dropping Ryan Garcia with a left hook. And I would say, Ryan Garcia's best punch is a left hook. And here we have a guy who was rocked and stopped by Pitbull Cruz.
Yes.
Smaller guy coming up in weight. And he out here left hooking with a hooker. They say you're not supposed to do that in boxing.
Right.
And this is a boxer in his prime. It ain't like Ryan Garcia done had 60 fights and he closer to 40 years old. This is a prime Ryan Garcia, and he getting out hooked by Rolly. It gotta be the PED. There's no other explanation for it. You know, and like you said, Derek James is one of the best trainers in the game. Like, I don't know. The weirdest thing about the boxing world is, as a trainer, you one fight away from being the greatest trainer. You one loss away from being a bum, overrated trainer. It's the weirdest thing in the world. You don't lose your knowledge when your fighter lose, but they'll just make you a bum. You know. And he had a great game plan, but I think the PEDs helped a lot.
Yeah, the PEDs helped a lot. That power, that speed, and overall, when Ryan did get hit, the punch resistance. He got hit, and it's like roid rage. I've seen that before. I've seen that in the gym. I've seen that, boxing. I've seen guys on stuff, and I know what it looks like. And when he got hit with that combo 1-2, and he, and bring it on. That's Roy Rick. He wasn't like that against Roy. The energy wasn't there. His body didn't look the same. He looked normal. Against Devin Haney, he was muscular. He had muscles in his back. He was cut up. For a guy that's supposed to be drinking and smoking, and you cut up like that, muscular like that, come on. The guy, look, he had abs, he had, pecs, he had lats, traps. He looked, and that's what PEDs do. They don't just target one aspect of your body. If you're taking something that's going to increase your metabolism and your recovery, that's going to allow you to train harder and longer. And all you have to do is consume more calories and more protein in order to pack on muscle. And if you're packing on the right muscle, the right twitch muscle fibers, the speed is going to be there. It's going to be even better. That's Ben Johnson. He looked like a bodybuilder running. And look how he blew everybody out. That's PEDs. So, yeah, to me.
It's crazy. You know who Alistair Overeem is?
You said what?
You know Alistair Overeem?
Yeah.
UFC fighter. Yep. I remember when he was in Pride. I think he was in Pride, but he was skinny.
Uh-huh.
And dude left the sport for like a year and a half, came back yoked.
Yep.
And they asked him what he did. He said he ate horse meat 3 times. Man, if you don't get up out of here, bro.
Right.
Just say you took PED. It's obvious, like you're lying to us. We know that you took PEDs. Like it's no different than Ryan Garcia. A dude that's drinking during camp, like you said, still cut up. Like alcohol is supposed to I've seen people drink alcohol. Yeah, all them calories. It's just your body not supposed to look like you. Definitely ain't supposed to have no stamina of all things. Even if you is genetically blessed to what alcohol ain't going to affect you. You definitely ain't supposed to have the stamina in the late rounds. But Ryan Garcia had all of that. and he's still in the sport. And if Ryan Garcia, you know the crazy part about it, Ryan Garcia, they talk about Jake Paul. Ryan Garcia is our Jake Paul.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. But you know what? Can you really be mad at him? Because I had this conversation with the guy was talking boxing, and I said, everything evolves. Everything evolves. In the industry, you have a lot of conventional, traditional companies having a hard time controlling this because the average worker, their mentality is different. 20 years ago, you couldn't get on YouTube and become a billionaire. You had Mr. Beast became a billionaire from YouTube, social media. That wasn't possible 20 years ago. So everything evolves. And you look at Jake Paul. You look at what he's been able to do. People can make fun of him. They can call him this. But look at the result. Look at the result. You take a fighter like Mike Tyson, who, is in the history book. Great champion. All the things that he did. But then you had Jake Paul. Paid this man to lose. He threw the event. Jake Paul made $80 million from that event. So when you think about it, what are these fighters? They are entertainers. In boxing, they are prize fighters. Lloyd said it perfect. He said, I'm a prize fighter. I fight for a prize. The belts, that's icing on the cake. But these guys don't go into the ring to fight for free. So you look at Jake Paul, regardless of what you want to say about, phony is a circus, the guy's a multi-millionaire. He's made more money than a lot of our boxing legends. His net worth is higher than a lot of current, well-respected fighters right now. So he's doing something right. When it's all said and done, yeah, do we respect him as a real boxer? No. But I don't think he cares because when it's all said and done, he's earned a tremendous amount of money. And when he gets to the point where he can no longer lace him up, he can no longer, nobody's interested in him, he'll have a tremendous quote. And he can sit back and say, hey, you guys say what you want, but I made $100 million. What have you done in your life? See, all these people that want to talk and make fun, he's still a multi-millionaire who didn't invent anything. He didn't start a company like Microsoft. He didn't do any of those things. He was a YouTuber. And he got to fight Mike Tyson. So can you really blame him when you start thinking about it?
Hell no, I'll fight. I'll come out the couch right now and fight a prime Mike Tyson for 14
Exactly. Exactly. For the money, yes, exactly. For the money, yes.
But when I say, because I be hearing boxing fans complain about Jake Paul, and I spend a lot of time defending Jake Paul, only because I don't feel like he's done anything wrong. He's taken the sport serious, and he don't need the sport. All these boxers needed the sport of boxing to get rich. He's rich and then came into boxing. And you could pull up sparring where he got bloody noses and everything. So he takes the sport serious. And then he done got women's $1 million purse split. Like, he good for the sport, in my opinion. But they don't like him. And it's like, well, what's the difference between him and Ryan Garcia? Because Ryan Garcia has never been a belt holder and is famous on Instagram.
Well, because Ryan, the difference is because Ryan actually came up with new ranks. He actually, amateur career, he actually came up conventionally as a boxer, where Jake Paul did, he did. So they don't look at that and they don't respect that, so they feel Jake Paul didn't, put in his work to actually become a legitimate boxer. That's the difference. If Jake Paul would have actually got a trainer, had 100 amateur fights, and started, he would get way more respect. He would get way more respect. But talent-wise, I don't think he would have done well. I don't think he would have done well. I think he would have been, he would have been a jerk. And he knows it. That's why he's doing the way he's doing it. It gets to the point where you know your strengths and you know your weaknesses. And a smart individual is going to say, you know what? I'm going to emphasize my strengths. I'm going to, mask my weaknesses. I'm going to capitalize on my popularity, my followers. So anything I do, my followers are going to pay and support, which translates into money. When you think about businesses, that's what marketing is all about. Become popular. That way, even if you don't have the best product, it's your product. And if you're popular, you're going to have supporters, and they're going to buy anything you put out, regardless of what you do. That's business. And that's why he's successful. Versus guys who fight for, passion, competition. Yeah, that's all good and dandy. But a lot of those guys, they get drugged through sport. They get taken advantage of financially. Fight all these fights, all these wars. And in the end, what do they have to show for? Look at their net worth. What do they have to show for? Yeah, you can pull up some old tapes that have great fights, exciting fights. But when they leave the ring, what do they have to show for? What is their net worth? What do they have for their
Not only that, if they did a GoFundMe, the same fans wouldn't even give them $3.
Exactly. So you got to be smart. It's a business now. It's not like it was back in the day. Boxing is a business now. That's why I say, Devin Haney, going to get on his bicycle, and he's going to do that right. Too much money involved. If he loses, that's it. It's
Agreed. He's not gonna risk it. He's gonna try his best to make this a clinching fight, a fight where it's less punches thrown. Because less punches thrown mean less chances for him to get hit by that hook. Because B. Norman is ambidextrous. He can punch for both sides of the plate.
Right.
So he gonna try to minimize this chance of risk. And I don't think it's gonna be a boring fight. I think it depends on B. Norman. If B. Norman pulls his hands up out the clinch and uses his body to maneuver Devin Haney into a position where he can catch him and don't stop fighting, you know what I mean? Even when into the referee, let the referee warn you in this fight. You know what I mean? Because you keep working inside or keep punching. If he come in with that mentality, it's over. It is over for Devin Haney. Like you said, where do you go from here? Because they erased the Ryan Garcia loss, but the damage is still there.
Right. I want to see the speed difference. I want to see Devin pump that jab, and I want to see Brian's reaction. If Brian can't get out of the way of that jab, that's going to be an easy night for Devin. All he got to do is on the outside on that bicycle hit that jab. I want to see if the speed difference is there. I want to see if the feints. If Brian is going to fall for those feints, that's what I want to see, and I'm going to see that in the first 3 rounds. The first 3 rounds. If he falls for those feints, if he can't defend against Devin's jab, That's it. They're gonna run with it. What they say, you know, if something's working, don't change. That's what I'm looking for. I'm looking to see speed difference, you know, the action.
And you know what? One of my homeboys, he think that B Norman gonna lose. He think B Norman gonna lose easily too. I'm like, what? He thinks that Devin Haney's jab, which Devin Haney do got a good jab, but I'm like, bro, you basing this off Devin Haney, pre Ryan Garcia. Devin Haney's damaged goods. I'm gonna just be honest with you.
He is damaged. Yeah,
He's not gonna stand. Like I watched the Ramirez fight. He left a lot of offense on the table. He left a lot of food on his plate. A lot of times he had Ramirez dead to rights with that right hand. And if he just threw it, he might have would have dropped him, but he would not throw it. You can't be in there second guessing yourself against a B Norman Jr.
He was shell shocked. He was scared, man. It was flashbacks of him getting hit. See, the thing about it, like you said, he damaged goods because in that Ryan Garcia fight, before they found out about the PEDs, he was getting hit and getting knocked down, and he was saying to himself, "What am I doing wrong? I fought this guy before. They had fought what, 5 times before? He's like, I know this guy. What am I doing wrong? How was he able to hit me like this? Why am I falling? Why is my jaw hurt? Why is my head hurt? I fought this guy before. This didn't happen before." So he kept saying, doing something wrong. Because during the fight, he didn't know Ryan was all jacked up. He was saying to himself, I'm doing something wrong for this to be happening. And I don't know what I'm doing wrong. So that was embedded in his mind. Even though came out, oh, now I see why Ryan was thumped. It still was embedded in his mind during the fight. So, like you said, he's not going to put himself, he's going to sacrifice offense to ensure he doesn't expose himself to get like that. Once you get bit by a rattlesnake, you ain't trying to go around snakes no more. You're not trying to go around snakes anymore. You don't want to take that risk. And like you said, damaged goods. I believe, somebody else was like that. AJ lost a lot of confidence. Lost a lot of confidence and never recovered. Never recovered. Tried different styles, none of it worked, never recovered. So, but there's a chance that, Devin is special. There's a chance that he's going to build confidence from this fight. But I don't know. I mean, to me, I just look at Devin as the bigger name. Anything can happen in boxing, but with this, if it's close, it's gonna go to Devin. All Devin has to do is get the win, get the dub. He ain't gotta look good. You know what I'm saying? All he has to do is get the win and move on. And I think that's the mentality they're gonna have for this fight. Get the win. But like I said, Ryan can punch. He can punch. He definitely punch. So it's gonna be interesting.
And you know what? If I was Devin Haney, if there was any inkling or a grain of kernel of hope, I would put it in to the fact that B Norman is saying, Devin Haney, I could box. Okay, well, you want to prove that to the world? I would try to go on that avenue, because if he go in there trying to prove to the world that he could box, well, then that's Devin Haney's playing field. Exactly. Because we expect him to go in there, box a little, but mainly try to use everything to set up those hooks, because that's what Devin Haney's vulnerable for. Every time he's been hurt, it's been by a left hook, whether it's at the start of the combination or in the combination, it's the left hook. So they would be a fool not to try to game plan off of that, try to maybe go downstairs early, get his eyes to drop, and then try to come up over the top eventually. But if there's ever, like I said, a sliver of hope Devin Haney is good at controlling range. And see, everybody who's picking Devin Haney is basing off the Devin Haney, like I said, pre-Ryan. And they would have a legitimate point if he had not took all the damage that he took in the Ryan Garcia fight. I'd be like, okay, yeah, you're right about that. Because Devin Haney was one of the best jabs in the game, good at controlling range. He was good at a lot of different things. But looking at that Devin Haney and the Ramirez Devin Haney, two completely different Devin Haneys. He, like you said, he shell shot. He a lot of punches, it was like right there. And it was even to the point where Ramirez was no longer a threat. Ramirez showed his feet was too slow. You know, his hands wasn't even coming within an inch of Devin Haney. He was missing by miles. And Devin Haney had counterpunch windows open for a long time. Extended periods of time, he would never let the punch go. And now he's about to move up in weight and fight the best guy at 47. Because when Boots left, he became the best guy at 47. Like a lot of people don't realize, this could potentially be the fight. The fighter from this fight might go on to be undisputed at 47.
That's true. That's true. So you don't think Devin, because what you're saying right now, you're saying that Brian got a great chance of winning because he get to Devin, he may hit him with the hook. I'm saying, my opinion is, if Devin gets on that bicycle and just pop shot, I don't see Brian Norman cutting the ring off in order to. So if that's the case, and the fight goes like that, and Devin lands more punches, he wins the fight easy. It's gonna be boos and you running and all that, but you can win fights like that. And I think, like you said, Devin is not going to stand in there and try to land a lot of offense. He's gonna go in there and just try to just enough to win the fight. Because even though he fought with Ramirez and Van and all of that stuff, he still won.
So basically, you saying he's not gonna fight to win; he's gonna fight to survive.
Not to survive, because surviving means that you're just not trying to get knocked out.
Okay. Well, salute to you, bro. Salute to the panel. Salute to everybody in the chat. Let me just come in. What's good, bro? No, I hear what you're saying, but as a fan of Devin, as a person who's never bet against Devin, never even crossed my mind to say he's not gonna win a fight. If as a fan of myself who put everything under the microscope and then had to go back and say, all right, to me, this is a tough fight because I really like both of these fighters. I wasn't a full-fledged person on board with Brian Norman, let's just say 18 months ago. He turned when he got his hand done, he turned a corner mentally and things like that. And I think that he may have always been there, but there was a hindrance or an obstacle in the way. And I think that might have been his hand. Once he got that done, now he found himself 100% confident in his technique, what he's been working on, how he's been training, and everything else. When I look at the two guys right there, I hear everything you're saying, but I think the biggest mistake is a lot of people keep talking because they're talking about a Devin Haney that I don't know if he exists anymore. So their premise on him winning the fight is based on a Devin Haney we just haven't seen. You feel what I'm saying? So for me, when I look at it, I have to say to myself, there's so many tangibles there, but what do you think is the biggest thing that's going to be the biggest determining factor in the fight? And just like you was alluding to earlier, it's going to be the mental game.
Yes.
When the mental game starts to get thick and it's time to push through, One fighter is completely confident in himself, in his technique, and he's always had a rapport with his corner so he can completely trust everything. The other fighter is what trainers call the Frankenstein boxer. And based on all the different nicknames, all the different uh, Devins that have come out throughout his rise, when Brian Norman called him out on just being yourself, that's an argument we was all making. I mean, uh, many of us who was just trying to look at the fight as what it was, that's an argument we were making. And me being a Devin Haney fan, I was like, yeah, there is a strong argument for that because you went from, Dev Dollars to Devin the Dream, and now you Debo. You feel what I'm saying? So it's like, okay, sometimes the more technical guy can be beat by the less technical guy because the less technical guy is 100% sure of himself.
That's true. I agree.
There is no doubts. You know what I'm saying? When it gets thick, there are no questions. We saw when Dev fought Loma, the end of that 9th round going into the 10th, or it was the end of the 10th going into the 11th, he was asking his question. He figured me out. What do I do? His dad couldn't give him an answer because his dad is not a real coach. And if the situation happens like that, then it's a bad turn for Devin Haney. If Devin Haney tries to clinch Brian Norman, people are sleeping on Brian Norman's uppercut. That uppercut is devastating. People are sleeping on Brian Norman's jab because he legitimately has a knockout that came off a jab because he was busting a dude open with his jab. Devin is a monster with his jab, but the question is you've never had the ability to face someone who can jab with you that had the reach advantage and had a stronger shotgun jab. So when the jab comes at you, can you defend the jab? What were your reactions to just his jab? So for me, I'm like, he's my guy, but it's like I have a friend, one of my dogs, one of my hangout day one guys, and I see him messing with a dude on the other side of town, and I'm like, bro, I done seen that dude get busy.
Right.
He ain't nothing to really sleep with like that. And your man is like, bro, I don't care. He ain't on my level. He ain't there. I get what you saying, bro, and that's probably true. But that dude is different. I'm just telling you, beware. And then you go ahead and do it, and then you start talking a little reckless, and now you got to face homie. And it's what I've been trying to tell a homie, like, bro, I don't listen. You my man and everything, but you keep messing with them people. I just got to let you do you.
Right.
You feel what I'm saying? So that's kind of how I feel with Devin. It's like watching one of my peoples get into a fight that I don't think he can win. I'm pretty sure he can't win. And I got it by a horrible, brutal knockout. And I think it's going to be good for him because if he's built the way he say he's built, you're not going to take another weird year layoff and try to get your mind right and all of this other stuff. Hopefully you'll say, you know what? Let me clean house now. Let me do some spring cleaning. And after I do my spring cleaning, I'm going to see what my apartment looks like. See what the home front looks like. And I think that's going to be the best thing. And from that, we might start to see the best Devin Haney. That old Devin Haney may come back, that hunger, that thirst, because I got to wipe what these people just saw happen in it. And it's not sponsored by Austrian. So, I mean, I don't have no issues with anybody who feels Devin's going to win. He's going to outbox him, whatever. But I'm only concerned when they try to bring up, well, he's just a Regis 2.0. Well, Regis didn't have his reach.
Yeah, I don't agree with that. I don't agree with he's a Regis 2.0. I never said that.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, your cook was reasonable. No one can sit there and say, "Oh, big man is tripping." Nah. Dev about to and it's just like, okay, if you're a real boxing fan and not a fighter fan, even though you have a lot of praise for this guy, at some point you got to look at, even if it's your favorite fighter, and be like, I don't know if he beats him. I don't know. Bone Crusher was one of my dudes.
Yeah.
I loved Bone Crusher. But when he was getting ready to face Mike Tyson, I said, nope. My guy about to get knocked out.
Mm-hmm.
You feel what I'm saying? And then we saw
different though. That's why he was different. You know?
Yeah, he was different, but Bone Crusher was different too. That's why he had the name Bone Crusher.
Yeah.
You know? And then when he got cracked by Tyson and that hug fest he decided to do, I was like, wow, Tyson must really hit like that.
Yeah.
Because he made my man Bone Crusher just clinch for life. And I was like, nah, I ain't never seen that before. And I don't even think I seen Bone Crusher fight after that Mike Tyson fight.
That was when he felt Tyson's power and speed. That was the thing. Prime Tyson, power and speed, and the fact that he could get in and hit you when he wanted to. Those things right there, that changed Bone Crusher.
Yeah.
That changed.
Yeah, and I'm only bringing up that example not to say Brian Norman has Mike Tyson power or Mike Tyson like skills or whatever, but I'm just bringing up the fact that I've had to watch it several times through the many years that I've been watching boxing, and I just had to look at the situations and say, I like this guy more, but I think this guy is gonna win.
I know exactly what you're saying, bro. It would be the equivalent of like me being, being from Texas, being Errol Spence's cousin or something. And be like, Errol Spence a bad MFer, but bro, Bud is just a different. I get exactly what you say. It's like, I don't know about this one, man. Ali talked about it in the movie The Greatest, how they thought they act like he was going to his funeral on the ring walk because they didn't think Ali was going to be Foreman.
Yeah.
There was strategy with that. And this is what I'm saying. When you guys, if you just look at it from strictly boxing, if no other tangible was involved, and you looked at it strictly boxing, then I can see Brian Norman. I can see that because all the tools are there, with that. But I'm looking at also the politics. I'm looking at if this fight goes the distance and it's close, they're gonna give it to Devin.
A side victory because you've already seen some of the hints at the play.
Yes.
It's preferred that Devin Haney wins. So if Ryan Garcia beats Barrios, you got the rematch for a belt now.
For a belt, exactly.
And they've never fought when both of them were champion.
And that's big money right there. That's big money.
All day.
Yep.
All
and that's
day.
What I'm saying. So I'm saying it's politics.
Yeah. So for things on Devin Haney's side, it's imperative that you beat him, and it's imperative that the talking points between some of the biggest channels that are out there doing what they were, I would say, hired or instructed to do. You have to put doubt in the mind of the audience.
That's true.
You put doubt, he's gonna see the doubt. Now, here's the thing we know about social media. Once you start defending something after the accusation is put out, you've already lost the argument. And that's just the way social media is. You can't be on the back foot. You got to be always on the offense. Once you're on the defense in social media, in a social media argument or debate, your talking points are always going to be talked over. But what about this goalpost move? All kind of thing, gaslighting and everything else. So Brian Norman is coming off of yeah, you got a knockout, but the underlying tone to that knockout is you just ducked Jerron Boots Ennis. So he has to go out, and this is why people are like, yeah, he got to knock Dev out. This is why they understand they have to knock Devin out. You feel what I'm saying? Because you get a 2-for-1. Y'all taking Jin Sasaki went away from me. So, all right, now if I do a good fighter, a well-accomplished fighter, the same way I did Jin, will you give me my credit?
Right. That's the faith right there.
That's the assignment.
Yeah.
Yo, it's funny you said that, right? So, yes, I seen one of the face-offs where B. Norman Jr. I think he's aware of it too. He said, "I got these two judges in my hands." So
Yeah.
he's aware that he gotta knock Devin Haney out, or at least knock him down multiple times where they can't even, rob him without it visibly showing. Because, like you said, the fix is, is in.
Yeah.
But the good thing about it, he's not in a position where he hasn't been before. He wasn't even really supposed to be where he is now. So he's always been the underdog, always been, considered the guy that was expected to lose. Because look, full disclosure, everybody know this, man. I keep it real. Listen, AC and T, if y'all ever see me start talking good about a company, just know they didn't cut me a check, and I'm gonna try to get y'all on to it. I'm gonna share it with y'all. I ain't gonna, you know what I mean? I ain't selfish. You know what I mean? I'm gonna try to get everybody on like AZ from Paid in Full. But I wasn't a believer in Brian Norman Jr. And see, this is my mindset. The same way everybody was high on Lubin, I've seen too many Lubins before.
Yeah.
Where they really, really good as an amateur. They got the speed, they got the flash, they got all of this stuff, but they get to the professionals side and they just start getting beat, even by B class fighters. So I'm more on the mindset of like when Muhammad Ali came into the sport, the old timers didn't like him. And they kept putting challenges in front of him. Okay, well, he beat this guy, could he beat this guy? Oh, well, he beat that guy, could he beat so-and-so? Oh, well, he definitely gonna lose against Sonny Liston. And every time they put a challenge and raised the bar, he jumped over it. That's what makes a great fighter. Nowadays, it's the reverse. A fighter come in and he got the flash, they start making him great automatically. They start comparing Jerron Boots Ennis to Roy Jones Jr. Like, what has he showed us at the elite level where we can start comparing him to Roy Jones Jr.? So they do the opposite. So with B. Norman Jr., I was skeptical about him. So I said, okay, let me see in this fight what he gonna do. Let me see this. And every time I put the bar out there, he jumped over it. Even if fight while like, okay, well, this fight right here, this guy's a body puncher. I believe it was the Santian fight. Yeah. And I was like, and he was the favorite in the fight, and he was expected to beat B. Norman Jr. And I was like, I know he's gonna do a lot of body shots on B. Norman. And B. Norman's an offensive fighter. Let me see how he behaves in this fight. When I tell you, homie found a third win and end up knocking him out and fought his fight, I said, okay, well, now I'm looking at something. And then I interviewed B. Norman Sr., and he told me something, and it stuck with me. He said, when my son was little, I got all that quit out of him. And I was like, he not just talking. That's where that third win came from. That's where whenever he was fighting the fight and he getting hit with body shot, if you ask a fighter, would you rather get hit with a flush headshot or a hard body shot? They probably gonna pick the headshot. You can shoot that off.
Yeah, because you can recover from that. The body, it takes a couple of rounds to recover from that.
Facts. And he was getting hit with some monstrous body shots in that fight. So that gave me a ton of respect for him. And I said this to B. Norman then, and I say it now. The longer that B. Norman stays around and keep building up his confidence, keep collecting belts, the harder it is going to be for him to get beat. Because the only place where I feel like he's lacking is his defense.
Now, I'm gonna say this. I went through my own study of why Floyd didn't get beat. Then I went through my study to figure out why Crawford didn't get beat. And it was just basically listening to them talk, right? The one consistent thing I can see between those two fighters was it didn't matter who you thought can beat them. What matters was they understood the assignment that was in front of them. So if you understand the assignment that's in front of you, you're not sparring to find a guy that mimics that guy. Your sparring partners are guys who are training you for the assignment. So before you even leave your house, before the garage, before the car is warmed up, you know the room, you know who's in the room, you know the question that's going to be asked. When they say read the room, you know that before you got out the shower. So there is nothing that that person can't give you. And this is why we say these guys are great, because they make these adjustments on the fly and they don't have to wait to go back to the corner, because all the twitch muscle memory was embedded in them during training camp, because they understand the assignment. And the only way you can understand the assignment to a certain degree is you got to do film study.
Yep.
You got to have that confidence in yourself, and you got to have that undeniable trust in the trainer that's giving you the game plan so you can complete the assignment. Just like in school, if kids didn't understand the assignment, you didn't go home and do the homework.
Do the homework.
You feel what I'm saying? So when I look at fighters, you feel what I'm saying? Like a young fighter like Brian Norman. And I'll even take another fighter that everybody's talking about, Abdullah Mason. Abdullah Mason is starting to understand that at this level, it's about the assignment. It's preparing for the assignment that's in front of me. Brian Norman figured that shit out after he got his hands done. And I think that's when his pops felt his power and then started to get in his mind like, listen, now it's different. You're 100% healthy. Now I'm gonna teach you the second part that I didn't have the talent or the team to bring me to this level. You understand the talent, you understand the assignment. So you're a better boxer than I was. You got better ring IQ than I was. I can almost guarantee you, his pops told him, shit, if we was fighting and I ain't know, you probably knocked me out.
That's real talk right there.
you feel what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So when you're looking at a guy who's going through 3 different personalities and then the little personalities in between versus the guy who's never gone through the adversity with nobody. You feel what I'm saying? And I'm talking outside the ring. But at the end of the day, he's completely engulfed in the fights that are in front of him and understanding the assignment. You can't beat that dude that understands the assignment. And I don't care how much talent you have, because you're not at that level to understand the importance of the assignment. I thought that was there, but then he started to do this weird stuff. You started to take fights that I'm like, why are you doing that? You know, and then you spent a year off, and then you had dudes sitting in your seat, and you wouldn't even go after that to say, listen, that Ryan Garcia thing was a fluke, bro. Ain't nobody worried about that. Watch what I do to Paro that was sitting in my chair that had my belt while I was champion in recess. You didn't do that. So for me, Dev is not giving me any receipts. You feel what I'm saying? Or enough money that I could take to the bank, take his cash to the bank and put it in the bank and let interest grow on it. So now that the time we going into this fight, you collected enough interest with me that I'm like, hell no. B Norman's nice. That dude's a problem. But Dev just gonna outbox him. I don't have that confidence in you, bro.
It's gonna be very interesting. I'm really anxious to see this fight. I'm going to definitely enjoy this fight. And we're gonna have to come back and chop this up after the fight. I gotta cut out right now.
Yeah, I just popped up for a hot second, bro. It was good talking with y'all. Good talking with you, Scholar, man.
Hey, y'all gave me a lot of stuff to clip up, man. Y'all was cooking.
Yeah, so
all right, fellas.
Yeah, for sure. And right before I leave, man, I just want to just say this last thing.
Uh-huh.
Again, I'm gonna double down on it. I've been a long-standing Devin Haney fan. I've never, since I started watching Devin Haney, bet against Devin Haney. But in this fight right here, based on, you know, if I want to throw recency bias in it and everything else, I have to look at which one of the fighters really understands the assignment that's in front of them. You just called this man a bum. That means you have no clue as the assignment that's ahead of you.
That's true. That's
You,
true.
you feel what I'm saying?
That's
He
a
said,
difference,
listen,
right?
bro, you could say whatever you want to say. My job here is to be professional. When he told that man, I don't fight off of feelings, I fight off the mission, that let me know you are in the same mindset category. I'm not talking about skill set category. I'm saying mindset category as a Terrence Crawford and a Floyd Mayweather. So I got to give you your props. You're just going to develop into something that's like, wow. And all you got to do is just get past this guy. That's it. The world is yours.
Yo,
I'm
AC,
going to really be looking at this now. You know, you made some interesting points there. I'm going to be looking at this now.
I was telling Tony before you got up here, one of my favorite episodes of The Fresh Prince was when they got hustled. All you got to do is put the balls in the hole, Uncle Phil, just like on TV.
Yeah.
You know? But
All
bro,
right,
man,
guys.
yeah, man, good.
Hey,
Good
T, you got. Let me get your final thoughts.
What's that?
Final thoughts on everything.
Final thoughts on everything. It's gonna be. I'm still picking Devin. You know, I'm picking him on a decision. I think he's going to hop on his bicycle. I think he's going to skate through. I think he's going to avoid contact. He's going to do just enough to get the win. I think Brian is definitely going to come out there and try, but I just think Devin is not going to engage. He's not going to risk too much money involved, you know, for the future fights. Definitely picking Benavidez. But who else is out there?
Abdullah Bam.
Ooh, that one. I need to do some more research on that one. If I can call that one.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, definitely on that. You know, that one I'm not. I kind of got an idea, but I'm not solid
On the Abdullah fight or the Bam fight?
on the Abdullah fight.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I feel what you guys are saying, but I'm still just. It's just something that's not 100%.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's something that's not 100%. Bam. Bam. I don't know. With politics and everything going on in boxing, I'm just not, you know, anything can happen. Anything can happen. You know, I've seen it too many times now. Recently, with all this money that's involved, you know, motors, everybody's fighting. Anything can happen. You know, so that one, yeah. But, you know, that's my pick.
I hear you.
Okay, well, we got you locked in on it. Everybody, and you picked Jake Paul against Anthony Joshua, right?
I don't even want to talk about that. You know, I'm just so done with AJ. You know, I'm just so done with AJ, man. It's kind of embarrassing, really, for that guy. You know, but Jake Paul, he got money. AJ got money. That's gonna be a draw, man. That's gonna be a draw. Yeah, that's gonna be a draw. Jake Paul is not trying to embarrass himself or lose to anybody. You know, period. It's gonna be like Floyd when he fought McGregor. You know, they was wanted to make the money. That's why they was all buddy after the fight. It was about that money. They made a ton of money. So yeah.
All right, we got you locked in, man. We're gonna revisit this because, like you said, I'm excited for the fight too.
Yeah.
I think this might be a situation like Spence and Bud, meaning like I gave my logical pick, but I like both fighters, genuinely like both fighters. But just one gonna progress and the other gonna get derailed. I think that person that might get derailed might be Devin Haney. Maybe. We never know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right. Well, we're gonna definitely spend the
All right, I'll catch you on the next one. Every time I go live, Uncle, I'm gonna send you the link just in case you're free.
Yeah, all right, tempo. That'll work.
All right.
All right, fellas.
All right, bro.
Be easy.
Just to get my last Benny and Yard, that's a 50-50 fight. I'm just too much of a big fan of both of them.
Hold on, AC. Let me ask you this before you go. Let me ask you. You're not aircraft carrier, are you?
No.
Okay, because I be trolling the hell out of aircraft, and I was like, wait a minute, aircraft, AC.
No, aircraft be trolling me, bro.
Aircraft troll everybody,
bro,
dog.
I be trolling the hell out of aircraft. I'm like, I know that ain't AC. Nah, that ain't AC. Let me ask.
Aircraft be trolling this. Like whenever I'm on B3 joint or Marquee, aircraft pull up and he just be trolling me. You feel what I'm saying? But he's still my dude though.
Hey, that's my guy too, dog. But I swear to God, every time I get on the panel, that nigga start twisting his nipples. Boy, that boy get real excited to just go over there and mess with me.
For real, bro. Like, but me, I'm just saying, like, I like David Benavidez and Yard. That's just too much of a 50-50 fight for me because I was calling for that fight since David Benavidez first got up to 175. I said, you want to prove to me that you really could stay up there and handle it and handle like a Beterbiev or Bivol? Give me Anthony Yard. Let me see you go in there with Yard because Yard to me is a people's champ. He ain't afraid of the smoke. He knows his limitation, and he gave Kovalev a tough fight, and he gave Beterbiev a tough fight. I think the first Lyndon Arthur loss, I thought that was a robbery. At the end of the day, it could have been easily a draw. But he comes back after that and puts the beats down on Lyndon Arthur, and I'm just like, Benavidez, I've seen you go down on more than one occasion. At the end of the day, bro, if Yard with that power that he got and that speed he got too, if he decides to punch with you while you square in the middle of throwing your combinations, bro, he might smack you to sleep. But if Yard can't do it within 8 with David Benavidez tight pressure, by the time the end of the 8th round, it's going to be the David Benavidez show. So for me, I hope Yard fixed his conditioning, got himself a real conditioning and strength coach. But other than that, it's still a 50-50 fight for me. Bam, I'm kind of leaning towards Bam because one of my biggest criticisms was Bam, that he was in a geriatric program beating up all them old men. And honestly, I seen Bam do the same thing he do to them old men to some younger fighters, especially the last dude, Kafu, I think that was his name. Kafu wasn't nothing to sleep at. He was like, in my opinion, not like a tune-up or anything. He was just a sleeper dude that can really box. And Bam took his time. He knew Kafu was dangerous, but he just slowly picked him apart and just, he shifted into gears, but he didn't put his foot on the pedal. He kept a steady pace that, Kafu just couldn't keep up with. So I got Bam in this fight coming up here. He just sold me and convinced me. The Abdullah Mason fight, I got Mason with the slight edge because he's one of those fighters, like I just said, that seems to understand the assignment. He gave homeboy his props, never talked negative about him. He was like, "Yeah, Sam is a tough challenge. Sam Nooks is not a small dude. You feel what I'm saying? He's a big guy like Abdullah Mason is, but Abdullah Mason is just younger. So Sam Nooks will be there to be hit, but you gotta spice him up. You feel what I'm saying? In order for you to get Sam Nooks to back off of you, because he's the type of fighter. I'll take one of your shots to deliver one of my shots. So I'm like, Abdullah, this is like old boy that dropped you twice. He's there. You should be able to beat him. But if you're not on your game, Sam Nooks is gonna win that fight. So that's the way I kind of see that jump off. And like I just said, I gave my opinion about Devin, Brian Norman. So yeah, I think that's all the fights, if I'm correct. So yeah, that's my take on it. Great hollering at y'all, bro. And I'll see you on the next one because I got a early like 8:30 phone call I got to get from a company in Europe. So yeah, I got to be up for that.
Get your money, Black man. Always a pleasure to have you. Always a logical dude. There was some good takes. The only one I disagree with is the yard one, but other than that, brother, I think you were spot on.
Yeah, for sure. At the many people have David Benavidez just mollywhopping yard. The pressure, his come forward style. He's a volume puncher. Yard has only faced more methodical type fighters. The two highest level competition, those guys don't put the pressure on you like that, and they're not those type of volume punchers like Benavidez. So I get where people are saying, but it's just I'm trying to be as honest as possible. Like, this is one of those fights that I wanted to see, but now that it's two of my favorite fighters, I'm like, God damn, bro. I'm gonna pull myself away. I'm just gonna say what's rational on both sides, who could win, who could do this. But I can't pick no dog in this race. It's like I'm the trainer of both of them. I can't pick against my own stable.
Got you.
So yeah, salute to y'all, man. On to the next one, bro.
All right, bro. Shout out to the homie T Hill pulling up like Pee Wee from house party when the party is over.
Hey, well, since it's over, I'm going to get my last words too.
Nah, it ain't over, bro. I'm gonna keep it going.
It's all good, bro. It's all good. I'm gonna say, with the fights, I think Bam definitely showed more than enough. He showed that he can be patient. He can press the gas. He can hit you with some devastating stuff, or he can pop shot you and pick you apart slowly. He did take a part of a very good fighter, a very good challenge in Kafu. Kafu had made a lot of other people look pretty damn minuscule, and that's what he had looked like when he was in the ring with Bam. Puma there to be hit, bro. He likes to exchange. He likes to play around and do stuff like that, but he's there to get hit. And he ain't been hit by a fighter that's like Bam. So, and Bam, a big dude that's masquerading down there at the smaller weights. So when he in that ring, dog, he much bigger than his opponent too. So yeah, I think that Bam's gonna definitely go in there. It's gonna be a fill out for the first 3 rounds. He's gonna figure him out. Then he's gonna start methodically taking him apart. And I think around 7 or 8, he gonna land a shot that's gonna change the course of that fight. With Noakes and Mason, that's a tough test for Mason. Noakes a big, strong dude. Definitely throws a lot of fire and venom between them shots. I think the fight where he went down twice was the best thing that happened to him. Because it let him know that even if you're so talented and so much more athletic than your opponent. If you don't respect the ring, the ring will have its way with you, and that's what happened. And the thing that I like more so about that was that he didn't rush up. He didn't try to go and get it back, man. He composed himself, got up, and then once he got everything back together, he just annihilated the dude. Almost like his fight was almost like how my man Zab Judah looked when he got knocked down by
That's crazy work. I will say a good point that you made was when you said that you got to respect the ring. That's a fact. The ring is a current, a tidal wave, and no matter how good a swimmer you is, you better show respect, or it'll make a what you call it out of you. It'll make an example out of you for not respecting it.
No, absolutely. And I shouldn't have said Katsuzu because it gave me the boot, but I never forget the way he got up and pointed back to Katsuzu to Nady. He was like, "Did that nigga just knock me?"
Yeah, that was awful.
I'll never forget that, dog. If he just would have composed himself, he would have been all right. But that nigga tried to rush back up.
Yeah, that's pop back up. Argue with the referee, everything but what he was supposed to do.
Yeah, but I will say this. The fact that when he shut the fight down and he was able to then react the way he did showed you that it was if he just would have took his time, he would have been all right. Because that Mickey Fricky didn't have no stutter or stammer at that point in time when he was going at his throat. That Mickey Fricky was in perfect harmony with his balance and with his thoughts. But shout out Kazuzu, that was a hell of a punch. I think that he learned from that, and you can't just go in there and hell, I seen it with what's his name, Floyd Schofield Jr. and what's his name, Tevin Farmer. Tevin Farmer had no respect for that man. Went up in there. Yeah. I don't think he put in the requisite game plan, training, or whatever. He just went up in there. He didn't even look like he looked dry going into the ring, and dry as how he left that ring. So you gotta
still dry to this day.
You gotta respect the ring, man. You gotta respect your opponent. I think that's one thing that stayed with that young man after that. Your fighters that you're going against, man, they're dangerous in the first 3 rounds. Ain't tired. Usually they're not tired. I just saw a fight where somebody looked like they was struggling for air in the second round and just languished on the ropes and got dispatched of. But usually you're fresh. Huh?
Yo, Luba threw that fight.
Yeah. You're getting where I'm going.
He didn't throw it in the sense of taking a dive, but he threw it in terms of his effort.
Yeah, his effort was not there.
He had the best chance of winning. I was like, Lubin, what? It was a time, T. Hill, where Lubin escaped on the ropes.
Yeah.
And because of Southpaw Orthodox, he had a superior position. He went right back in front of him and put his foot on the inside of Ortiz. I'm like, bro, if that ain't a mental concession, I don't know what is.
And then had his guard so far apart that every punch that he threw landed. I for the life of me, bro, for the life of me, I don't understand what that was. Especially given the fact that he talks so bad upon Boots and his accomplishments, what he's done and who he's fought and how he looked in the ring to go in there and to do that. So, yeah, I never seen that. I didn't expect.
What gave that inkling that could have been a possibility Before the fight, they asked Lubin about people looking past him, you know. And his response to that was, well, the Boots fight should have happened a long time ago, but now this is my time. And I'm like, that don't even make any sense. So theoretically, let's say you would have edged out a decision. Where do you go from there? That's the most dangerous division in boxing. Let's just say, you did luck up and win that fight. You're not beating nobody else at 54.
Well, yeah, definitely not definitely not the people that you got to beat to get a championship.
Yeah, what are you gonna do? A rematch with Fundora? Fundora was doing worse than he did him. You know what I mean? Last time, so it just wasn't no scenario in which he could have won. I think he was okay with it. That's why he didn't look past the fight. He was just like, happy to be there type stuff.
So, do you think that the Fundora fight took a lot from him?
Oh, absolutely.
I have to agree, because the thing about that fight to me, it was almost in the same breath or the same vein as the damn Figueroa Scooter. Well, hell, he was going Cowboy Fulton fight, where Fulton was fighting his fight. It was easy, and then he engaged in the fight that Figueroa wanted, and it looked a lot more difficult than what it really was. Well, the thing is, it didn't look like that for my man. He was winning the fight when he was doing his thing. He engaged in Fundora style, and Fundora started putting everything that he had: elbows, knees, feet, hands, head. He put everything on his ass. And like I said, my man, if they would have did the Rocky Dennis story part 2, the remix, or the sequel, he would have cast it in there as the number 1 lead, man, because that boy face swole up something fierce, man, and it definitely took a lot from him.
Yeah.
So with that being said, I think that Sam Noakes, he gonna find out that this young whippersnapper, he the real deal, because he not gonna let him hit him with some ridiculous stuff, some stupid stuff, because he got hit the last time with some ridiculous, stupid stuff, and he recognized that it could have been it for him. He ain't gonna let that happen again. So I think that he's gonna fill him out. He's not gonna waste his punches. He's not gonna try to go in there and knock him out. He's gonna let him get fatigued a little bit, and then he's gonna start putting his punches together. And I'll say this, that young buck does a very good job of working behind his jab and countering off the opponent's mistakes. So I think that that's what we'll see. And I think that it'll be a late stoppage, like somewhere in like rounds 9. No, you know what? Nah, I'd say he's going to get a stoppage between 7 through 9. And then, go ahead.
I was watching. So here's the thing, man. In the same way that we expect fighters to have short-term memory, we as fans got to have short-term memory. And I don't mean in terms of people cheating or anything like that. I mean in terms of this, getting picks wrong. Because what I see is people will get a pick wrong and they'll start to like entertain BS. Meaning like this fight with Lubin versus Ortiz. Do y'all really think that Oscar De La Hoya, who's been in the game a long time, Bernard Hopkins, and the people at Golden Boy with their matchmaking was really going to put Ortiz in a fight that jeopardizes himself before he even gets a belt in the hardest division in boxing?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
De La Hoya brought this up, and I forgot all about this. He said at the press conference, he said that before Deontay Wilder got with Al Heyman, he was with Golden Boy. And I was like, I forgot about that. He was with Golden Boy. So that right there shows the matchmaking, because Deontay Wilder had like 40-something knockouts with Golden, 30-something, like something ridiculous, and it's like Golden Boy know what they're doing. So with that being said, I don't know. I remember telling people, do y'all really need a breakdown for Lubin versus Ortiz? Like, do y'all really need a breakdown for that? I thought like that should have been like common sense, in my opinion. Like fights like that. Like there are some fights where you be like, I don't know, because this could happen, that could happen. And sometimes people overdo it. They go to the film and start to see stuff that ain't there, or Just overthink it. Overthink is a real thing in boxing. And I look at it like this. Don't get so caught up into people that you respect opinion or whatever the case may be, where you start to second guess yourself. Because after I was wrong about the Bud prediction, I was spot on about the Lubin. I don't harp on the times that I'm wrong. I say to myself, why was I wrong about this? I learn from it and move on. Short-term memory. I even do this. I don't know how many people do this, but this is what I used to do. I used to go to old school matches, right? And I would say, without knowing the results of this, how would I pick this fight? So Sugar Ray Leonard, Marvin Hagler. Who would I pick going into the fight, and why would I pick them? And then I watch the fight and say, okay, why would I be wrong in my pick if I'm wrong? And because there's nothing new under the sun. If you do little strategies and stuff like that, you'll be right. You'll learn from your mistakes, short-term memory, like I said, but too many times, like there's fights that I feel like are foregone conclusions. Lubin was one of them. Yard is another one. I don't think Yard. Well, I ain't even about thinking. Yard ain't got nothing for.
You don't think he offers any resistance?
Nothing. That's why he's been so quiet. He just as quiet as Lubin was going to his execution.
He led to the slaughter.
Because the fundamental flaw that Yard make is that he lays on his right side. That's why you always get hit with right hands. And he hasn't changed that his entire career. So it's like he's not about to get into this fight and change something that he's been knowing that he don't know that he's doing. So we got the fundamental flaw. He's fighting a younger, hungrier guy. That guy, David Benavidez, just coming off of a Morrell victory where he made Morrell put his hands in his pocket. And can't say Morrell was overrated because Morrell went and fought the dude who had a positive PED test and was piecing him up after getting rocked. So
I'm glad you said that because a lot of other Mickey Frickies swear to God that Katyaev got robbed in that fight, and I don't know what fight they was watching.
That's crazy.
I don't know what fight they was watching, bro. I give Katyaev at best 3-4 rounds, 4 rounds at best. I don't even think he got 4 though.
Agreed. I don't know what the hell they talking about, but yeah, man. So yeah, with all that being said, man, we don't have to overthink it, and we gotta have short-term memory loss. That was the point of everything I said. Short-term memory loss, and let's stop overthinking so much because you can't overthink a fight. Some stuff is black and white. If we're in a sport where we know corruption is run amok and corruption is
that part right there, that part right there,
because we know the promoters is not going to put their fighters in a fight where they gonna get stretched or upset or any of that. They work hard not to do that. That's why matchmakers make it into the Hall of Fame.
I know. Shout out to matchmaking.
So yeah, that's all I had to say.
Well, when you say that, man, I will say this, man. One thing that Tony said that I rocked with fully was the fact that they wanted Devin to win that fight versus Loma.
I agree.
I didn't think it was the case, man, because it was being advertised on freaking Top Rank, and I know how Bob feels about Loma. But when I saw the scores and then I saw what I saw in the ring, bro, they definitely wanted him to win that fight, and I agree with him because they're looking 3 fights down the road.
Yeah. So if I'm going with so look, let me say this first. Let me start here. I think Devin Haney won the fight, and I think it was a close fight. But this is why I give it to Devin Haney, right? Lomachenko after the fight was crying like a 3-year-old kid that had his burger slapped out of his hand, and he was crying real tears after that fight. And they asked him after the fight, how he felt. He was like, basically, he really wanted this fight. He felt like he did enough to win. He felt like he was so far ahead that he took the last rounds off. I'm like, wait a minute, hold up, what? You took the last round? You don't deserve to be champion. They called them championship rounds. You took the last rounds off. You deserve to lose. You don't deserve a victory. So that's how I looked at it. So I think they got the right person. Now, we'll say this. Now, you got to take this with a grain of salt because we already know Paulie's vendetta against Devin Haney. Don't even understand it because they have a lot of similarities between the two. A lot of similarities. You know, even being popular fighters, they have a lot of similarities in terms of that, and the jab being what they focus their style around. They have a lot of similarities. But Paulie was basically saying that Loma was having a negotiation, a contract negotiation coming up, or something like. He had a whole conspiracy to why Devin Haney won the fight, and it made sense, you know. But I didn't, like I said, I didn't give it a whole lot of attention because, like I said, Lomachenko is a lazy fighter. A lot of people would look at Lomachenko like, Scholar, what the hell are you talking about? He is a lazy fighter. You go look at the T.O. fight, he don't even start letting his hands go into like the fourth round, or maybe it was the fifth. No, it's fifth or sixth. He don't even start letting his hands go into the fifth or sixth round, and it's 4 belts. And you're like, Loma, how are you this no Maschenko guy? How is you this incredible fighter that they're telling me, and you don't even start fighting into the fifth or sixth round against an underdog? You know what I mean? You're not even going there trying to make the underdog believe that he's an underdog and show him that you're the champion, like making statements. You're not even doing that, and then he taking last rounds off. Loma was a guy to me that when his talent couldn't blow you out, he came up. He's what Teddy Atlas says about Mike Tyson. Lomachenko at 130 probably could have been undefeated, but he moved up to fight bigger guys, which is what Mike Tyson
I
did.
agree with that. I fully agree with that.
Mike Tyson did that his entire career. Teddy Atlas goes on rants talking about how Mike Tyson's never really been in a fight. He's actually 0-5 because every time he was tested. But if you go and look when Lomachenko was tested against the bigger guys, he didn't show himself to be no Maschenko. Now, when he's fighting the Nicholas Walters or those guys where his skill can overcome them, and they're the same size, he looked like Jesus turning water into wine. No Maschenko or whatever the hell they was calling him. But when he stepped up and he had to fight those bigger guys with more power, that was more durable, and wasn't going to be shocked and give up because he was just overwhelming them, Lomachenko fell short a lot. And he did that in the Devin Haney fight. So that's why I don't have even when people was talking about Lomachenko coming back to fight Pacquiao, I'm picking Pacquiao in that fight.
Whoa, hold up. That who said when is this going?
It's never been confirmed, but that's the rumor that he was supposed to come back and fight Manny Pacquiao. Manny Pacquiao was supposed to. Well, Manny Pacquiao's already back. He was supposed to come back and fight Manny Pacquiao, and I was like, telling my homie, he was like, I picked Loma. I'm like, bro, I can't believe in somebody who showed me that I really can't believe in them, and that's Lomachenko. Man, crying crocodile tears, T Hill. Crocodile tears.
He did.
Like, in that fight, it's like you have a lot of stuff that's out of your control in life, and the one place that fighters can control stuff is in the ring with their fists. And Lomachenko was doing really good at that because, like I said, Devin Haney showed me that he was nervous in the Lomachenko fight when he pushed him. It's like he broke Lomachenko back with that. He pushed him so hard, you know what I mean, in the face off.
Nah, absolutely.
That let me know that he knew it was going to be a tough fight. Same way it would be Norman Jr. He doing the same type of antics. But he went in the fight, and you remember he was asking Bill, like, oh, you figuring me out. What do I do? Right?
Yeah.
So you like, this is the moment where a great fighter, Terrence Bud Crawford, you know what I mean, would have like took over mentally when the other fighter's doubting himself. When Canelo's trying to shake hands after the end of the round and Bud turned his back on him just to let him know, nah, you're going to have to win this. I ain't giving you nothing. I felt like that's the difference between. I feel like Lomachenko don't really got that. Nobody will ever get his take on Lomachenko. I wonder why. But that's why I look at the same stuff that Teddy Atlas say about Mike Tyson. I would apply to Lomachenko.
Now I'm not mad at that, man, because there were fights, like you said, you chronicled the fights where it didn't look like he gave the effort of a champion when he clearly would. Because like when he did throw punches against T.O., he dominated T.O.
Yep, kept that work. If he kept that work rate 60% of that fight, we wouldn't even know who T.O. was. We would say T.O. You know what I mean? They gave Loma a decent fight, but Loma dominated.
And then you didn't even mention the Ortiz fight. I thought he did the same thing in the Ortiz fight as well, too.
I forgot.
Go ahead. Right. I actually thought Ortiz won the fight. I didn't. I hear what you're saying about what you saying about Loma and how you can't give it to somebody who take rounds off. I thought that T.O. was fortunate to win that one because he did take the rounds off. Because every round he threw punches, he won. But he did take too many off, and it allowed for him to lose that fight. The Devin Haney fight, if I'm being honest, by what I saw in the ring, I thought Loma won the fight. I thought the best that Devin could hope for was a draw. But I do agree with what you said. You can't take off rounds when you're engaged in a championship fight. And like you said, there are championship rounds for a reason. But I will say that I also believe that they should open up one more round to the fight. I think it should be 13 instead of 12.
Agree. It got to be an odd number so we won't have draws.
It has to be. I don't understand why it's not. Because it was 15 rounds, that was the championship rounds, because these rounds are the rounds that determine whether or not you're a champion or not. And it's going to end on
to go from an odd number to an even number. An odd number, it's a possibility you could have a draw, but it's less because it's an odd number. Because you can get a 10-8 round, so I guess that's how you would get it in a 15-round fight. But it's less of a probability. When you have an even number 12, it's more of a probability of getting a draw.
Absolutely. And I mean, when we know the championship round started at round 13, why couldn't we just finish it with round 13? I don't understand it for the life of me. I don't understand it, but I do, because it's like you said, it's like AC said, and it's like my man Tony said, it's about the bread. Everything goes down to the bread. And after all this RICO with these people shaving points and what's her name and blowing, I'm just saying, dog. I think more so than ever, the bread has always been a factor in these, and especially in boxing.
Oh, absolutely. You want to hear the craziest part about it, though, T. Hill? With all these allegations and RICOs flying around, boxing, they kept his nose clean, ironically.
Yep.
With Dana White being investigated by the FBI for fighters throwing fights and all that stuff, boxing done been, strutting around like, not me, not us. We ain't shit. Like, I'm like, well, that's pretty crazy. But it leads me more to believe what I already thought I knew, which is the free market is where it's at. Because when you get a governing body, a czar, a leader, whatever the case, if they're corrupt, it gets consolidated and nobody talks about it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Until the FBI or somebody investigates. So that's why I believe, like, at least we know the corrupt people in boxing. Man. We know what to expect if they're fighting. It's like I said, people talk about when you got to check in when you come to Texas with Jay Prince. Lawrence Cole is who you got to check in with as a fighter. Lawrence Cole is the worst referee in the history of boxing. Rob a fighter quick. He be looking for a reason. He don't even hide it. So, but we know Lawrence Cole. Like, anybody who is going into a Lawrence Cole fight better get the knockout if they're not the favorite to win.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because he gonna find ways.
Absolutely.
Oh, you drop your mouthpiece. He might well just take the mouthpiece out of the fight and go wash it himself and bring it back. Lawrence Cole is an awful referee.
No, absolutely.
So T Hill, let me get your opinion about this. So I have a homie. And we got a bet on Anthony Joshua versus Jake Paul. Believe it or not, he picked Jake Paul, which is absurd. I'm like, what?
Wow.
Especially with the years that he done been watching boxing. But check this out. This is my take on that. I don't even think the fight is gonna happen. I think Jake Paul is smart enough to troll. That's what he made a career doing. He trolled. Even when Canelo pulled out of the fight, remember he was talking about get that herpes fixed on your lip and all that stuff. Jake Paul is a legendary troll. There is no way possible. And I told my other homie this. He was like, man, you being a contrarian. Why you just can't listen to my logic, man? I'm not just arguing just to argue. Just listen to me. The man was supposed to fight Hakeem Rockman. Pulled
Yeah,
out
he
the
was.
fight.
No, he definitely pulled out of that fight because
3
Rockman wasn't
days
about.
before the fight, something crazy like that.
Yeah.
Okay, so that we got that on his track record. We got the fact that before he even announced the fight Tank, he talked about he was in negotiations to fight Deontay Wilder, even though that was a lie. Jake Paul versus Deontay Wilder was buzzing in the YouTube streets, and we knew that he wasn't fit to fight no Deontay Wilder. Then he goes and fights not Deontay Wilder, but Mike Tyson, a 60-year-old guy that had a leg injury during the fight, etc. Right? So he used the clout from Deontay Wilder to build the clout for Mike Tyson, which wasn't a 50-50 fight. He had all the advantages in the matchup. So you look at his track record. Jake Paul goes into fights where he has a lot of advantages, like Tank. He was a heavyweight. Tank was a 135-pound fighter. He had all the advantages. If Tank was a cruiserweight, he wouldn't have fought him. So I look at it like, what will possess a guy who don't even got 12 or 13 fights to go and fight Anthony Joshua of all people? Anthony Joshua stretched Francis Ngannou, and Francis Ngannou could punch. If anything else, he knocked down Tyson Fury. That man could punch, and he stretched him. So
he stretched the hell out of his ass.
He had him doing the yoga pose.
He was like, nigga,
I think Jake Paul is taking everybody for a ride, and they jumping on the roller coaster, man. There's no way that unless Jake Paul is really possibly taking steroids and it's messing up his brain, there's no way he takes this fight with a couple weeks out, and fighting Anthony Joshua, because Anthony Joshua could break his leg tomorrow and still go out and knock out Jake Paul.
Absolutely. If that nigga's not signing no NDA, he gonna spark his ass. Something fierce. It's gonna be within 3 rounds.
Easy payday. So you mean to tell me I could go in there, knock out Jake Paul, make anywhere from $50 to $100 million, and I ain't gonna take no damage? This man ain't no heavyweight. Not only on the skill side does he lack, but he's not even a heavyweight. He's a cruiserweight.
Yeah. Yeah, what is he like, 5'11", 5'11"?
That's him trying to promote Francis Ngannou fight in the UFC. Look how small he is compared to Francis Ngannou. And it's like, I knew he wasn't serious because he allegedly called Francis Ngannou when the fight when Tank fell out and entertained him as a potential opponent. It's like, bro, you don't want to fight with Francis Ngannou. Like, stop it. Jake Paul that was beat by Tommy Fury want to fight Francis Ngannou? Man, if y'all don't stop playing with me, that fight ain't. Listen, if that fight happens, I'm gonna be more shocked. I'm gonna be the most shocked I've ever been in boxing. More shocked than Mike Tyson versus Jake Paul. That's how much I think that fight is definitely not happening.
Damn, man, I'm looking at the size disparity. He is much smaller than Ngannou.
Talking about fighting Frank. Can't even hold him back. Can't even jump between him and hold him back. But he finna fight Francis Ngannou. Get out of here, man. Francis Ngannou was saying, like, when he called me, I was like, Jake who? Jake Paul. And if you're serious about it, why is it a phone conversation? That let me know it's clout.
Absolutely.
Send the contract over.
Absolutely.
Francis Ngannou was hurt. I ain't gonna say hurting for money, but the man came to a sport that was free of the Muhammad Ali restriction, Muhammad Ali Act restriction, because UFC they don't have that over there. So the fighters are able to get messed over by Dana White. So he came over to boxing to get stretched, and basically I ain't say tarnish his legacy, but I mean, people don't look at Francis Ngannou as the monster that they once looked at Francis Ngannou as. So he came over here and risked a lot just for this, multi-million-dollar payday that he received from fighting Tyson Fury and then Anthony Joshua, where he was stretched. And he don't even got no regrets about it. That's how much they're not paying him in the UFC. So that guy, if you'd have sent him a contract, Jake Paul, But how much money you got on Netflix, he'd have easily took it, man. They was fishing. Jake Paul is good at riding the algorithm. He knows he understands the analytics and how this stuff works. That's how
absolutely.
That's Jake Paul. That man,
yeah, absolutely. No, I agree with you on that. Man, I would venture to say more, but I'm not. Because I know how people feel. But yeah, I think everything is choreographed by this fool. Everything. And Jake Paul get in there with your boy Joshua. Joshua's not going to play around with his ass. Joshua going to get him up. He felt insulted that dude got in the ring with him. You saw what he did to his ass.
Exactly. And Prince Ngannou is a huge dude.
Yeah, I'm looking at him.
He was bigger than AJ.
I'm looking at him right now, man. This is a big dude. I mean, he a little bit past his show. But what I think also is, he was in there sparring with them boxers, and them boxers was putting hands and feet on his ass too. So yeah, so he knows that.
There's a clip of Jake Paul online sparring, and it's exactly what you just said. The sparring partners busted him up. One of them almost dropped him. Like his nose is busted up and he get hit and he like wobble and he almost take a knee. And this is Jake Paul a long time ago. I'm gonna just be honest with you, and this is no knock to Jake Paul, because like I said, he is good for the sport. He's got no better. If anything, Jake Paul might look worse. I don't even know how that's possible. Well, I know how that's possible. This is why. This is my theory on it. If you go look at amateur fights, amateurs just throw a whole bunch of punches. Left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right. Or you got two type of amateurs. You got amateurs that fight like that, or you got amateurs that just throw a bunch of shoe shine pity pat punches to score. And what happens is, because in the amateurs they tell you losses don't count, even though a loss is a loss. You go out there and you fight with a courageousness. You fight with a level of not having fear, or whatever the case may be, and you get it done. But you get better, you grow, you learn. You lose, but it don't count. So you learn from your losses. It ain't that depressing like it is as a professional. Jake Paul has never had that. His professional career is essentially his amateur career. So how do you grow when one loss could make you lose all your stock? That's why you got to carefully move yourself. So that's why Jake Paul don't look that impressive from fight to fight, And he has some good people around him, some good boxing mind, because they do right by picking Jake Paul the perfect opponent. He definitely gets the perfect opponent to make himself look good. Even in the Tommy Fury loss, I'm gonna be honest with you, Jake Paul won that fight. I think he dropped Tommy Fury twice. I'm like, how you drop somebody twice and lose a fight in the 6 rounds? That ain't even mathematically possible.
So I agree with you. I definitely agree with you. I thought that there was one fight that he did win that he didn't actually win. I think it was the
Woodley, the Woodley one.
No, it was a fairly recent fight.
You talking about Jake Paul or Tommy Fury?
I'm talking about Jake Paul. It was a fight
I think Woodley went to a decision. Diaz went to a decision, and Anderson Silva went to a decision.
Silva. I didn't think he won the Silva fight.
I think he was getting out boxed. If I remember correctly, I think he was getting out boxed, and then he dropped Silva, and that was
but he did drop him. Yeah, that's right. He did drop him. Yeah, you're right.
Because he was already a favorite, and ain't no money in Silva. Like what?
Not at all. Yeah, it's clearly staged, man. He is supposed to win the fight.
Yeah,
he is supposed to win the fight because his company is supposed to reign supreme. Not only do you get great action, but our action actually. Our people who put on the fights actually kick a tail too. So it's one of those type of vibes and feels. But I thought that, he did drop him. I still thought that he lost the fight, but because he dropped him, like you said, you got to award him the fight. But those guys are not boxers, though, for the most part. The fighter that he was about to fight, that he pulled out of the fight, And I'm glad he went on his on various platforms and said, "Hey, look, dog, I did everything I was supposed to do to get the fight. He just pulled out the fight because he knew Rockman was about to whoop his ass, dog. It wasn't gonna be pretty for him.
You know what's crazy? I'm not gonna lie. I think he would have knocked out Rockman.
Oh, you think so? Okay, I ain't mad at you.
Because that Rockman specifically wasn't even a heavyweight. There's an episode of Floyd Mayweather in the doghouse, and that dude on there, I think he might have been a middleweight then. And he was like, I don't know, he was like, the brother sparred first, and the brother got beat up, and he took up for the brother, but he didn't even look spectacular, and he outweighed the guy. And the guy had already been sparring, so he was in the doghouse, so he was already tired. And I seen didn't really do anything to him. That's when I first, they're not like their father. That was the first.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And right after this fight, he went and fought another dude. I want to say it was a former football player, Hardly.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
He knocked him out.
You're right. I forgot about that. Yeah, you're absolutely right.
I was like, you know what? Jake Paul people are brilliant because they seen that coming. It was supposed to be Jake Paul to knock him out, but somebody else just got to it. And I was thinking, like, Hakeem Rockman crazy, bro. I wouldn't have fought nobody. I would have tried to go back in negotiations and fight Jake Paul. That's as high as it get. He's not gonna be. Nobody's even talking about. I don't even know if he's active now.
Nah, I don't know if he's
like Michael Spinks and get up out of there. I'd have tried to negotiate with him, but he ended up getting stressed his very next fight. And I was like, Jake Paul people are smart, which leads me more so to believe there's no way they're fighting Anthony Joshua.
Nah, I don't believe so either.
Those people who picked retired MMA people that was former champions that wasn't good strikers in MMA, knocked them out, and then goes and fights like you said, the real boxer, and picked him at a time where he was right for the picking to get knocked out. Those calculated people is about to fight Anthony Joshua. Look, somebody could arguably say Anthony Joshua has the best resume in the heavyweight division right now.
Yeah.
We know who the best is Usyk, right?
Yeah.
But Anthony Joshua has fought, if you go all the way back to Povetkin's when he was ranked, the Joseph Parkers whenever he was ranked, the Dylan Whites, like he went and cleaned up the division, and then uppercut Klitschko head off his shoulders. Like Anthony Joshua, and Usyk's the best heavyweight, but he only got about 5 fights if you take away the rematches, or 6 fights. So that's the guy that you decide to pick on. It's so many. Why not fight Andy Ruiz?
Because Andy Ruiz will beat his ass. I honestly, man.
Excuse me, not Andy Ruiz, Luis Ortiz.
Oh, okay. Well, shit.
Go find him. You know what I mean? Luis Ortiz, 145 years old.
He might get away with a Herkovich, bro. He can fight a Herkovich. He might get away with it.
I cannot believe that. That just shows the strength of the heavyweight division that they was talking about Herkovich at one time as being this monster.
Yeah, I never saw it, bro. I never saw it.
Same. Herkovich has always been overrated. Herkovich, this is what people gonna find out about heavyweights. Heavyweights Emmanuel Stewart said this a long time ago, and it was true then and it's true now. He said heavyweights got really big bodies but little bitty hearts. And this is a guy who made a career out of training heavyweights. That's what he said. They have really big bodies and little bitty hearts. And he not lying. You could even take it a street fighter. You go to a dude who's shorter, who fight a lot, he gonna have more heart than a dude that's big and can punch. Because a dude that's big and can punch, he don't get tried a lot. So whenever he get in a situation where somebody could take his punch, Deontay Wilder, Tyson Fury, they shrink. It messes them up mentally. They start evaporating right in front of you. It's the same logic. Heavyweights, they so used to being the biggest guy in the room, the strongest guy in the room, that when you put them in areas where they have to use their mind, that's where they're most vulnerable at, or to use their heart, that's where they're most vulnerable at. And that's true. That is 100% true. And Herkovich made a career out of knocking out those guys, the heavyweights that didn't have any heart. They knew they were underdogs going into the fight. They knew the other guy was more alpha than them or A side or whatever. So they didn't try to win. They just went in there, collected a check, and got knocked out. That's why it's easy to build a record at heavyweight. I wouldn't be surprised if we having a conversation in 10 years and there's a heavyweight that's 50-0 with 50 knockouts.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Because George Foreman fought 5 in one day. 5 fighters in one day. That right there should let you know what Daniel Stewart said is true. 5 people in one day is crazy. I couldn't listen. You know the lighter weights, the lighter weights like where Bam them is at, ain't a lot of competition. I don't think Bam could fight 5 people in one day, or Inouye could, even Bones.
Nah, they spend too much energy in 2 fights. 2 fights, they didn't give in everything they could. After that, you running on fumes. And hell, like I say, fatigue make cowards of men.
Facts. Anybody that never been tired of that. That's why that statement stuck. Anybody that never been tired know, like, sometimes when you tired, you just be like, whew, I don't know.
Yeah, man. Hey, it's like, hey, you remember the Blind Side? You seen that movie?
I've seen pieces of it. I haven't watched it in full.
Oh man, well I don't know if this part would stick to you, but man, there's one part where he read his races, his parents up in the stands races. He over there calling him all kind of names, kicking him on the head. The coach come and grabbed the flag, dog, and said, "You know what? This young man is on my squad, and you know what? As long as he's on my squad, I will defend him and every other son of a gun we got on our team against a racist ass cuss like you." He picked up the phone and said, "Coach, I got it." And he went over there. He said, "Hey, Gap." He said, "Gap." He's like, "Gap." And then my man took him and then he pushed him all the way down the field, dumped him out the back of the mezzanine. And he was just dominating him the whole time. And then it got to the point where they showed him cut to a scene where he was lining up and he just was like, dog, I gotta go through this motherfucker and get him tired. He got done dirty again and he just checked out. Nigga said, "I'm done, dog. I'm done."
That's how it be.
Huh?
That's how it be. I've seen fighters do that in fights.
Oh, for sure. For sure.
Or something. It ain't that they don't know to get out of the way of a punch. You don't know that, like, they know. They body is tired. We only got a finite amount of energy that we have before we pass away, and everybody gonna pass away. Ain't nobody made it all the way to the end 1,000 years except for Luis Ortiz. So
King Kong.
Your body is designed to preserve energy and sometimes take the least route of resistance. So that makes a lot of sense. When a person might just be like, "Damn, I don't feel
I just don't feel like going no more." Man, I was watching a short before I had popped on to YouTube, and it was this lady and her baby. They was out in the cold, and one of the guys that always helped people out came up and said, "Are you okay?" She was like, "I'm tired. I'm just so tired," and just started crying. It's like, yo, I'm out here with my kid. It's cold as hell. I can't do anything to protect him from the weather. It's hard for me to feed him. I can't even get out these clothes.
Oh, she's tired. I know what type of tired she is. She's
tired. Like, but you can get to a point like that where you're physically exhausted and your mind just says it checks out. Like, nah, I can't no more. I can't, because what it takes. And I noticed this, man, because I had these 2 pups and I would feed them. The little pup would always get the best of the bigger pup. The bigger pup, whenever the food wasn't around, was tearing that little kid, that little pup up. But when it got time for that last bit of kibble, that little pup was ready to go to the very end. Didn't matter how tired it was or not. It was going to push past the exhaustion. It's going to push past the pain. I'm getting that kibble, and you ain't getting it. And when you're fatigued, you got to have that in you to push through. And a lot of people, like you said, and Manny Stewart said, they got little hearts. You need that when you're going through it and you gotta negotiate with your body. Hey, look, we gotta push forward. Cause it's so easy to say, man, why don't we just go on? He got it, dog. He got it.
This is why Teddy Atlas is so popular. Because Teddy Atlas talk about, in moments like this, the devil come and he lies to you. He tells you, it's easier to just quit. Nobody will judge you for it. But it's one moment. And if you make it through that moment, you remember forever for making it through that moment. Like Muhammad Ali and George Foreman, and Zaire, he quit. It's just as simple as that. He could have got up. He was looking at Muhammad Ali from the ground. But that he said nothing he could do, no matter how hard he hit Ali. The crowd kept Ali in the fight, cheering for him. He was the favorite. So, a lot of people was cheering for him. And George Foreman couldn't defeat him. He couldn't defeat Ali, the crowd, nobody. So he just mentally gave up, and submitted. And that happens a lot. Matter of fact, if you look at boxing, we don't see a lot of clean knockouts. You see knockouts like that where a guy quits.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Absolutely. And just with that,
he aids into his own destruction. Like Lubin's example of that. Now, Lubin got his bell rung. Now, that's a fact. Lubin got his bell rung.
I thought he got his bell rung at the end of the first round, too. But I thought
if you go back and look at it, Lubin had a lot of assisting in getting his bell rung. He didn't do a lot to prevent it. Matter of fact, going to the ropes and putting a high guard up is the one thing you don't want to do against a fighter of Ortiz caliber that likes to throw a lot of punches. He made Ortiz have nothing to worry about.
Yeah, gave him no resistance.
Nothing. Even in a fight with Fundora, when he would go to the ropes, he would throw one big hard shot to let him know, like, okay, I got to be cautious, even if I'm going to try to finish him off with something coming back. Ortiz was experimenting in there. There was one time where Ortiz threw a combination, and then he got the left hook, and he pushed Lubin off the ropes to the direction that he wanted to push him, playing with him.
Yeah, man.
It was at that moment I was like, yeah, it's over. Lubin's about to go. He's about to quit. And
so I'm glad you said it that way. So he checked out, because that's what I thought he did. I thought he checked out.
Yeah, Lubin checked out a lot. He checked out when a contract was signed. What said about Canelo? When the contract was signed, he said, okay, I'm gonna get one big payday. He sold to the public that he was back. But like I said, back from what? What has Lubin? Why is Lubin so popular in the sport? Because of potential. So we rate fighters on potentials instead of accomplishments.
Well, because Ramos, I think if they run that fight 10 times out of 10, he loses 9, and he had 1 to already won. But I think a lot of people looked at that fight and figured, hey, he was back.
That's why
that was the mistake. That was the mistake.
That's why boxing. That's why they say it's a sucker born every day, and these promoters get paid as much. They always sell that to the public. This guy is back, and it's like, back from what? You can't unpunch a guy. If a guy is punchy, you can give a guy Mike Tyson power, Mike Tyson, George Foreman, whoever, Ernie Schaefer's. If a guy is punchy, there's no way around that. You can't unpunch him. You can't give him punch resistance. You can't dial back the years and abuse that he put on his body. And they be knowing this. So what they do is, if they have a guy that's punchy, that's over the hill, what they do is they say, okay, we got to present to the public that he's back. Let's go see what this cab driver's doing. Let's go to Amazon warehouse and go find a guy that's buried up under the crates. Whatever the case may be, they go find guys that can't take their punch, and give them the best chance to land their punch. And then they go on a win streak, and all of a sudden, hey, they're back. They're not the guy you thought they was. A prime example. Joseph Parker is a prime example of this. Outside of the fact that I've been saying Joseph Parker took PEDs. And everybody, I ain't gonna say everybody. A lot of people think, man, Scotty, you tripping. That man take PEDs, man. That cocaine positive test had nothing to do with him wanting to have a good time. It had everything to do with
masking. Yeah, he was masking.
Stimulant. And because you got to think about it, Joseph Parker's weight since
So if you feel that way, what do you feel about Benavidez then?
What you mean?
Well, he had the positive test for cocaine.
Oh, Benavidez definitely. Listen, if
that nigga got unlimited stamina, dog.
He's a huge guy. And on top of that, if you don't want to, if you say everything I presented is not enough, he worked with Mimo Heredia. He's not even hiding it. He works with Mimo Heredia. We know Mimo Heredia is known for giving people performance-enhancing drugs. For those who don't know Mimo Heredia is the reason why the Jamaicans keep breaking the Olympic records. Because Mimo Heredia will go give the Jamaicans whatever he's giving them, and all of them is running up under nine evens. They run in historical times, like I was talking about with Tony earlier. It was a time, bro, where Maurice Dree was.
Wait, I didn't know that, bro. He's the one that's working with the nutrition.
There's a video, bro. Let me see if I can find this video.
I definitely didn't know that.
Mimo Heredia talking about the Olympic team and injected himself with steroids. Injected himself with steroids on camera. Let me see if I can find this. Here it is. Nope.
That's wild. I did not know that.
Injected himself with steroids, talking about he know how to beat the test. And this dude is still in the sport of boxing. Let me see. I think that's it right here. Is it? Let me see. It's gonna take a while. Hold on. I'm gonna find it though. I ain't looked at this clip in a while, but it's a clip of him injecting himself with steroids on camera, talking about working with the Olympic team, talking about he knows how to beat the testing. Here it is. Here it is. Mimo Heredia. Watch this right here. And this is who David Benavidez works with. And also Paulie, after exposing all the cheating in boxing, worked with this guy too as well, which I'm like, come on, Paulie. Come on, man.
I can't stand Paulie, dog. I'm sorry. I cannot
as
stand
far as race, Paulie sucks. As far as like boxing, he good at his boxing. If he just leave it on boxing, Paulie's tolerable. It's when he gets the European fighters and the race, all of this stuff. It's like, come on, Paulie, what are you talking about, man? Like, Paulie, knock it off, bro. Hold on, give me 1 second. All right.
Ich ziehe das EPO auf eine 1 Milliliter Spritze. Jetzt spritze ich die subkutane Injektion in meinen Unterbauch. Ganz vorsichtig, dann tut's nicht weh. Du drückst einfach die Haut zusammen, ein kurzer Druck und das war's.
Er weiß, wie es geht. Und er weiß, wovon er spricht. Mexico City, Sommer 2009. Wir treffen ihn, Angel Heredia. Mexico City ist ein idealer Ort für Doper und deren Hintermänner.
Hier in Mexiko gibt es eine große Auswahl an Steroiden, Testosteron. Du kriegst hier Wachstumshormon, Insulin, EPO. Für mich war nichts unmöglich. Alles war möglich.
Er hatte bei den US-Behörden als Kronzeuge ausgepackt, nachdem sein Wirt 2005 aufgeflogen war.
But he basically, if you couldn't hear him, he was saying in Mexico we can get EPO and testosterone and stuff that y'all can't get in the States.
Über ein Jahrzehnt hatte Heredia großen Anteil daran, dass viele der besten Leichtathleten die Sportwelt betrogen.
Ich hatte mindestens 45 Athleten und von diesen 45 waren mindestens 32 Weltklasse.
Nice.
Sie sind sicherlich vertraut mit Antonio Pettigrew, Jerome Young. Sie kennen sicher Marion Jones, Tim Montgomery, C.J. Hunter, Dennis Mitchell. Mit den besten Sprintern des letzten Jahrzehnts stand ich in Verbindung. So ziemlich.
The craziest part about it is he worked with Marion Jones, and Marion Jones was in the Balco scandal. So two of the guys that was responsible for Marion Jones having positive tests is in the sport of boxing. Or one just passed away, but something to think about.
Ah, that's
Jeder
wild.
Top-Athlet, den Sie sich denken können.
Montgomery gewinnt. Überlegen. 9,78 Sekunden. Jerome Young auf der Bahn 6 führt noch. Jerome Young gewinnt.
Angel Heredia zeigt uns, wie es geht. Eine
He gonna show how to
Apotheke im
cook it up.
Stadtzentrum.
But when I tell you this was a
Nach
real
nur einer
trap
Minute
house
haben wir
documentary,
Wachstumshormon in der Hand.
they show how to buy
Können
it,
wir auch
cook it
Epo
up, and
bekommen?
everything.
Offensichtlich kein Problem.
And this is in Mexico?
Yeah.
Haben Sie eigentlich Gonacor?
Im Angebot auch dieses spezielle Hormon und gleich in die nächste Apotheke. Auch hier ist kinderleicht Epo zu haben. Alles rezeptfrei. Abnehmer für diese Produkte standen einst Schlange bei ihm.
Yep, you go to the regular pharmacist.
Wir bräuchten 3.000 bis 4.000 Einheiten EPO für die Weltmeisterschaft. Testosteron und Adrenalin für den Wettkampf.
You go get some
Schick mir
stuff
Wachstumshormon nach Hause.
down
Ich
to
habe
the
in Zürich.
nanograms. You inject it to itself. Use yourself as the guinea
Ich
pig.
habe eine Frage wegen des IGF.
That's literally
Weil
what
der Insulin
you
drin
got
ist,
to do with the
ist es
clip.
besser als Insulin allein zu nehmen?
This is something where you talk.
Hier lebt
In Texas zum Beispiel. Gut, dass ich gleich in der Nähe war.
nur der Rio Grande trennt das mexikanische Wüstenstädtchen Nuevo Laredo vom texanischen Laredo.
Wir sagen offenes Tor dazu. Viele Sportler lebten in den USA.
He talked about the Olympic teams.
Auf der einen Seite habe ich mir Informationen besorgt von Ärzten, von Kollegen, von Sportlern, wie funktioniert.
Okay, was ich hier herstelle, sind 50 Milligramm einprozentigen Testosterons. Eine einfache Dosis.
Now here's where he showed the dose.
Das kannst du 1-2 Mal am Tag machen, immer abhängig von den.
Hold on, before he start talking that, it's like a video on fast forward, the German stuff. But before he starts saying that, he got a routine that he talk about of injecting himself. This is what he give to his fighters.
Das kannst du 1-2 Mal am Tag machen, immer abhängig von den Dopingjägern. Wirst du in den nächsten 2 Stunden getestet, kannst du einfach die Dosierung verändern.
Zum richtigen Zeitpunkt angewendet für Dopingtester in den seltensten
dude
Fällen
cookie crack,
nachzuweisen. Die Variation der Dopingmittel ist fast unermesslich.
That dude is in the lab.
Wenn du als Athlet
Cooking it up, boy.
Geld zu verdienen, wenn du über 50.000,
That boy
100.000, über
full
300.000
on
Dollar im Jahr
chemist.
bekommst, dann wirst du clever. Willst nichts riskieren, willst
Oh,
sicher
they're
gehen,
clever.
dass du trotz allem immer eine Garantie hast, du bist sauber. Du sorgst dafür, dass es kein...
Der auch an einer Leichtathletik genommen.
That's Usain Bolt.
Kamen sie
This was from a
Scheint
documentary.
gut getestet zu werden.
Hier trainiert der Superstar
Yo.
der internationalen Leichtathletik. Der
When was
schnellste
this
Mann der
man?
Welt seit den Olympischen Spielen vor einem Jahr.
No.
Ich finde es gut, getestet zu werden. Das ist besser für die Athleten und sorgt dafür, dass
Yo,
der
and this is
Sport
the
wieder
most insulting part about this, right? So he's showing how to cook up the crack, how to cook up the dope and all this stuff, right? Cook up the steroid and inject it into himself. And he's saying it during the documentary. And then the person that he working with, which is the Jamaicans, Usain Bolt talking about, well, I'll take a test. Yeah, of course you would, because he knows how to beat it.
Yeah, no doubt. Absolutely.
Der schnellste Mann der Welt seit den Olympischen Spielen vor einem Jahr.
Ich finde es gut, getestet zu werden. Das ist besser für die Athleten und sorgt dafür, dass der Sport wieder das wird, was er mal war. Wir kriegen dadurch mehr Aufmerksamkeit und Sympathie bei den Leuten und sie hören auf, Fragen zu stellen, ob wir auf Drogen sind.
Haben Sie jemals gedopt?
Bitte was?
Haben Sie jemals Drogen genommen? Kamen Sie jemals in Versuchung? Waren Sie jemals in der Situation, dass Ihnen jemand leistungssteigernde Mittel angeboten hat und wie haben Sie da reagiert?
Nein, ist nie passiert.
Yeah, they finna make me go find the original clip. I didn't show this on the live before, but yeah. he basically-
Hey, but don't it got the thing where you could translate? It got the one where you could translate the language too. I thought that's how the clips go. Like if it's got an unusual language, they'll have a icon where it could say translate to. I could be wrong though. Shoot, I could be wrong. But my man up in there cooking keys.
Now you might be right, but I'm gonna see if I can find the original because that is the dub version. The original version is from a documentary.
I bet.
If I could just find the original documentary, I could just go show it. And then that's what I did last time. Nah, this was yeah, they juiced it, but it make perfect sense because I remember at one time Jamaicans was like I said, like Jamaicans was like running like historical times. Like I remember the slowest guy from the Jamaican team was like the world record when I was coming up, and I'm like, there's no way. How are these humans just like getting not even just a little bit faster, so much faster than the people of yesterday that was super fast. I'm like, there's no way.
At all.
There's no way. Is God just like, look, I'm tired of it. I want to see some superhumans. Let me go ahead and start, pumping them out. There's no way. But yeah, Mimo already. You asked me about Benavidez.
I didn't know that Memo was getting down like that, bro. That boy is a full-on chemist. Yeah. He got the goods, and he go to Mexico. Somebody told me you go to Mexico, you can get whatever you want there.
Yeah.
For dirt cheap.
Yep. And Mimo's over there. He the chemist. You got to check in with Mimo. Mimo, the chemist, when you go over there to Mexico. But yeah, Mimo's out there doing the food, man. He out there cooking up designer steroids and injecting them into himself and give it just like he just doing the most. That is crazy to me. And like I said, people is going to go work with that guy. So you asked me about David Benavidez. David Benavidez, he more than likely on roids. I don't put it past him. I wouldn't be surprised if David Benavidez had a positive test.
I'm just saying, man. I mean, when you look at his physique, it doesn't look like he's anything special. Don't even look like he can go the rounds. Then you see him picking up as the fight grows older. So many things point to the fact that something's going on. I remember they was talking about the fact that he got back acne.
You know who Mimo worked with in boxing?
Who that?
Marquez when he knocked out Pacquiao. So that right there lets you know that he definitely giving people something. Marquez went to go work with him when he was 40 years old. The man hit puberty again, had abs. His abs had abs. He had a bunch of back acne like they talking about. And he goes in there and knocks the guy out who he has tough fights with, before. Knocked him down and then end up knocking him out.
Absolutely.
That just goes to show you Mimo already is definitely.
And like he's a player. He's a real player.
Even if you're not doing anything, why go work with this guy with this type of history? What's special about Mimo already? He's a strength and conditioning coach. That is a dime a dozen in the United States.
Nah, I agree.
What's special about it? So it's like if either you go over there for the specialness, steroids, or or maybe your team is going on. I don't know, but there would be no reason to work with a guy like that, him or Victor, in my opinion. And that's another thing I wanted to get your opinion on, Tio.
What's that?
About Devin Haney and B. Norman Jr. Let me show you this video. I don't know if you was here earlier. Let me play this video for people that just pulled up. So, Ryan Norman Jr. and Devin Haney. I said Benavidez need to give them a piece of his purse because they are selling the fight. Them and the dads. Benavidez's dad ain't even talking stuff about the opponent, which is kind of crazy because he's known as an outspoken father. Anthony Yard is a UK guy, so and he's an underdog, so he's not doing a lot of talking. So a lot of people don't even know that fight is the main event. So they need to give some of their purse to the people that's really selling the event and getting people building excitement and anxiety and all the other stuff for the fight, which is Brian Norman Jr. and Devin Haney. So with that being said, let me show this and I'm gonna give you my opinion. I want to get yours.
You down?
All
I
right.
can't.
I can't.
Boy, you ain't got nothing in them gloves.
Remember this day. Remember this day.
I'm gonna remember every last piece of every day.
After the fight,
People hate when they get hit with a brick.
I'm about to be like,
You know what's in these gloves,
I
Shawty.
told you.
You know what's in these gloves.
You violate, I'm gonna demonstrate.
Well, stop trying to let flow, but you trying to
You
steal,
violate,
trying to
I'ma
steal quotes and
demonstrate.
stuff.
You
trying to
violate, I'ma
steal quotes,
demonstrate.
brother.
You violate, I'm gonna demonstrate.
I want y'all to play them tapes back with Floyd saying everything this man saying.
You violate, and we demonstrate. Everything you see on the outside, you're like, damn, I could do this. Well, he can land this shot. But if you make any mistakes, you have to pay. You make any mistakes, you have to pay.
Devin Haney, after the 20.
He was supposed to do that. He was supposed to do that.
Get his ass knocked
We
out.
didn't know Brian Norman. He was supposed to do that. We knew he was gonna do this.
I'm in a no-win situation, no matter what happens. If I beat Manny Pacquiao, you know what they're gonna say? You supposed to beat him. You Floyd Mayweather. You the bigger man. And then if I outbox him, they're gonna say it was a boring fight. But then if I knock him out, they're gonna say, well, you supposed to knock him out. He been knocked out before. This is like I said before. I'm in a no-win situation, no matter what happens.
Stop telling me like I ain't teach Drake everything he know.
Hold on, you taught Drake everything he know.
Y'all didn't hear Drake on his first song? Tell me what's really going on. Drizzy Dre back in this thing already. What's happening? That's Soldier. That's my bar. He copied my whole fucking flow.
That's Kiss Me Through the Phone.
He copied my whole fucking flow. Word for word, bar for bar.
Oh.
Don't act like I didn't.
After the fight, play this clip. Look,
This my whole thing up here to change how y'all over here playing, you feel me? So Floyd, he did his thing. I salute to him. He actually one of my favorite fighters. That was his game plan, that was his blueprint. You can't sit here and try to take everything that man did and just run it. That worked for him. Run your own play, brother. You know what I'm saying? So I'm finna sit here and do my
Get
thing.
off my dick.
Sit here
Get off
and
my you on my so
you
hard.
on Floyd,
You really a fan. You really a fan. I'm not on no nigga.
Get your own stuff, man. Get your own style. Get your own little, you know what I'm saying? You even got your own swag going on, brother.
And I'm gonna show you.
So,
I'm gonna show you.
Welcome to
Y'all remember this day.
Welcome to the new boxing era. Your boy Brian Norman Jr. finna show you how to do this thing. We sit here to be real professional in the ring and outside the ring. We finna respect each and every last opponent. We should sit here work on.
How you feel about that? You feel like we should start calling Devin Haney Pretty Boy Haney?
Hey, I knew his ish was scripted because his answers border the same ish over and over and over again. My man Brian Norman is so in tune that my man has already been studying him and his sources. See, a lot of people, and shout out to the good sister Shower, my man Aunt McQueen, man. You know, we did a breakdown, man. We was looking at him and we saw that, you know, one of his greatest strengths, young Norman, that is his timing, his patience, his timing. Well, they didn't say patience. I did. I saw the patience more so standing out than the timing. But I think because of his patience, because of the calm demeanor and disposition in and out that ring, like when stuff happens, it doesn't rattle him, it doesn't shake him. He sees it and then he adjusts to it, and he does have great time, and so he's able to do it. What I'm about to say unpopular, because the person who did it been on one. But when you look back at that last fight where everything went awry for Devin, they cut before the fight when it was the last fight, but the fight before it, and they were coming to an end. They always segue to the next fight and what they're doing in the back. Mm-hmm. You see DJ working with Ryan, trying to time the jab and timing the jab with the left. That changed the course of the fight for Ryan, because Ryan got outworked every round. He didn't knock him down. Now, granted, there were knockdowns that didn't get called, but the one thing that happened was his predictability and his things that he does in innately. I would say innately because I don't think he's aware that he's doing it. But he dips low and to the right every time he wants to evade. He probes with his jab and he leaves his hand all the way down. Those things tend to get picked up by with certain fighters, and Ryan was being trained to pick up on the jab part where he's leading out with his hand down. And it didn't hit until round 6. But after round 6, it hit and it changed the complexion of the fight. And there was no recourse, there was no contingency, there was nothing. There was no training not training, but counsel that he was getting. So with that being the case, man, Brian Norman has great timing. If he can pick up, if he's doing that much studying, if he's looking at it and he's so in tune with him that he's picking up where he's getting his vernacular from, you can almost best believe that he's picking up on what he's doing in the ring, so that there won't be anything, if things stay the same, won't be anything that will come by surprise or catch him off guard. I believe that Devin has been, I'll go and answer the question, bro. Yeah, I think that Norman pulled his card. I think by pulling his card, he got upset because he knows that that's where he got that stuff from. He know that all his life he's been living vicariously through others, and you know, like I say, it's unpopular, but I mean, even the ways he's called fighters out and did stuff, it's almost on code with somebody else who's done stuff like that too, just not being able to carry it out to fruition. So I'm hoping that his quietness, his radio silent, means that they understand that there's some certain things that they do that can be taken advantage of. And we can rewind it all the way back to when he got in the fight, he got in the ring with little ass Jojo Diaz, who they brought up. I mean, I know he had technically one fight prior to the fight that they had, but he was fresh off of coming out of 130. And Brian, and I mean, that Mickey Fricky was having success with a right hand and a freaking left hook all night long. So, with that being the case, Brian Norman is very confident, and you could tell because he knows who he's in the ring with, and that video right there shows that he knows him outside the ring as well too. So, I hope that, you know, my man Haney he's prepared, and you know, he's been working on some of those flaws and working on switching up that jab in particular with the jab. If he varies the jab, there's 5 jabs. If he step jab, if he pivot jabs, those things can help him in this fight because he usually doesn't do it. What he usually does is just do the straightforward jab, and then he also does the probe jab.
I think. Well, let me say what I know first before I say what I think. Devin Haney, if you can see the screen right now, this is Devin Haney after the Ryan Garcia fight. Trying to stand on the ropes and pretend like he won, and damn near fall through the damn ropes. He's still discombobulated from the left hook that Ryan Garcia caught him with. Could barely climb up on the ropes. Barely, you know what I mean? Like, if this is a cognitive scenario, definitely failed. They would have thought he's a drunk driver. You know, the way that this man stumbling all around the ring. And it's like that version of this is still in his head. And what let me know it's still in his head, like I said, the Ramirez fight, Devin Haney had ample opportunities. He could have stopped Ramirez.
Absolutely.
He could have stopped him, or at least knocked him down multiple times.
Nah, he could have stopped him.
You know, and he didn't pull the trigger. I'm like, why do people think Devin Haney's going to be the Devin Haney of old before the Ryan loss? Like, I know BoxRec took it off, which they should, but you can't take the damage that was done from the cheater off of Devin Haney. And that's still with Devin. He took a year off from boxing. That right there let you know he wasn't mentally right. The man wasn't even talking about continuing the sport of boxing. So you take that, you take the fact that, like you said, Brian Norman Jr. has been studying Devin Haney so much that he knows the vernacular. When you get to a point where you know what a person gonna say and where they gonna go with questions, you got them down to a T. It's no different than when Michael Jordan and Kobe Bryant. When Kobe Bryant studied Michael Jordan, somebody he was chewing gum like him and walking like him. When you get down to that level of obsession over your craft, hey, not looking good for Devin Haney. Not to mention this, a lot of people don't even talk about this. Victor Conte passed away. Devin Haney was the one that broke the news to everybody. A lot of people don't know that. But when Devin Haney tweeted RIP Victor Conte, that's how everybody got the news that Victor Conte passed away. Which leads me to believe Devin Haney and Victor Conte were super duper tight. Probably had each other's personal numbers, etc.
Yeah.
How does Devin Haney now feel? Because he believes in Snack, right?
Yeah.
He believes in Snack so much. Watch this. Let me show you this. This is how much they believe in Snack. This is how much they believe in Snack. Let me show you this. Oh, wow. They got a documentary? Oh, no. Okay. Oh, Canelo. That's what it was. Okay, hold on. It was when Victor Conte was talking about Canelo. I think it was on the boxing. Maybe it was Fight Height. Let me see. Was it Fight Height? Yeah, it gotta be this one. 'Cause I hear Ness's voice. Yep, this it is. Yeah, because Ness did a little work for Boxing Voice. So that's what it was. I mean, excuse me, for Fight Height. Okay, so here we go. So Victor Conte, as clean as a person as he said he was now, he ain't down with the thug life no more. He ain't cheating no more. He ain't cooking up designer jugs on the stove like Mimo Heredia. Well, anytime there was ever a cheating scandal, they always deferred to him as an expert. And it's like, well, Victor Conte stopped cheating in 2004. How does he know then 20 years later all the new advanced ways to cheat? Something to think about. So Victor Conte, Canelo cheated, and he would always be a spokesperson for VADA. And I'm like, how do you say you have no affiliation with VADA, but you're always tweeting and giving everybody what they call it the tea now about what's going on with fighters cheating in VADA, but you have no affiliation with it. But anyway, so this is the interview I remember specifically. Check this out.
Go towards you for the information, right? You had a stance on the amphetamine. Can you explain to me what amphetamine does for an athlete?
It's called phentermine. It's from the family of amphetamines. Very powerful.
Like methamphetamine?
Like methamphetamine, yes.
Okay.
And there's some very dangerous things that can happen. It increases your heart rate. It gives you an advantage because now it pumps blood throughout your system more quickly. It's also a central nervous system stimulant, so it's going to enhance reaction time. But it is dangerous. It is dangerous, and it really helps in terms of weight loss as well. So it's something that I was given to NFL players back in the Balco days. Some of the Oakland Raiders, I had them what's called Adipex P is the brand name, but phentermine is something that is definitely a performance-enhancing drug. Some have claimed it's not, but it most certainly is.
You know, I try to defend you as much as I can, but
Now this is interesting right here, right? So Victor Conte apparently is saying, look, the stuff that they giving them now, I was giving these fighters back when Cash Money took over for the 9-9 and the 2000, right? And Ness is about to try to give him an out, right? This is why I pay to have a great memory. I remember this vividly. Ness is about to try to give him an out on his fighters, but watch how he responds to this. Check this out.
If you own anything and you try to fight Devin Haney, guess what? Chances is you're going to get busted because we got Victor Conte on our team.
Boom. Boom. Okay. Two things to address. I'm going to rewind that. We got to run that back. Dollar Bill Haney, we got to run that back. So Victor Conte is about to say, because Ness gonna say none of your fighters test positive for steroids, and he gonna be like, nah, a couple of them did, but they wasn't in, I didn't know what they was doing, and they wasn't in my custody when this happened, distance themselves from the crime type stuff, But this is the reason I brought this up, because I remember Bill Haney saying those exact words, right? So Bill Haney comes in and says, if you're on something, we're gonna find you, because we got Victor Conte, and he gonna catch you. How is Victor Conte gonna catch anybody? He don't work for Snack. I mean, excuse me, Vada.
That's a great question.
So let me run that back one more time.
As much as I can, but I'm not like the.
If you own anything and you try to fight Devin Haney, guess what? Chances is you're going to get busted, because we got Victor Conte on our team.
So that's the belief that they had in Victor Conte. Devin Haney broke the news about Victor Conte passing away to the YouTube and the world of everybody in the boxing, right? And everybody found out through Devin Haney. So that leads me to believe that they're tight. They're so tight and believe in Victor Conte's system so much that Bill Haney believes that if you're on any performance enhancing drug, they're going to find out, because they're working with Snack, which has no affiliation with VADA, but they're still going to find out. And that's the belief that they have in their conditioning and Victor Conte. Victor Conte is no longer with us. How is that going to affect Devin Haney in the fight? How was the lack of Snack being there going to affect Devin Haney? I ain't heard nobody bring this point up neither. And this is why they rock with the Scholar Channel, because I think about every angle, especially in a game that's probably 70 to 80% mental. How's this going to affect Devin Haney, along with the ghost that we already know, the Ryan Garcia ghost?
Yeah, the PRSD.
Huh?
The I say post-traumatic stress syndrome.
The PTSD of Ryan Garcia. I got exactly what you
PTRD.
Oh, that's hilarious. PTRD is hilarious. But yeah, how's that going to affect them in the fight? They don't got big content.
I don't know. Like you said, man, when he's nervous, he do certain things, man. I don't know if that's nerves or that. Hey, man. I just know to say what he said to Brian Norman is to be literally walking in the shadow of another person. Why walk in that shadow? You said what?
That's what he was thinking. What would Floyd do?
Yeah, what would Floyd do? Okay, so now the one thing about Floyd is Floyd was a narcissist, but he didn't care what you thought of him. He knew what he was. Devin not having that same kind of tick inside his head. Devin really cares what people thinks about him. Now, we all to a certain degree do, but he really does. And that fight more so than anything, and that picture more so than anything, where they had him face down, butt up, in some soiled shorts. They ran that thing left and right, left and right, left and right. Undefeated was the internet when it came to that. And like you said, that right there, that also gets ran a lot. And he's struggling. He beat up. And those things haunt him to the point where he was in the ring with somebody who he should have disposed of. And he didn't dispose of him. I don't know if you can make that up, if you can get back that glory that you once had in your mind where you felt like you was invincible. But I wish I had the interview directly after the infamous sparring with Gervonta Davis, where he sat down with Ellie and Mayweather, and they were talking, and Mayweather was talking about the sparring, talking about how, it was good work, this, and this. But you could look on his face, like he had a look on his face like he let him down. And Floyd was peeping it, so he was building him back up. But for somebody who never got touched and who was dominating the thing, he didn't have that look of like, I whooped this ninja's tail. He had this look like, I let you down. And now all of a sudden we got him being called out for speaking Floyd's words verbatim on the Floyd playbook. But we don't see the evidence of Floyd in the ring. Say what you want about Floyd. Floyd was a master in that ring. Very few times did somebody get the best of him. But that night, as you can clearly tell by what you got on the screen, somebody got the best of him, and he hadn't seemed to have recovered. I hope he has, because shout out my man Tony. He gonna need to be right upstairs for him to pull out what he said he's gonna pull out in the ring. Because what he's not factoring in is while Brian Norman is not poetic with his movement, he's poetic with his function. He uses the right movements like a poet uses the right words to drive home a point or illustrate something. It don't look pretty, but I'm under the opinion that form follows function. So it don't matter what it look like. Is it functionable? His feet are functionable. The way he sets up his punches are functionable. The way he is able to navigate the ring, functionable. Ramirez didn't look nothing like that in the ring. That will not be what he is facing in the ring this week coming up. Next week coming up. So I'm hoping that Dev recognized what was wrong. He got people in there to help him fix it. And that he can forget, like you said, as we are people of picking fights, we got to have short-term memory. Hopefully he has short-term memory and forgot all about that. So he can be what he has to be to win that fight. Because if he does, then it's a great fight.
You know what? There's two things I gotta give you pushback on. The first thing, I don't know if you can see the screen, but I got Tank and Devin sparring. That sparring session, I actually gave me a lot of respect for Devin, because everybody got their version of what happened, but Devin made a really, really good account of himself in that sparring session. So that was the first thing. The second thing is you said short-term memory. With Maya Angelou, one of her favorite quotes, because the first one is when people show you who they is, believe them. The second quote is people may forget you, but they never forget how you made them feel. Devin Haney will never forget how he felt after Ryan Garcia wobbled him, embarrassed him, and dominated him. But matter of fact, before the PED test came out, it was either before or after, I can't remember, but he was devastated. He was like, I've never been dominated like that before, and he was just talking like from a place of defeat. Matter of fact, Devin Haney, that entire year was just getting L after L after L. Like the lawsuit, how the internet reacted to that, he made up with Ryan Garcia afterwards. They were doing face-offs. His girlfriend was crying over Young Thug. Devin Haney took a bunch of L's, in a short amount of time, in front of the world to watch, And as crazy as it sounds, stuff like that plays on your mental. Matter of fact, there's a fight where Sugar Ray Leonard is commentating one of Mike Tyson's fights. I want to say it's Tony Tubbs. And he said he had a great respect for Mike Tyson because he watches how he goes out there and dominates these fighters. And he's going through a lot at home. And he was like, in a game that's mental, he understands how that can play on you and make you not have a good day. Because you got to be the best of yourself in that ring. You're taking punches, you know what I mean? Guy got bad intentions for you. You know what I mean? You can't go in there pussyfooting around. So, he said he respects that. You go back and look at Mike Tyson in, I think, 89, 91, around that time, in between that time. Mike Tyson has a bald spot in his head because he was stressing so much. This is when he was running into trees with Robin Givens and stuff like that, crashing his car in the trees. And that Mike Tyson was going in there and just dominating inside the ring. Nothing he did outside the ring affected him inside the ring. He understood the assignment inside the ring. And I don't think Devin Haney's that guy. I think he showed that in the Ramirez fight. Had he stopped Ramirez, I say, okay, short-term memory. He's over it, whatever the case may be. But because, he got in the ring and he didn't throw punches that he should have thrown, those L's that he took with the Young Thug and all that stuff that people might think is silly, it weighed on him. It had an effect on him, and he showed inside the ring. That's the ring is the truth teller. It's the truth chamber, and whatever happens in there, if you choose to believe your lying eyes or choose to be fans, it don't change the fact that what happened. And Devin Haney is not the Devin Haney of old. If this was the Devin Haney of old, he still would have a hard time with Brian Norman Jr. The Devin Haney of old, that was a master with the jab and controlling range, and still had a confidence out of this world, And he emulates Floyd so much, not just with the lingo. He went to go work with Floyd's dad. You know what I mean? He went to go work with Floyd's dad. If there was ever a telltale sign he wanted to be the next Floyd Mayweather, he made like there's pictures that he put out where he's making the same facial expressions. He wants to be Kobe, studying Michael Jordan. There's no doubt about that. But like Brian Norman said, let's put that to bed. Let Floyd be who Floyd is. You got to walk in your own destiny. He coming off that loss. I don't care what BoxRec says. Listen, they were supposed to take it off. I'm not saying that Ryan Garcia deserved the victory. They did what they were supposed to do. But as far as Devin Haney, can't unpunch him. You can't remove those ghosts that's in the attic. You know what I mean? He got to go out there and win and get rid of the ghost. And he's only fought one fight, and he didn't look spectacular in that fight. I would be extremely shocked because one of my homeboys really believed Devin Haney is going to make easy work of Brian Norman Jr. Like he just going to control range and just jab the hell out of him. And I'm like, bro, think about this for a second, bro. I was telling them, in the ring is pressure. You know what I mean? It's pressure. Even if you a boxer fighting another boxer, there's still pressure. It's pressure to make punches miss. It's pressure to not fall for feints. It's pressure just to get in the ring alone. That's why the first round is always a fill-out round, because the pressure gets to them. They're human beings, right? Brian Norman Jr., on top of that pressure, is a pressure fighter. He comes forward. He's going to test you mentally. And you have a fighter who has mental cracks. Listen, I'm going to be honest with you. I don't even understand how people pick Devin Haney in this fight. Now, I granted, I know what they're thinking. Scholar, you was wrong about Bud and Canelo. Okay, I get them wrong every now and then. But for the most part, when I say something, it happens. And I think that this is a case where Devin Haney has shown you on several occasions that mentally he's not there. He's not even winning the war of words. Everybody keep comparing Brian Norman Jr. to Regis. First off, Regis sucks. I said that a long time ago. Matter of fact, story time, T Hill. I got invited to a local fight in Texas. And Devin Haney was fighting Regis on that day. So what I did is I gave the password to my homies, let them hold down the panel, drop my breakdown, and I didn't even go to the fight. Right? And I called them after that event was over, and they was like, bro, you was right. I was like, what happened? They was like, it was exactly what you said. Regis sucked. Regis got outboxed by Devin Haney. He don't know how to close range. He don't know how to cut distance. Everything I said came to pass, And then after Devin Haney beat Regis, Regis was kind of exposed at that point. Like, he started losing to everybody at that point, Regis right now is just a talking head. No more, no less, So with that being said, Brian Norman Jr. is not Regis. Completely, night and day, Brian Norman Jr. don't have the greatest defense in the world. I definitely will say that. But his offense is his defense. He made people put their hands in their pocket when they feel them punches. And the title has made him 30% better and believing in himself. You know what I mean? And he like I said, the longer that they wait to fight Brian Norman Jr., I feel like the more dangerous it is for them with the Boots and all the other people of the world. And this fight at 47 is the winner could potentially be going to be undisputed at 47. So to me, this is like an undisputed fight, in my opinion, because I feel like this is going to be the best at 47. 47 kind of weak right now too, to be fair. But I don't see no path to victory for Devin Haney. I think Ortiz got a better chance of beating Boost than Devin Haney has of beating B. Norman. I don't even think they wanted the fight. Well, I ain't even no thing. They didn't even want this fight before. It was Turkey Al-Rashid who forced them to take this fight. Which showed me Turkey Al-Rashid really ain't even a fan of Devin like that. Or Shakur. I don't even know what they do business.
Oh, he's not, man. They don't like us as people, bro. After dumb. He definitely don't. And they trying
to they made up and all that stuff. That was for Devin and Shakur. I don't know why they would go work with them. And this is another thing I gotta give Bill Haney. You know, Bill Haney be shooting himself in the foot like he see them dollar signs, just lose all logic. And that's what he did in the Ryan Garcia fight. That's why the weight difference that they agreed to make. Took that money and then, you know, got Devin Haney and proceeded with the fight. Not stretched, but knocked down multiple times and beat up and damaged. And if he don't take that fight because Ryan can't make the weight, we don't even get here. Devin Haney's still undefeated. He's still confident. And they still get the B. Norman Jr. fight, and he's an undefeated, more confident fighter. But he took that instant gratitude, and now he's taking it again with Turkey Al-Rashid offering to him, a guy who I don't think is a big fan of them. And if they end up getting derailed, or you have nobody to blame but Bill Haney.
No, absolutely. I agree with that wholeheartedly. Especially about the money part. So they have grown accustomed to receiving. I put that in the chat while you said that. They have been growing accustomed to receiving a certain amount of pay for their fights. But they have burned an excessive amount of bridges to the point where a lot of people who don't want to do no business with them. And there's a lot of people who have lost money doing business with them. The way they have responded and talked to these people have them to the point where they don't like them. Turkey, he don't like us, and he definitely don't like them. But because he doesn't like them, he will pay them to fight, but he's going to put them in fights that they don't believe they will win. He didn't want this fight. They didn't even have a fight, but they know if we do fight, we got to get a certain amount of money. So Turkey was, go ahead.
He tried to get the Tio fight, didn't he, at first?
You talking about Turkey? Or yeah, I think so, but he probably don't believe Tio's the guy that can beat him. What you think about that? You think Tio can beat him?
Yeah, I think Tio can beat Dev, but I think Dev just Tio don't like fighting that style, you know. And I'm gonna just be honest with you. I think Tio might be a little bit intimidated by black people.
Ever since, you know, his wife.
I think the sparring, like if you look at all the people that are his classmates, they are all black, you know what I mean, the elite ones.
Yeah.
So it's like I think he just looks at black people as dominant and he just don't say it. So it comes out, you know. And
the way it comes out. It comes out the way it comes out. You're right. I got you.
He has a style to beat Devin Haney. He could have probably beat Devin Haney fairly easy too as well. But no, that would have been, let me stop, not easy. That would have been a good back and forth fight because Tio has problems fighting.
No, you know, I agree with you. He has the talent to fairly easy dispatch of Haney. The acumen is where I have the problem with him. Because he doesn't understand how to fight on the front foot as well as he can fight on the back foot.
Agreed. And Devin Haney gonna try to force him to come forward. So that fight, it might be this is a matter of who's gonna fight who's gonna try to force the action. But I think Devin Haney will be more disciplined and focused fight than Tio would. So
I
Tio
agree.
would be the aggressor and try to come forward. So I agree with that.
I agree. I think that's why that fight never got made. Because the people that handle Tio understand that.
But you know, B. Norman Jr. We talk about Devin Haney talking like Floyd. B. Norman Jr. is starting to sound like he's starting to bring that southern. You know, you remind me of.
Lost to Antonio Tarver. Tarver ain't beat Superman. You understand me? Now, what they don't tell you is I had a chest infection. My chest hairs was entangled. You understand me? Go look at my fights when I fought Bernard Hopkins and James Toney. I ain't had those chest hairs. But when I fought Antonio Tarver, I had a full thing of chest hairs. You understand me? I didn't know you were supposed to shave them. You understand me? Now, can Floyd be the best of shaving his chest? Yes, he might be the best because he shaved his chest. You understand me? Bernard Hopkins knew, shave your chest. That's how he was able to fight till he was 50. You understand me? I didn't know that. Muhammad Ali ain't shaved his chest. George Foreman ain't shaved his chest. Or so I thought when I saw George Foreman come back for the second go round when he was 40 plus. Guess what? Go look at his chest. He ain't have a full thing of chest hairs. So these are things I did not know. You understand me? But if you comparing King of the Hill to the money, then no, we gonna take my prime over his prime. Show me one fighter that he beat in his prime. You can't. I was still putting the whip in the Montel Griffin. Y'all must have forgot.
Remember that name? Y'all must have
forgot. So you understand me? So I you know, Roy Jones ain't shave his chest tip, you know, but I ain't gonna lie, that's who B. Norman Jr. started to talk with that swag and that confidence that Roy Jones had. That's why I said that the more that they let B. Norman sit around and gain confidence, the worse it's gonna be for them, in my opinion. I think that they should have got B. Norman, clipped him the same way that what you call it got Canelo. Floyd got Canelo early, or what's his name? John the Beast Mugabe got clipped by Marvin Hagler early. You let people like that gain confidence and they already offensive juggernaut, bro, it's only gonna get worse. Because then they start getting creative with the offense. They start taking more risks. They started, you know what I mean? And it's just like, okay.
I know exactly what you mean.
Yeah,
I agree.
I'm like, oh yeah,
my bad. I didn't mean to cut you off. No, I was just gonna say, man, a lot of people, including my man that was talking today, discredit the fact that he's getting better fight by fight.
Yeah, a lot of people don't believe in B. Norman Jr. You know, I like when I be having conversations, they let me know why they're not sold on them or whatever the case may be. And like I said, man, I get it. I get it, you know, and they might think I'm drinking the Kool-Aid. I had B. Norman Jr. on the show before, so they might think I'm a little bit compromised. But on the show, Scholar gonna be Scholar no matter where he go. On the show, off the show, like my opinions are just because a person's a nice person, my opinion's not gonna change because I feel like people look to my channel for my opinion, and my opinion is based on everything I put, the complete pie chart, and friendship ain't even, you know, so. That being said, you know, I thought Boots was favored to beat his son, even though I thought his son would give Boots a great fight, you know, offensively. Hit him harder than he ever been hit before. I still thought that, and I knew Boots was dead at the weight at the time too. So I thought that would be a good fight, but I still thought Boots might edge it maybe. But I thought it was gonna be a really good fight. I'm talking about like fight of the year type, like where we go back and watch it as a classic fight. Thought that was gonna be that type of fight. But it never materialized. Of course, because Boots, I don't think Boots believe in himself like we see him. We see him one way, but he don't see himself. It's like the people who are Boots is bulimic. He boxing bulimic. There we go. There's a new term for somebody to steal it. Boots is boxing bulimic. You know, bulimic people think they fat. We can see they skinny, but they think they fat. So when they eat a meal, what they do?
Trying to get right back up.
Barf. Boots is that. We can see Boots' talent, but Boots don't see his talent. You know, he knows he can do this against heavy bags and bums and everything in between. But he don't think that he could perform at the level that he needs to perform on a high level against elite fighters, which is why he don't fight elite fighters. Like he booted up the 54 and asked Turkey Al-Rashid for a tune-up. And it's like, Boots, what? Why do you need a tune-up? You active, you in shape all year long. You know what I mean? You claiming that you a monster that everybody's scared of. Now you in a division full of monsters and you want to tune up? Boots stomp heavy with Crocs on. You know, that's why he don't make no indention on planet Earth. You know, and like Ford said, let me do the Devin Haney. Like I said before, you know, Boots, him and Eddie Hearns have bamboozled the entire boxing world, and I'm sitting here watching it, not laughing or anything, but I'm just watching it in real time. Like, yeah, they got y'all, man. They got y'all. They tricked y'all. They got a fight with a fighter who's never had a belt, who ain't really even on their level as far as skills go. He just got punching power. Skills, he ain't even nowhere near the realm of Boots, right? And the fight was offered to him, and they turned it down, only to circle back around to that fight. So everybody be like, we really want this fight. I seen a video of a guy, and it's the algorithm just brought me. I don't even know who it is, but I hit the video and it said proof that Ortiz is ducking Boots. And it was like, come on, Ortiz. This is the fight that everybody wants to see. Everybody? I would rather see Boots versus Bakra. I don't know about y'all. That's the fight I want to see. Fendora versus Ortiz. These are the fights I want to see. I want to see that because that's the most competitive. Listen, I would even be okay with Boots versus Jermell, which will probably more than likely be the next fight. But
yeah, I'm thinking that's going to be his next fight as well, too.
I'll be okay with that one because Jermell, I mean, even though he quit in his last fight at 54, he's never been dethroned. He's still the man at 54. He was unjustly had those titles ripped for him because they marketed the fight while the fight was going on as undisputed versus undisputed. Then told him if he stepped foot inside the ring, they would go strip him of all the belts. You're like, wait a minute, what? Don't even make sense.
Nah, it didn't.
And the crazy part about it is he paying sanctioning fees to get all the belts only for them to pull that crap.
Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy, man.
So yeah, I thought that was some BS, you know. So I wouldn't be mind a Jermell fight. You know what I mean? They were talking about a Spence fight. I'm glad the zone blocked that fight. Well, I ain't gonna say to me, I'm glad. Let me be full disclosure, full transparency. I think that fight would do. I don't think. I know that fight will sell out Cowboy Stadium. Errol Spence still got a ton of fans. They both being from Texas, and Errol Spence is not going to be in no boring fight. The Crawford fight, he took everything Crawford had to throw at him and more. Referee had to say himself. Well, he's not coming in to lay that.
Nah,
so,
you not.
If they fight, I'm definitely going to watch. Who wouldn't watch an Errol Spence versus what you call it fight Ortiz when they just watched Lubin? But Spence will knock Lubin out even before he fought Ortiz. Lubin, like I said, Lubin ain't nobody to me. You know what I mean? I don't know why everybody rate Lubin so high, but you know, so they okay with the Lubin fight, but they're not okay with Ortiz versus Spence. So I ain't gonna lie, I would like to see that fight as a fan and actually being from Texas. You know what I mean? That would be huge, especially for the sport of boxing. You know what I mean? A lot of people don't think so because they think all the time best versus best, best versus best. Then when we get best versus best, they don't even appreciate it.
Nah.
Like watch poor fight, T.O. You watch how much slander they're gonna get before the fight, during the fight, and after the fight, and they both still in their primes. Now watch how much slander. Remember I said this to you. We're gonna revisit this conversation. Watch how much.
Nah, they already giving them slander right now, and I mean, like I say, man, unfortunately, when it comes to our fighters, we're gonna always hear flack getting thrown to them and of them, and it doesn't make any sense, man. But it's a good fight. The problem that I would have with it is that if you're going up there and you win the belt, why would you relinquish the belt? That's the only problem I have with it.
Who talking about? Elaborate, brother. Who talking about?
Shakur versus Tio.
Oh, okay.
Because I can't see a path to victory for Tio. I cannot. Because Shakur is not going to engage him the way that he needs him to in order for him to get his stuff off. And when he doesn't get engaged, he gets flustered, I should say. I'm sorry. And when he's flustered, we see what happens. Do I still got it? Man.
You saying he should fight like Sandor Martin?
Man, Sandor Martin beat both Puello and Tio. He should be champion.
Garcia.
Yeah, you're right. He did. So he should be champion, bro. I think that he has a style that is very difficult to come across. And the way that you beat Tio is by frustrating him, because when he's frustrated, he gets instinctive. He doesn't start thinking. He gets instinctive. And sometimes the instincts are not the right instincts that you should have. He doesn't actually use the benefit of intellect by being instinctual. It just happens. It's like Bruce Lee said, it hits all by itself. My man started just doing some silly ass stuff, and in the process, he charges with his head first. So even in fights where it was like with McCombie, it looked like he got his ass whooped, dog. It really did, even though he didn't get his ass whooped. With Shakur, it's gonna be even worse because he's gonna get timed and he's gonna get let off of his axis. And that's my problem with Tio. He's got all the talent in the world. It's just that toolbox is back. You said what?
It's just styles.
Yeah.
I mean, every fighter falls into some type of whatever belief system or
exactly
that works. You know what I mean? Bull counter, shoulder, whatever the case. They fall into tricks that end up working. Canelo's. And that's another thing. That's how you know Canelo watch. He don't even do his trick. Canelo used to get his right hand and throw like a decoy punch out there and then hit you with the uppercut. That was like one of his signature. He don't even do that no more. That just shows he's a watching the fighter. But everybody get into these styles, and Tio's style is he likes to see stuff. He likes to make you miss, make you pay. He's a counter. You know what I mean? But he's explosive in spots, but he don't put his punches together. You know what I mean? You got to be standing in front of him. Once you change that range, and Tio has to step in with a jab or whatever, he doesn't look spectacular. You know what I mean? When he got to come forward. But if you stand in the mid range, Tio get you. Tio get you. But it's just when Tio has to go in and close range, that's where he has the deficiencies at. But if he fought Shakur, well, if they end up fighting, I got Tio in that fight.
You got Tio?
Yeah, absolutely.
Damn.
I think Shakur showed me in the De Los Santos fight. Shakur, leading up to that fight, Shakur was talking about, this is my big fight. He's gonna do blah blah blah, et cetera. And De Los Santos came forward, and all Shakur did was like back up and not engaged, and, you know what I mean. And then he blamed it on De Los Santos not wanting to engage with him, and it's just like, nah, you didn't do enough for this fight. So I don't know. I don't. And
so you think De Los Santos engaged him in that fight?
I mean, he came forward. That's
what I give you that. He definitely came forward.
That's giving a counter puncher an opportunity when you come forward. If you come forward against James Toney, Floyd, or anything, that's all they need. It don't matter if you come forward with a high guard or whatever. You come forward, you know what I mean? That's all they need. Bam, bam.
When you engage somebody in conversation, though, how do you do it, though? Because, see, coming forward is just like going up with an opening, like, icebreaker. But that's not engaging them in conversation. That's just opening or initiating the fact that there should be conversation. He did that by stepping forward, but I don't think that he did everything he needed to do to make sure that, you know what, by stepping forward, we're gonna have this talk.
Yeah, it's like Shakur, if he was what everybody thought he was, that would have been all he needed, was a guy to come forward and give him opportunities.
I agree with you. I fully, bro. When you because I know so many people who believe that Shakur is this. He is what I can't even put words on it right now. But there's a lot of people believe he's better than what he is. I think he's a fantastic boxer. But I think that, you know, he, much like what you said of Devin, really looking for an identity. They're trying to be something that they're really not. And when they do what they're good at, people talk bad about them. And they worry about what people say.
Yeah.
If you said one time when we were talking, I forgot who it was, but it was a couple of people, and it was a woman on the panel. He said, if you don't stand for something, you fall for everything. They have to stand on who they are. If you don't know who you are, then somebody good enough can dictate who you should be. And I think that you know, that's what Tio has the ability to do that. I don't know if he has the wherewithal. That's my only problem with Tio, is the wherewithal. And yeah, he can be. I think he can beat Dev easy. I think he can beat Shakur too. But will he do what's necessary? Will he negotiate the ring the way he should to get it done? Is the problem I have with him. And I find that because when he talks of these fights, he often goes to fights that nobody thought of. Why would you say all this is only to go to this fight? That's a security blanket to me. And I think that, you know, unfortunately, like you said, one of the things happened a long time ago, and, you know, he's trying to work his way around that. He got slapped by my man Matias, and he did absolutely nothing but clown.
Oh, that was crazy work right there.
That's anybody else.
That's another fighter that people don't, that I'd be like, I ain't gonna say pumping up, but that's another fighter that I hold in high regards to everybody.
Bro, I don't understand why people talk bad on this dude, man. This dude is tough.
They don't understand what they're watching. They don't understand that Matias comes forward putting a ton of pressure on you, and he invades you, and he make you feel like you have to fight when you're trying to rest. He's a horrible style for somebody. Nobody will want to fight that type of style. Nobody. And trust me, this is coming from somebody who if y'all don't trust anything I say, this is 100% true. If you surveyed all of Matias' opponents and asked them, this is kind of what Floyd was saying with the drunken master. What's his name?
Emmanuel Augustus.
Emmanuel Augustus. I don't know why I drew a blank, but it's fighters like this. But he's
because he changed his name.
He got way more. His work rate is way higher than Emmanuel Augustus. Like, he makes you fight every single second of every single round. Nobody wants to do that. No human being. And his style won't last. It won't last because, you know, he comes forward, and he probably got about 2-3 years tops at that style. But these 2-3 years, you won't see nothing. And I said this a long time ago. I said what's gonna happen is Matias gonna rise to fame, and people gonna start to notice him because he's gonna make really, really experienced guys look like amateurs in the ring, because he's gonna test them mentally with the relentless pressure. This type of pressure is like a Joe Frazier type of pressure. And you see what Muhammad Ali said, it was the closest thing to death. The man was in the ring with George Foreman, but the Joe Frazier fight was the thing he said was the closest to death. So think about that for a second. I said Matias, a long time ago, I said Matias is going to make really, really experienced guys and guys that they consider the best look like amateurs, and nobody's going to call his name or anything until he looks like he's human and starts to slow down. And that's exactly what we're seeing before our eyes. Nobody looks Matias' way. Nobody talks about Matias. Matias, they act like he don't even exist in the sport of boxing. The people that are around him.
That's crazy too, because he's a champion. That's wild, bro.
And won't even mention his name. And what's gonna happen is that style takes a lot. When he started to slow down, you're gonna start seeing all the big names talking about I want Matias. That's how boxing works. Same thing for Triple G in his palm. Nobody wanted to fight Triple G in middleweight. You know what I mean? So and they waited till Triple G starts slowing down. That's when they start calling Triple G name. It happened with a lot of fighters. Hagler, a lot of people in the sport of boxing, but Matias is that guy. I know what I'm seeing with him. He will force you to fight every second of every round, and nobody wants to do that. We just talked about how fatigue makes cowards out of fighters.
Yeah,
Matias make cowards out of fighters.
No, absolutely.
Fight every second of every round.
Absolutely, and what I'm saying on top of that, people act like he mindless. That motherfucker is like a surgeon in there, bro. He breaks down you physically from the body up. He takes everything you want to give him, and he catches a lot of like they don't even recognize he be catching and slipping shots. The motherfuckers die. I love me some Matias. He nice.
It looked like it. That's what I'm saying to the untrained eye. It looks like he's taking a ton of punishment. But to people that know what they looking at, he don't take a lot of punishment. He gives the illusion because he beats fighters to certain spots and beat them to certain spots and then make them work. Like I said, when they trying to rest. So, you know, they don't even get a good solid punch on him. And because he fights from an active high guard, he's blocking, he's deflecting punches with his forearms. He's doing a lot of things that you wouldn't know unless you understand what you're looking at. And that's why people listen, you don't have to take me and T Hill word for it. Look at the people that's supposed to fight him. What are they saying about him? They ain't saying nothing because they don't want no parts of him.
Hey man, he fought Ergashev. Ergashev tough. That boy broke him down. Jeremiah Ponce, tough. Broke him down.
Facts.
I mean, hell, went in a hell of a fight with my man, what's his name? The one who I said Matias beat. I mean, not Matias, Martin beat.
Sandor Martin, I forgot, bro.
Sandor Martin, Puello.
I'm running off.
Yeah, I feel you, man.
Matias just fought a guy, and I was talking to my homie X because X don't like Matias, and I was like, bro, Matias.
Oh, Athletic don't like him?
Nah, he hate Matias.
Oh man, that's crazy. That's crazy.
But I know why. It's like when you're a fighter, you tend to like styles that favor your style. So like if you're a boxer, Mayweather would be, you know what I mean? So it makes sense to me.
I hear you. I agree with you, Dave. You usually rock with stuff that you indoctrinate yourself.
Yes. So X is a boxer, so he don't like what you know, because Matias to the untrained eye, he looks sloppy. He looks like he just comes in, just winging punch it. But you know, he has everything that he does with the purpose. Everything he does, even to just touching you, that's old school stuff. Like listen, Canelo and Eddie Reynoso and those guys have went shoulder punch crazy. Everything is shoulder, you know, and that is old school boxing. But they got that from Marciano. Rocky Marciano would break you down, not just hitting you on the shoulders, hitting you everywhere until he broke you down. See, that's what Canelo don't realize. He just go to shoulder. He hit him everywhere. You know who hits everywhere? Matias. Not just hard punches. Sometimes he just touch you. That don't realize just when you're on the ropes and a fighter coming in, just touching you everywhere, not even hard shots, just touching you, that is enough to drain you mentally because you have to react. It's like a feint. You have to react. and you're trying to rest. And while you're resting, reacting and worried about what's coming, that creates a level of anxiety and starts to drain your petrol.
Nah, absolutely.
It does.
Yeah, nah, I like Matias. I can't believe that him being a boxer, man. That's the one thing that I never understood about X. I'm like, bro, you know what you should be looking at. You should be able to see exactly what's going on. Nothing about him is mindless. Nothing about him is like there's no activity that he's doing that is not getting a desired effect. Even when he is throwing punches and they're not landing, it's to get a desired effect. He wants you to start thinking about something so he could take advantage of something else. Man, yeah, I like me some Matias. I would love to see him in the ring with Gary Antoine Russell. I think that would be a hell of a fight.
Yeah, that would be. He'll beat Gary, though. He'll beat Gary. I think the pressure is just too much. I think the pressure is too much for anybody to handle because that ain't just regular pressure. That is, like I said, if we did a survey on Matias' opponents, man, that is just relentless. It's like 36 minutes. You're going to have to fight Matias at least 30 out of those minutes. And that's a lot to ask for even a well-conditioned athlete.
You ain't lying.
So
you ain't lying.
And to the I was gonna show you this earlier. Hold on, let me go. So to the I was at this fight and I remember this, right? So Boots, I remember Eddie Hearn saying, "Oh, we're gonna be in the building. We're gonna be in the building when the Boots stuff goes on." And I'm like, what is the purpose of being in the building? If you send a contract, why y'all so concerned with public perception? That's what really gets me. That's what really get me. I say mad, but it's annoying because they so concerned with the public. Fights is not made by getting in the ring after the fight. Fights is made by contracts. So the same way that the fight was offered in the past, just offer it again. So I knew it was going to be a spectacle, and we already knew it was for that. Lubin was going to get destroyed. So a couple things I wanted to point out. So let's go to this fight. Because I never got to say this in time because I was on my live. So here we go.
Ortiz. Well, Virgil, congratulations.
So Virgil knew he was going to be in the building and called him out.
You have had some big fights and some incredible knockouts in your career, but I don't think any bigger or any more incredible than what we saw tonight here in Texas. What did you think of that finish?
Before I answer your question, I just want to wish my brother a happy 25th birthday. Joe Ortiz right behind you. Let's go. Right here.
So evaluate that performance for me.
There wasn't much to evaluate. I just capitalized on his mistakes. Just took as much information as I could and used it.
After the first round, you came back to your corner, and Robert said, slow it down a little bit. You've got rounds.
So, and this is the thing that worried me. Somebody told me this in real time that Robert Garcia told him to slow down. And this is why I have a problem. I ain't gonna say I have a problem with it. But this is why I don't think he can beat Boots. Just simply because of jab. I don't even have to get so much deep into this. I'm not even a betting person. I thought Bud would get beat by Canelo, but I wouldn't bet on the fight for obvious reasons. I would bet on the Boots versus Verge. That's how confident I am. I already got a bet running with one of my homies now. If they get in the ring, but they probably will never get in the ring. But if they ever get in the ring, that'll be one of Boots' easiest fights. The fact that he's a southpaw and he's gonna feel further away, Virgil Ortiz tries to make the fight and he tries to force the fight to happen. And he will try to close that distance. You know what I mean? Not responsibly, not behind the jab or behind head movement, but just try to close it with his head right in the center. And Boots is going to take advantage of it. Boots could literally close his eyes and throw a punch and knock Virgil out because he don't move his head.
Nah, he don't. He definitely don't.
So
he definitely don't. He's there to be hit.
Exactly.
You just got to be willing to take his punch.
And you know what's crazy? The people that give Verge a chance, it's only a puncher's chance. Boots has skill. He can win off punches and skill. So he has more tools in his toolbox to win the fight. So I don't think Verge can win the fight. Listen, if Verge do win the fight, hey, he'll make a believer out of me. But
No, absolutely. Well, I'll say this in that fight right there with Lubin, even though I take it with a grain of salt because Lubin was pretty much a mannequin in the ring for him. He did do some intricate things, like he peeled and threw the punch with the hand that he peeled. He used his head to peer open the guard, and he stepped off to the side to create the angle for a shot. Those were, yeah, man.
It was a punching bag.
No, you right. You right.
You know, like I just seen it. You know what I seen the other day? I seen Manny Pacquiao. Let me show it. I literally just seen this, and it ties into what we said today. Manny Pacquiao when he fought Joshua Clottey. You remember that?
Yeah.
And he threw a punch, but it was a punch that Main Story said he never seen before. Here we go. And I remember this fight. I was so disappointed in Clottey for this performance because Clottey hadn't showed this level of weakness before.
Yeah, but after that, he showed it all the damn time. I feel you though, man.
He definitely did. Hold on, let me see. So let me slow it down. Boom. All right, so here we go. So this Manny Pacquiao when he fought Clottey. Did I share the screen? Okay, I know I wasn't tripping. Okay, hold on. How do I get it full screen? I'm gonna have to hit the refresh button.
Nah, I'm still looking at your boy Harvey Doc over there trying to escort my man off that rope so he won't hurt himself. Nah, I see it now.
2 punches. He lands 2 punches on Joshua Clottey. Double clapped his fist. And it's because Joshua Clottey was in the guard. He didn't throw any punches. It wasn't even like I said, Lubin in prior fights would do this and go to the ropes, but he would try to set up a straight left. He would try to run you into something. He did nothing. This is a defensive posture right here.
Yeah.
A defensive posture that you don't have to worry about any offense coming back. And because Manny Pacquiao didn't have to worry about any offense coming back, the man threw 2 punches. That's when you know a dude is styling on you. When a dude is so comfortable in the fight that he throw 2 punches at once, leaning forward, head above his front leg, off balance, it just shows he really don't respect you. And I feel like that's what Ortiz was able to do against Lubin because he didn't have to worry about anything coming back. So even though he did nice things, I just ignored the nice things that he did because it was like against who? A punching bag? Lubin became a punching bag that day. Now, it would be different if he fought Lubin and Lubin was putting a bunch of resistance up against him and he did that. I was like, okay, that was good. But a man changing angles against a punching bag is not impressive to me.
At all.
Pulling the guard down and all that stuff, it's like, yeah, that was all right. But I mean, it was Lubin. You know, it was, and Lubin didn't even try to win. You got a fighter potentially over the hill that's not trying to win, and you did that. I wasn't impressed at all. Ortiz was crunk as he should be. He worked hard, but that win didn't do anything for me.
Nah, not at all.
Make in that second round.
The adjustments that I made was just be cautious. That's really it. Everything that I do, any slip that I do, make sure my hand is up, all that stuff.
What were you seeing from him in the first couple of rounds? You know he had that reach. You know he wanted to box. What were you doing to try to break that distance?
It's what I do best. Just box. I mean, that's it. I'm patient. People think I'm just a come forward fighter.
He was able to cut the distance because there was nothing to deter him from cutting the distance.
Absolutely.
Lubin, and that's why I say Lubin, in the breakdown I had on members only, I talked about the jab choice in Lubin. Lubin throws an up jab or a spear jab. And when he throws those jabs, he only pushes with them. He don't snap them. And I said that leaves a lot of room for Lubin to be timed. when he was knocked out by Jamal Charlo, it's because Jamal is because Jamal had his timing. You know what I mean? When he was knocked out by Fandora, it's because Fandora timed that jab and then kept hitting him with uppercuts. And every single time Lubin's been knocked out, it's been by uppercuts. So I knew going into this fight he would get knocked out. I didn't have any faith in Lubin whatsoever. I didn't leave any room for the upset or any of that stuff. You know, I know enough about styles to know that Oscar De La Hoya is right picking this opponent in the matchmakers. So, and then they asked him, how'd you cut the distance? That is a good reporter. Say this to people that don't understand that he was able to cut the distance because the guy wasn't even extending the jab fully and snapping it. It's pushing with it. And then he's not even shooting it all the way. And he's backing up as he's doing it. T-Hill, if I'm backing up and not fully extending my jab, that's kind of an invitation to come through the front door. As a matter of fact, if you go look at legendary nights with George Foreman and Michael Moore, there's some homework for people listening. Go look at that fight. George Foreman was good. What's good? Just do. George Foreman threw his jab like halfway, and Teddy Atlas said it wasn't one day in camp that they did not prepare for that punch. He said they didn't leave one day. He said every day he was telling them, don't let him breathe. Don't let him. Don't. Oh man, my boy T. I fell asleep. Let me mute my boy up. What's good? Just do. My boy T. I fell asleep on. Shout out to T. who pull it up, man. He's a real one. But Teddy Atlas said that it wasn't one day in camp that they didn't work on that, because what George Foreman would do is he would throw the jab halfway to get a guy comfortable, saying, "Oh, I could take George Foreman punches. He don't punch that hard." You know, I don't believe it. The press clippings was wrong. George Foreman's not a power puncher, and he would con you into standing in front of him, and he would drop the bomb like he did against Michael Moore. So a lot of times it can be used to set people up. In the case with Lubin, it wasn't used to set up. It was used to invite the person in to get the fight over with. Like, I'm not one to be like a conspiracy theorist to a high level, you know, to say the fight was scripted or anything, because I would never disrespect the sport like that. And I know the sport would be hard to do, but there are game quitters in boxing where a guy will go in there and not look to win. Matter of fact, since we on film, let me show you a guy. I got a guy right here. I got a guy right here. Hold on. Give me 1 second. Right here. Hold on. Is this the fight? Yep, it's the fight right here. Boom. So here's a guy right here. So for those who don't know, a lot of guys, when they fought Mike Tyson, was already mentally beat before they got into the fight, right? We already know this, right? So this guy was about to fight Mike Tyson. You know, Don King had fattened him up, you know, while Mike Tyson was in jail. His name was Peter McNeely, right? And the most crazy thing about Peter McNeely is Peter McNeely's dad had fought Floyd Patterson, you know, and the same similar fashion, and got stretched. He didn't stand no chance of winning. So Peter McNeely goes into the fight with Mike Tyson, and you remember the interview that he did? Last but not least, man fell. Didn't say nothing about the fight. He knew he was going in there to lose the fight, right? So Peter McNeely goes into the fight with Mike Tyson. Look at Mike Tyson ripped up, and Peter McNeely jumps right on Mike Tyson when the bell rings. He jumps right on, look, ran straight into the propeller. Look, man, skipping and hopping and everything. Jumps and barrels right into Mike Tyson's chest and pushes Mike Tyson back. Now, anybody knows, you know, with Mike Tyson, you got to be very cautious and very careful, because Mike Tyson is Mike Tyson. Peter McNeely goes straight into the belly of the beast. And not only that, he's not even throwing punches. He went in there with his head. He basically football, like you know, the hitting that they don't allow the NFL to do no more. He go in there with that head. But he goes in there and throws a punch, throws another punch, just winging punches. You know what I mean? Not setting anything up, pushing Mike Tyson back, and just he's not even being creative with his offense. And then Mike Tyson clips him with a right hand. So he jumped head first into the propeller. Then he bounces right up, runs to the corner, And then the referee has to tell him, hey, man, what are you doing? Look, he's running in the sprint. He's ready to run right back into the propeller. He's ready to go right back into Mike Tyson. He knows better than that. He knows you can't do that. Then he goes right back in the circle. You know what I mean? And the referee's trying to gain control at this point. Like, bro, what are you doing? You got to get the count. Let me make sure you're okay. Go to your corner. Wipes his gloves off. Peter McNeely runs right back into the propeller, right? Which is Mike Tyson. And then gets his clock clean and gets knocked out devastatingly. Actually, this fight, I believe it didn't even count as a knockout because the corner of Peter McNeely got up on the ring apron, I believe. See, throwing bombs at Mike Tyson like he's the puncher. A game quitter is what you would call this. That's what a game quitter looks like. A guy that doesn't give himself the best chance to win, goes and fights to the strengths of his opponent to just get it over with. He's tired of being nervous. He's tired of being scared. He don't give himself a best chance to win. That's what happened with, in my opinion, what happened with Ortiz. I think that's what happened with Ortiz. I think, not Ortiz, Lubin. I think Lubin went in the fight, didn't give himself the best chance to win, didn't think he could win, and collected that payday. And, went in there. And like I said, it was times I seen Lubin escape off the ropes. And then he would get right back and center himself right back in front of Ortiz. And you just look at yourself like, what? What do you do? And it was another question they asked him during the press conference. They said, how do you feel about people looking past you and wanting to see the Boots versus fight? The Boots versus Ortiz fight. And he said, well, that fight should have happened years ago. This is my time. What kind of answer is that? What? They're younger than you. What do you mean that fight is past? He acted like he was the young fighter and he was going to take over the sport. That right there, I didn't like the way he answered. I'm like, yeah, Lubin's just here for a check. That's what I said in real time. So here we go. Let me fast forward to after the fight.
These 2 rounds tonight, did you even expect you to put that kind of performance together?
I kind of felt it, but I just had to believe in myself, and that's what I did. And you know what? There were so many people saying, oh, I'm going to get outclassed. Oh, he's going to knock me out and all that stuff.
Who was these people that said that Ortiz was going to get outclassed and he was going to get knocked out? I heard some people say put some money on the odds, but that's just because you can't pass up good odds, especially when you could bet $2 and win $2,000. Like, you'd be a fool. You waste $2 on soda, you know what I mean? Whatever the case, peanuts, so that. But other than that, nobody really believed you were going to lose the fight.
And look, he's a great fighter, but there's levels.
How much did that motivate you going through this fight?
It motivated me a lot. We're ready for the best. We want to fight the best. Boots, come over here.
This is where everybody in the arena lost it. Everybody in the arena lost it.
All right, so that you answered the question. Is this the fight that you want next? Virgil Ortiz against Jaron Boots Ennis?
I think this is the fight that has to happen, man. I think this is it.
It's the best fight in boxing. I think he did a great job. He looked good. But I'm going to show the world why I'm the best in the world. And I'm going to show his team. They've been talking all crazy. They've been talking.
Now, this is what I mean why I say Boots got boxing bulimia. He don't see what we see. We see a fighter with a whole bunch of skills, but he don't see himself like we see him. He don't believe, because I believe Boots will outclass Virgil and will be one of the easiest fights of his career because he's tailor-made for him. I don't think he believes it or his team believes it, and that's why I don't like his confidence. Like, in front of Ortiz, like Ortiz got the best of the trash talk, and I don't feel like he will win in the fight. I don't know. Boots is lacking. He's lacking something mentally.
Crazy, and I'm gonna back it up, and I'm gonna show the world why I'm the best in the world. But like I said,
but no one's been talking crazy, bro. Your dad is the first one that said that I was ducking. It's on video. It is on video that he said we ducked and we didn't get no offer.
And that's the thing right there. That Bozy, Eddie, and him always saying 3 different things. And that's where the internet, because, the internet is forever and unforgiving. That's why they kind of be like, putting their words against each other, and Boots went to explaining.
It don't matter. The time is now. It's that time. Let's get this money and let's make this fight happen.
It does matter because you said that we're the ones talking. We're not the ones talking. Oh, we started talking after you guys started talking. It's retaliation. It's retaliation.
Your manager's talking all crazy. Oscar's talking crazy. It's the time, and I'll make you pay for everything they saying.
When he said, "I'm gonna make you pay for everything they're saying," I don't know if y'all could tell. You know, sometimes like whenever a situation happens, your heart start pounding really fast. And people's like adrenaline start getting up. You could hear it. He was worked up like right there. Burge was all calm. Now, to be fair, Burge just got out of a fight, so of course he's gonna be more calmer. I just didn't like how Boots sounded. He sounded like unsure of himself and uneasy. And the fight's never gonna happen too, by the way.
I mean, I'll make you pay for everything they saying. Straight like
ain't nobody's gonna pay over here.
I'll make you pay.
No, you're not. No, you're not.
I guarantee you. If we can bet whatever, I guarantee you.
I don't want to take your money away, bro. I'm not betting.
You ain't gonna take nothing. Nah. You ain't gonna take nothing. I guarantee you. We can bet any amount of money. When we fight, I guarantee you, I'm gonna win.
I don't bet, but don't make any promises you can't keep, bro.
I'm gonna make every promise, and I'm gonna keep it straight like that. You're a great fighter. You look tremendous, but I'm gonna show the world I'm the best in the world. I got something for you.
Now, Boots, and Eddie Hearns made an announcement to everybody that they was for to be in attendance at the building. So this was kind of like pre-rehearsed. You know, everybody knew Verge was gonna win. And Boots had his speech prepared, and then like to prepare for your speech and this be the best that you could do, kind of could have did without it. Just in the contract, you know what I mean? Like this wasn't even no good WWE stuff. You know the best, the most successful time that I've seen this happen and it transferred over to me, the energy was Tyson Fury versus Deontay Wilder. You remember after that fight that Deontay Wilder knocked somebody out, Tyson Fury got in the ring. What you got to say about that, Deontay? Huh? What you got to say about that? And he was like, I will baptize you. That was dope as hell. That was dope as hell. When I tell y'all that got people excited about the fight, people was talking about the heavyweight division again. That was great for boxing. This 154 pound division is the most competitive division in boxing, and this didn't help the division. And you're talking about, like I said, Jerron Boots Ennis at 54 has done nothing but ask Turkey for a tune-up, which is insane. Most competitive division, you say you're the monster, you're around monsters, you asked it for a tune-up. Then you got Verge on the other hand. Verge has been gradually stepping up his competition at 54, but he doesn't have a belt. So like, people are really excited about the fight. Listen, now, like I said, full transparency, I would not mind watching this fight. This would be an exciting fight, but I would rather see the guy that out there justice for Bakram. Bakram is being mistreated by boxing, Turkey, everybody. He's with the guy who makes the tough fights due to his money and can't find a fight for him because nobody will fight him. The monster that everybody's saying Boots is, Bakram is, because nobody want to get their career derailed. Tim Tszyu was about to break the father-son duo curse. Meaning, when the father is a champion or anywhere in that realm, the son normally don't measure up to the father, and vice versa. You know, so if one is great or good, it's hard, or good to great, it's hard for the next generation to be that. You look at Tommy Hearns and his son. Most of the father-son duos are not that successful, and if they are successful, it's because the father never made it, and then the son pick up the slack and learn from his mistakes, you know what I mean? However it go, you know, they were fit to break that curse. Bakram derailed that whole everything. Tim Tszyu ain't even been the same fighter. He quit after having his best round against Fundora because the Bakram ghosts, he never recovered from that. Even when he had a fight where he was supposed to look like he was back, he didn't even look good in that fight because of that Bakram loss. So that is a guy that's being really treated unfair, mistreated in boxing because he's good. They're trying to get him with ring rust. Nobody wants to fight him and call his name. Everybody calling out each other, but nobody calling out his name. So it's just that's a tragedy. You know, that Turkey gonna have to, all this money that Turkey say, hey, you gonna have to break the bank to try to make boxing right, make that right that wrong in regards to Bakram. But I'm more interested to see Bakram versus Boots, in my opinion, because I feel like that's one of the best guys there, if not the best guy at 54. And if Boots is the Roy Jones guy that we think he is, and pass the eye test? Why not? Why not? Boots has been a professional 9 years. He should be able, especially passing the eye test and being able to switch orthodox to southpaw. Go fight Bakram. Why? Like, what are you waiting on? Terrence Bud Crawford jumped up 3 weight classes and fought the undisputed guy there. You know, you're never gonna get rid of the ghost of Bud, you know, fighting Ortiz, in my opinion. And Ortiz is not a bad fighter. I just don't think he's on that level. He hasn't had a belt yet. You at least had a belt at 47. Why is a champion jumping up in weight and not going after the champions that's there? You know, and like I said, 154, they got Mel still lingering, Arrow still lingering. It's the most competitive division in boxing, assuming that everybody fights everybody. It's similar to when Danny Garcia and all those people were at welterweight. If everybody fights everybody, boxing will be in a healthy space. Like, boxing relies heavily on 154 pounds right now. Like, whatever those guys do, that's what's going to determine the health of the sport and what we talk about weekly on YouTube and et cetera, for coming up and for the rest of 2025 and going into 2026. So we'll see how that goes. But as far as Virgil versus Boots, that fight's not going to happen. Golden Boy's not interested in Boots because they understand what I see, and Boots is not interested in Verge, in my opinion. I think he's interested in making it look like Verge is scared of him. You know, and even if he fights Verge, what does he get out of the fight? What does he get out of it? Like, Verge is not, like, I don't know. Verge is not even a superstar last time I checked. He's a star in the making. That's why they're building it and moving him the way that they're moving him, but he hasn't even had a belt. So what are you getting by this? Fighting the guy on the, and you've been a professional 9 years. I don't understand it, but hey, that's just me, you know. But yeah, with that being said, I'll go ahead. Final thoughts is Anthony Joshua versus Anthony Joshua versus Jake Paul will never materialize. So I'll be surprised if that fight happens. It's not gonna happen, you know. And also Verge versus Boots is not gonna happen. So those two fights to me are not gonna happen. As far as the Devin Haney versus Brian Norman junior fight, I think Devin Haney is a great fighter, but I think everybody who's given Devin Haney chances rating him on the Devin Haney of old before the ghost of Ryan Garcia. And I don't think he's that guy anymore, you know. And I think that a lot of people is going to get shocked by. I got Brian Norman by decision, you know. I would say stoppage, but Devin. Well, it might be stoppage, but I'll just go with decision. I think Devin Haney is going to talk a ton of stuff, but use his legs and do a lot of clinching. He's gonna make it really hard for Brian Norman to get a knockout. Now, Brian Norman can be creative with his offense and eventually get it, but Devin Haney's going to make it really hard for that. So I got to beat Norman by decision. And that person who wins the fight could potentially be going to be undisputed at 47. But we shall see. We shall see. It was a great episode. Appreciate everybody that pulled up. To the people that pulled up in the chat and pulled up on the panel, man. Appreciate everybody. To the members, you know what I mean? Got to give y'all a special shout out before we go out there. Appreciate all the members. Y'all make everything worthwhile. Y'all make it so worthwhile that after I end this episode, I'm going to go start clipping clips up to give y'all more videos, more content, and we're going to keep growing. We're going to keep expanding the YouTube family, man. I appreciate everybody for pulling up. And to my members, we true soldiers, and we don't die. We keep rolling in the 999. That's my members. We keep rolling in the 999. Oh, listen, my goal is we're going to make that whole entire page full of members. You know what I mean? So shout out to the members that I have, and we're going to get more, man. And I'll catch y'all on the next one. I did a poll for non-boxing versus boxing, and y'all have voted. It seems like y'all chose boxing, but I'm going to be honest with y'all. Even though I had the poll, I want y'all input. We're going to do the next one non-boxing, and it is what it is. You know what I mean? If the people that voted in the poll chose boxing, I feel like the chat should have been full of those same 30-something people commenting nonstop about boxing, but it wasn't. And I get a lot of traction on the non-boxers. So, and I got to give them their fix too as well. So it is what it is. So anyway, man, I appreciate everybody for pulling up. Anyway, it's the Boxing Scholar, and I'm out. Ray J, go ahead and take us home.
Superstar, wish to have a fancy car, wish to have $1 million bucks. Well, I wish I don't be in love. So feel me, pretty baby. I make one wish and I wish it all on you. Oh, 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 oh. Make it love to the brink baby